notions developed greatly through the ages and are still developing. And there are now, and there have always been, numerous mutually exclusive schools of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. This class is meant to serve as an introduction to Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah from the point of view of its incredibly complex development from the prophets of ancient Israel and to the rise of modern Hasidism in the 18th century. Of course, this series isn't meant to be exhaustive by any means, but only should serve as a springboard for deeper study and reflection, and hopefully it will also enable you to situate developments in Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah in their historical and cultural context, and hopefully embolden you to dive into the primary texts, which are admittedly as sublime as they are obscure. Let me express my gratitude to Congregation Tchia for allowing me to use these lectures to reach a larger audience here on Esoterica. If you want, you can find the entire series under the playlist Entering the Garden, an Introduction to Jewish Mysticism.
Taking up the left lane, that's slowing you down from about and as you travel on the 110 northbound in South LA, looks like the crash just before Adams Boulevard has been cleared out of the left lane. Your drive is recovering as you come away from Florence. Cascade for 5 northbound, we have work zone coming as they can into Parker Road. That's the right lane closed off until further notice. You're also going to see a work zone. This is in San Bernardino to 10 westbound from Highland Avenue to Del Rose Avenue. Right lane's off limits until about 2:30 this afternoon. Southern California's most accurate traffic reports. Pedro Moreno. Wayfind the life-changing travel is back for season 2. Join us as we explore life-documentary content and the many streaming destinations.
One of the things that really struck me about my time in Alaska, there's just a more dramatic starkness where the water and the land meet. It really is just a magical landscape.
So come along as season 2 takes off. Search Wayfind.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
Now, next, I know you like to do your own mystery solving, but this is a serious investigation. Your TV is out. Sorry, lost your curiosity for lies. First, it's
Join Maxie Miles as she tries to solve a big case in her small town.
about an hour ago, we discovered that Riley Stevens has gone missing.
You think you're going to find Riley before the sheriff and Community Watch does?
This is entirely your problem to fix. It's not even a problem you can fix.
I don't want suicide.
I want yours to happen. But why does it have to be you?
Because as we discovered, we don't know who we can trust. Riley! Pay close attention to the clues, because when it's time to solve the case, it's up to you.
What's the good of happened?
It's Max Miles on the iHeartRadio app, wherever you get your favorite shows. The iHeartRadio app, #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
You'll find the show on podcast on the iHeartRadio app on Spotify and Apple and everywhere else that you get your podcasts. On the social medias, at Bucks and Bucks. We'll see that by the ones. Still pressing. It's the middle of winter. That is not true. This is a winning sweatshirt. It's the best. President Trump I did indeed. Surprise. From BBC. It's just in a major endorsement of the California governor's race. Shake things up. Well, sorry, never say it, but I'm going to do something. President Trump endorsing Republican Steve Hilton, a former Fox News Chad Bianco. Trump, writing on his Truth Social account, he is known and respected Steve Hilton for years, calling him a truly fine man. This endorsement has the potential to consolidate support for Hilton, which could help with bypass the June 2nd primary, limiting the chances of two Republicans boxing out the crowded field of Democrats. Well, don't you think this is a bad idea? I do. Why? Because here you have the opportunity that the Republican Party in California could have only dreamed about a year ago. And that is the idea that there will be a Republican governor. And the way to guarantee that is to have two of these very credible candidates who run in the primary advance to the runoff against each other. So why does endorsement change that? Because I think the Trump endorsement carries a certain amount of weight with Republican voters, even in California, where Trump is not as broadly popular as he is in other parts of the country. The Republican Party is. So if you are somebody who is unsure of which Republican you're going to support, now you might be more sure because the president that we like and admire has put his support behind one of the candidates. Additionally, if you are someone who's been supportive of the other Republican in his race oversight candidate, Chad Bianco, you might think, okay, I trust President Trump. He's a smart guy. I'm going to do what I suggest here. I'm going to switch my allegiance to Steve. Now what happens is you've got Steve Hilton possibly picking up some points here, which is good for Steve Hilton, but it's bad for Chad Bianco, who might drop a bit in the polls, and then you virtually guarantee at least one Democrat back into the runoff, and then it's very tough for Republican. Steve Hilton, by the way, is going to be on Gun Credit today at 5 o'clock. We'll be talking about this very thing. Also, as you see, we're talking about the California gubernatorial primary coming up in May. So that's interesting. The CNN was putting that up. That would indicate that there's going to be a lot of national interest going on with this race, even more than granted. I think there's always a tension when it comes to New York, Florida, Texas, and us. When it comes to the governor's races, and probably the mayoral races in New York, Los Angeles, and probably for Chicago. But so CNN thinks that there's some viable means of getting some advertising for this race. I don't like your point, though. Because I think you really will. How should President Trump have done it differently? I think you would have failed. No. I think you waited out. Get past the primary. See it be the war. Do the double. There you go. Yeah. Do the double. So President Trump has, by endorsing Steve Hilton, kind of gone back to the old way of the president offering up an endorsement. President Trump did something, I think, in his first term that everybody for. He endorsed two people in the same race. And we all went, what is this guy doing? You can't endorse two people in the same race. And then he did it again, and then in a different race. In fact, last day, I didn't get fired for his in Phoenix. And I was watching very carefully. He endorsed two people in the governor's race. This is after he endorsed two people in the senator's race prior to that. We always looked at it like, oh, the president is just endorsing two people so that he can claim victory one way or another, right? That's how we look at it. But in California, I think there's strategy in this, and I think we're getting at it. If he endorses both of those Republicans, then he's basically telling all the Republican voters, well, look at our time, these three independent voters who are waiting for me to create it. Take one of those two candidates. I don't think endorsing one achieves that ultimate goal, as you pointed out, like once. Brilliant man. I don't think that it achieves the goal of being able to box out the Democrats. No, I think that you had a real opportunity for President Trump to come under California. Again, he's not as broadly popular in California as he is in other parts of the country, but he has supporters here. And there are enclaves of serious who can come out here and done one of those things. He likes to do one of those big rallies. And he could have had both of those Republican candidates with him and say that our goal is to ensure that these are the two guys who will have the debate down on November will be in California, and we can end, characterize it over to one, we can end this disastrous run of Democratic leadership in California. And now, by getting behind one of these horses instead of both, he may have broken the legs of the other. Practically speaking, how much is this movie? If what's the news movie? Help make 19. They're all about the same. All of the polls have come out. Republicans have been 1 and 2. They've been 1 and 3. He's in the top 3. So what do you have a serious shot getting a vote? Democrats can very clearly run on the Democrat is virtually assured victory just because of the traditional electoral makeup of California. But none of those candidates have really emerged as such. What I think is challenging, if that is true, is true Republicans. Their ceiling is low. So are all of the Republican voters deciding, and that number of undecided voters we have out there are those voters just weighing which Democrat they want to support in the primary. In other words, let's say that there's a poll that shows Steve Harvey 15% and Chad Young 14%. How much more of a percent of the electorate is out there for either of them? From the top line, I think this is really interesting too.
Honestly, I think Joe's endorsing Steve Hill hurt his chances. Obviously, 12 Republicans in California, I think that's going to push Chad Bianco up into the top position for Republicans because very few conservative Republicans like Steve Hill. I think he's old and shifty. And yeah, we like Chad Bianco.
Is he going to call him from Argus too? I like that. Can't wait till we see this. But again, as Steve Hill moving on with John, what is there something else said about all of the just endorse something that could potentially work with moderate Republicans in California? I don't know. I think if you're a Republican at all, and you like the president, it helps. Yeah. Why? California also got more Republicans who are kind of like the members from Republicans. Well, I think that's what we talked about before, is that I think if you're campaigning as a Republican in California, it may benefit you to peel off some moderate voters regardless of party affiliation. If you don't campaign as if you're a Republican in Alabama, you might just have to alter the message. That's true of Democrats in some states as well. You have to tailor the message to local voters. So you're trying to push yourself back to the other states, I think, right? You gotta find your truth. You're gonna pay that ridiculous gas price, right? And then you hear suddenly that there's a candidate running for local office who thinks government employees only need to show up to that office 2 days a month. 2 days a month. Talk about this pandemic era. Like, you were paying for it. Next up, months in Maryland. After this update, 5 days a week in the office, never became electric.
Never working from home. Here is the latest. President Trump is threatening to completely destroy all of Iran's bridges and power plants. Iran doesn't agree to a deal with North Stream. News: the guy who allegedly planned to meet a teenager for sex got by camera. Huntington Beach will have more at the bottom of the hour. From your Toyota dealer shopping center, we make it easy. Grab shop 210 and let you run.
It's heading westbound right at Brandon Avenue, where it's taking up the left lane, causing some heavy traffic back into Sunflower. And we still have a stop metering on the 210 westbound. This is in Irwindale, just after Irwindale Avenue. That's taking up the middle lane. You'll see here a slow down from the 6th Avenue. And as you travel on 101 southbound in Hollywood, that's great lights will take you to Hollywood Boulevard. And this one is stay slow into downtown. Here's up just before the 110. But Southern California's most accurate traffic reports. I'm Pedro Marino. We find that life-changing travel is back in season 2. Join us as we explore breathtaking natural beauty and the land history of destinations around the world.
One of the things that really struck me about my time in Alaska, there's just a more dramatic darkness where the water and the land meet. It really is just a magical place. Producers who brought you Princess of the South, Tongues, The Setup, a new romantic comedy podcast starring Rabbi and Christian Obama. The Setup follows one man's search for love in the big and home. The thing is that I actually got confused. Every time I opened it, I got hit with this wave of nausea, and my heart started beating like so fast. But the apples have opened, his true love, art, his biggest fear, everything. When the perfect man walks into his life, well, I guess we'll see what I think so. He actually is too good to be true. This is called a comedy. To pull off this heist, they'll have to get close.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open the free iHeart app and listen now. iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
Almost every drug investigation in America is based on a confidential informant. People with their own troubles see a path forward by telling on someone else. The CI system is based on blind trust. It can have deadly consequences. I'm Doug Arnett, investigative reporter of the Washington Spotlight team, and I am going to bring you inside the secret world, the story of one city at the forefront of America's growth.
Cost of doing video, okay?
Big lie.
This is Spotlight, Snitch City, an investigative series from the Boston Globe.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now. iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this. Ever wondered who Ben is lying to? On his home hat money, by going and she's eating my lunch. Hypnotism is real. We'll use the suggestion in order to enhance your cognitive
Еще number for the brand These are 101 days of this bitch.
I'll be uploading them over the next few weeks, or if you find these episodes after autumn of 2021 and you want to watch the entire series, you can find them in that playlist. If you find this series on Kabbalah interesting, I'd hope you check out my other content on topics in esotericism and perhaps consider supporting the production of free academic and scholarly topics in occultism, hermetic philosophy by joining my Patreon or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below, and I really appreciate your consideration. Now, let's enter the garden of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. All right, folks. Well, we're about at 5 after, I'm going to pick up with some summary from last time, so we can all be on roughly the same page of completely mysterious books that no one really understands, which is great. That said, we'll do some summary, then we'll jump into it after. I'll open up things a little bit more for questions, just in case there's some lingering questions. And again, I say questions, I mean questions I can possibly answer. If you ask me questions like, how do I make a golem, I'll tell you, I have no idea, but here are 3 books in Aramaic that allegedly tell you how to do it. Go forth, have fun. So as we covered last time, we took a look at some of the really foundational texts that go on to form what I might call proto-Kabbalah. And anytime I hear the word proto-anything, it just sounds like completely pretentious academic speak. But what I mean here is these are going to be texts that are going to either underwrite or they're going to deeply inform. They're going to give some really important terminology to what will become Kabbalah. But they're kind of bridge texts from the period before the rise of the Kabbalah, which we'll get to in earnest tonight. And they're texts that underwrite or undergird or allow or serve as a foundation for what's going to become the Kabbalah as you may know it, or as you don't know it, and you're here to learn more about it, or you've heard this word from Madonna or whatever. I think even Britney Spears, God bless her, has a Kabbalah tattoo. I think. I don't know. May the Lord help her. She needs help, and not she doesn't need help, but the people that are doing terrible things to her, they need help. At any rate, the Sefer Yetzirah is probably one of the more famous of these books, and it's a very tiny little book. Like I think I said last time, in its normal recension, it's only a couple thousand words long, and it's a book of cosmogenesis, which is just a $2 word that means something like how the world came into being. We're still writing cosmogenic books, right? If you've ever read The Brief History of Time by Stephen Hawking and other kinds of books like that, we're still very interested in how the world came into being, and the Sefer Yetzirah is an early attempt to describe that using 2 different categories. The first category is the Sephirot of nothingness, right? The Sephirot Belima. And as I talked about last time, we're not really sure what these are. What we do know is that they're not divine emanations. And we know that because the text never refers to them as such and never even sort of invokes that notion. That notion is going to come a bit later, and we're going to see it in full force tonight for sure. And the other, of course, is the 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet. And what we have in this Sefer Yetzirah is a story about how the world came into being, with God using the 10 sephirot of nothingness, probably mathematical terms of some kind, right? Some kind of math term, and then the 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet, and using those together, God hews creation out of nothingness. And I love this image of hewing. It's as if God is sort of like hammering away at nothing to form something. And it's a really, I've always found this image to be very beautiful because it doesn't have this sort of, God just went, and then everything came into being. It's a kind of working class God in the mind, building things out of nothing with numbers and letters. And I always appreciate, the working class God hewing the world out of being. This is the Rosie the Riveter God. This is not the aristocratic God speaking from a throne from on high. So I appreciate that image a lot more. The wobbly God. What we have, right, in these images of the undergirding structure of Sefer Yetzirah is that word and being have a continuity. That language and speech and ontology and metaphysics are connected in a very deep, powerful way. Parmenides, this is echoing perhaps an idea going back to Parmenides, where Parmenides said that there is no difference between thought and being, between logos and ontos, that the ontos and logos are the same kind of idea. By the way, in philosophy, that idea has come roaring back in the 20th century and the 21st century, and so in many ways, I think of this as a pre-modern notion, but it's become both a pre-modern and a post-modern notion at the same time. The snake always swallows its tail. So, Sefer Yetzirah gives us an idea about how language and being relate to one another, and how being emerges from divine language. And again, the snake swallow its tail, right? It's also how one that speaks, us, we can also, because we speak, and if we can speak correctly, right? Not that I can, I'm Southern, but if we can speak correctly, right, we can force reality to our will. We can magically use reality to do what we want. And of course, that's going to underwrite the entire Golem legend. And that Golem legend, of course, we can see all the way back in at least as early as the Babylonian Talmud, where some rabbis were able to use Hilchot Yetzirah or Sefer Yetzirah to shape into being living creatures, whether they were calf or a human being. Now, they're not perfect, right? Because we never speak as well as God does. I don't know what dialect of Hebrew God speaks, but we never speak as well as God does. And the idea, right, I imagine that God speaks Yemeni Hebrew. I always love the way Yemeni sound. They have this, they still separate between all the different pharyngeal and glottal sounds that have been well lost to both Sephardi and Ashkenazic Hebrew. By the way, the Babylonian Talmud says that if you can't pronounce the difference between an Ayin and an Aleph, that God doesn't hear your prayers. It's a minority position, but I do like the rigorous attention to linguistic detail on the part of at least that rabbi. At any rate, what we have in the Golem legend is the ability to speak beings into being. We can speak beings into being, specifically other people and even other animals. And of course, if you remember back to that line in the Babylonian Talmud, it says that if you're really righteous, you can speak an entire world into being, right? So this is a really incredible concept. It's not just that you can create people, right? That's already miraculous enough, but you can create an olam. You can create an entire world. And so this is a truly tremendous idea to be found in Jewish mysticism, reaching all the way back to the Talmud and, of course, to the Sefer Yetzirah as it appears sometime before the 10th century. I say sometime before the 10th century because there's a lot of debate about it. I have my position, which I think I named last time, but there's a lot of debate about when exactly this text comes into being. Now, over there in Europe, the backwater that was Europe, again, we should always remember that Europe in the 10th century was a place that no human being in their right mind wanted to live because it was a dark ages movement of a bunch of barbarians killing each other. Back there in the backwater that was Europe in the early Middle Ages, we have some elements coming together in what is called Ashkenaz, that is to say, what we now call Germany. And again, Ashkenaz is sort of a more broad term for Germany, but sort of in the German milieu, where we have a couple of different mystical movements going on. And the two mystical movements that really matter for us are going to be what is called the unique cherub circle and what is also called the folks called the German pietists, or the Chassidei Ashkenaz. The unique cherub circle is going to be very important because they're going to develop a very unique theology in which they really center the idea of Ha'atzalut, right? And Ha'atzalut is the idea of, or Ha'atzalah rather, is the idea of emanation, which is to say that God doesn't just create being in the sense that there is God and there is being and God is outside of being. Rather, you can imagine it like, I always imagine those like really fancy weddings that have the big pyramids of champagne, right, where there's like one champagne, right, being poured at the top and it goes down all the different glasses. Well, imagine that there's an infinite amount of champagne and God is the champagne being poured down all the glasses, right, and all of those glasses are reality. And so, or whatever, or candles lighting one another, there's lots of images for this. I even heard one of like milk overflowing from when you boil milk. I don't know who boils milk, but apparently people. At any rate, so the idea, right, is that what you have is that rather than creation being distinct than the creator, what we have is the idea that creator and creation are part of a continuum. They're part of a spectrum of reality where God is the most real thing, and at some level it tatters off into non-being, right? It tatters off infinitely into non-being. And that's a very different conception of God's over here and then there's creation over there, and God and creation are distinct. So this idea emerges in the unique cherub circle. And remember that the unique cherub was a kind of individual angel, a very special kind of angel, Metatron maybe, that is able to be the outer glory of God. There is an inner hidden glory, God's inner transcendence, and then there's an outer glory, right? And that outer glory is the unique cherub, right? And then that unique cherub communicates the outer glory to the rest of the Olam, and that outer glory sort of echoes out into being. And that outer glory is part of what creates our world. I also mentioned the Chassidei Ashkenaz. There's a lot of debate about the Chassidei Ashkenaz at this point. An earlier theory of Jewish mysticism claimed that it was an entire movement of Jewish mysticism in the early parts of the 11th, 12th century in Germany, in Ashkenaz. I don't want to say Germany because Germany conjures up so many ideas because of European Jewish history, and because Germany wasn't a state at that point. Germany was like a bunch of tiny little warring states. It's like saying you're the king of Hamtramck. Like that's what Germany was. It was 300 Hamtramcks all wed together with a bunch of different kings. I like saying Ashkenaz because Ashkenaz communicates how amorphous the barriers are, right? What was Ashkenaz? If you want a general idea of what we're talking, if you know something about Germany, we're talking about the area around Regensburg. So you may know another famous mystic also from the area around Regensburg. That is Hildegard of Bingen. Hildegard of Bingen and the Chassidei Ashkenaz would have lived in very close proximity to one another. At any rate, what's really important about them is they seem to preserve a lot of magical texts. They preserve a lot of the Hefele literature. They preserve a lot of the amulet literature. They preserve a lot of this sort of strange ascetic literature that seems to have emerged at that time. And what scholars now think, is that rather than being a mystical movement in Judaism, it was a kind of particularly weird family who just so happened to be very, very powerful, right? Who happened to be actually very, very powerful and have a good bit of money and a good bit of influence. And so the Chassidei Ashkenaz were famous in many ways because of the relative influence they had, and because they were literate. They were connected to the Kalanimus family, which was a big family down in Italy. And it seems like what ends up happening is a lot of works are coming in from North Africa and from the Middle Eastern world. They're entering into Italy, and they're being pushed into the Ashkenaz via the Kalanimus family. Also, just mentioned the Kalanimus family has one of the earliest examples of a possible transgender Jewish person poet. So we have a Kalanimus, one of the members of the Kalanimus family, writing a poem wishing that they were a woman, actually, and probably expressing some, again, something like a kind of queering transgender identity. It's a poetic register in the Kalanimus family. That document is not particularly well known, but it is in a great collection of LGBTQ view history in Judaism. And of course, as I'm sure you know, one of the main things that's going to make Kabbalah very interesting is how gender bending it is. That God is going to be female and male and masculine, feminine, and neither of these things. And so part of what's going to make Kabbalah so fascinating is the gender bending that's going to go on. We'll talk a bit about that tonight. So again, to what degree that comes out of the Kalanimus family and the Chassidei Ashkenaz, we don't know. They're also one of the few ascetic Jewish movements in history. That is to say, Jews who intentionally harm their bodies in order to get closer to God. Judaism doesn't typically have an ascetic dimension so much. They're fast, but they're very well constrained. You're not allowed to go beyond them. But the Chassidei Ashkenaz movement had lots of different penitential and ascetic practices, like rolling around naked in snow to atone for your sins. Which I guess in the wintertime here in Michigan, if you want to try out Chassidei Ashkenaz practice, just take your clothes off and roll around in the snow and see if you're closer to God. Your mileage will vary. As I mentioned last time, also, the other main text that's also critically important for the development of Kabbalah, as we'll get to tonight, is the Sefer Bahir. And the Sefer Bahir is the first time in which we have the idea coming from Sefer Yetzirah, right? That the world is formed from the Sefer of Belimah, the Sefer of nothingness, and from the unique cherub circle over there in Ashkenaz, we have the idea of Atzalah, of emanation. Those are in the Sefer Bahir slammed together. They're synthesized. And for the first time in the Sefer Bahir, we see the idea that God is in fact 10 emanations. That idea first appears in the Sefer Bahir. And so in that way, the Sefer Bahir is the first true Kabbalistic book. So sometimes people ask me, where should I start studying Kabbalah if I want to start reading Kabbalistic literature? Well, if you don't want things to be too complicated, start with the Sefer Bahir, because it's the first. Now, does that mean it's going to be the most introductory? No. Because if you've ever studied any philosopher or any mystic when they're trying to forge a new idea, those texts are often the most difficult because they're having to synthesize and work with ideas that are half-formed and excuse me. Those ideas are very half-formed and they're groping at things. And a classic example of this is I tell people, right, if you want to read the first book on metaphysics, you can go read Parmenides' books, or you can go read Aristotle's book on metaphysics. Now, those are some of those difficult books about metaphysics ever written. Why? Because they're inventing it, right? They're inventing the very language by which you describe things that aren't physical. It's the most abstract, difficult things you can imagine, so the language is very tough. And so the Sefer Bahir is notoriously difficult to understand. Now, again, is it always impossible to understand? No, but it's pretty hard. It's pretty hard. But again, I think that the Bahir is a perfectly approachable text in lots of other ways. The other two things to say about the Sefer Bahir that are crucially important as we begin to get into Kabbalah tonight is one, Sefer Bahir is a pseudepigraphic text. I like that I said pseudepigraphic without making a single mistake. Pseudepigraphic texts are just texts that are written as if they were being written by someone else, almost always someone more famous than the person writing. I don't know, Taylor Swift is probably not going to write a pseudepigraphic text because Taylor Swift is famous enough to write Taylor Swift, and Taylor Swift's going to sell her own book because she's magic. Well, if I write a book, I might attribute it to Taylor Swift. That's a probably bad idea because I'm pretty sure that she would sue me. But, right, what I could do is attribute it to someone who couldn't sue me. So what I would attribute it to is Nakana ben Hakunya, right? A guy who lived 2,000 years ago in Palestine, and he had a kind of general mystical idea. That's exactly what these guys are doing. Or I contribute it to Enoch or Abraham or Moses or whatever. There's a long history of doing this in Jewish lore, and the Sefer Bahir is attributed to a first century sage. That same structure is going to be picked up by the Sefer Zohar, which we'll get to next time. And that text is being attributed to Shimon bar Yochai, another second century sage, who's also very important for mystical stuff as well. The last thing I'll say about the Sefer Bahir is that there are what we might call Gnostic elements in the text. Gnosticism, as you may remember, was a religious current in the late classical world, the late classical world, that 2nd, 3rd, 4th centuries, and it survived a little longer. In some ways, it survived even into medieval Europe in some ways. And the Gnostic idea is the idea that there is the world is fundamentally dual, right? There is an good world, there's an evil world. The physical world is typically bad, the spiritual world is typically good, and the task is to get out of this prison world, right? We live in a prison world of physicality, and the task is to get out of that world. And we see some elements of that in the Sefer Bahir. And also, by the way, in the Sefer Bahir, it's one of the first times that we begin to see the idea of the feminine divine. It's there that we see Chokhmah, wisdom, being personified as divine. And that's going to be a huge shift in a minute as we get into the Kabbalah proper, because it's also going to be the time where the Shekhinah goes from not just being feminine gender grammar-wise, like it is in the Talmud, to being feminine gender divine-wise, the way that it is in Kabbalah. So again, one of the things you'll see about when we get into Kabbalah is that often what makes Kabbalah very radical is not that it reads text in strange ways. What makes Kabbalah very radical is it typically reads text very literally, hyper-literally. And so if Shekhinah is a feminine gender grammatical word, they say, no, it's not just grammar, folks. That's being. Because the Torah never makes any mistakes, ever. Nothing's on accident. And so if the word is grammatically feminine, that means God must be feminine. Full stop. And so part of what makes Kabbalah so fascinating is not that it bends things around. Of course it does that too. It says how literal it takes things. And so we'll see that when we get into the Sefer Zohar next week. All right, folks, just briefly, any other questions before we jump into Proto-Kabbalah tonight? Still be in the Proto-Kabbalah world tonight. But again, I think a lot of the stuff will still be Kabbalah.
This might be a difficult question, but
They all are.
the authors of these texts, any idea or any speculation on who they might be?
We have a lot of speculation. Sefer Yetzirah, Zahi Weiss has, I think, the best book about Sefer Yetzirah. He claims that it's being written in what he calls para-rabbinical circles. That is to say, people who are adjacent to the rabbinical world, but also have their knee or have their toe in the philosophical world, in the Christian Syriac world. We forget that that prior to the Islamic conquest, there was an enormous amount of translation of philosophical texts into Syriac by Christians in places like Syria. And that world was a booming philosophical world. And what ends up happening is that area is conquered by the armies of Islam. And then that the milieu in which that world existed is eclipsed, and those texts are rapidly translated into Arabic. And so Zahi Weiss argues, and I think convincingly, that if you look at some Samaritan literature and we look at some Syriac literature, there are texts that look a lot like the Sefer Yetzirah existing in those milieux. Does that tell us who? No. Does it maybe tell us when and where? Kind of. So someone with rabbinical knowledge, they're writing in very pure Mishnaic Hebrew, probably in contact with the rabbinical world, but also probably having their toe in the philosophical world and maybe in the mystical world, somewhere there. But the problem is that once Islam took over those areas, and once I think the Umayyad Caliphate took over, the data gets really jarbled. Because they're talking about a period of maybe a couple hundred years, maybe 150 years. So that world existed and it was quickly eclipsed in the literary circle. Sefer Bahir is just a mess. It could have originated in Europe. It could have originated in Mesopotamia. There are people, scholars, who are much better at this stuff than I am, much more articulate, much more learned. Convincing arguments have been made on both sides. Some people say it originated somewhere in Europe. Some people have argued it originated somewhere in Mesopotamia. I don't know. I've never seen an argument that's a slam dunk case. So the Bahir is just one of these texts where no one really knows exactly where it originated. The Bahir is much more closely in the rabbinical circuit. It reads a lot more like rabbinical literature. So it's so hard to say. You know, it's one of these things where, you know, I think about poets, right? I think about poets. And, you know, when I think about a poet like, I don't know, Arthur Rimbaud, right? I'll just give an example. Someone who jumps to my mind. Arthur Rimbaud. Arthur Rimbaud was a poet who existed in poetic circles in France in the 19th century, but created a poetic language that no one could have saw coming. He basically gave birth to poetic symbolism as we know it, in some ways, modern poetry. And if someone would have told me that was written somewhere else completely by someone else, it's just a genius is a weird thing. And so it's so hard to know exactly where these texts emerged, how they developed, but the secret right here is profoundly mysterious. So I don't have, I think you have to look at, we have to look at the literature and see the arguments, but I've never seen a convincing argument about someone claiming where it emerges. We do know where it took hold, and it took hold primarily in Europe. And for many people, that's a good argument that it was written in Europe because that's where we see it flourish. Sefer Yetzirah is weird because it seems to flourish in 5 different places simultaneously all through the world. So we see versions of it. We see commentaries being written in Italy at the same time they're being written in Iraq. At the same time they're being written in Egypt. And you're like, how the hell did this text get to these different places this fast? And why do they all start writing commentaries in the 10th century? What happened? Right? And the answer is we don't know. Scholarship is still working on this problem. It's profoundly mysterious because we know they weren't working together. It's not like the Sadia Gaon and Shabbatai and Benolo and Yehuda Barzilai over in Spain were all saying, hey, let's write commentaries on Sefer Yetzirah. They didn't even know they were doing it. And yet just... So, I don't know. It's something's going... There's a story there. And the truth of the matter is, we don't know. And also, by the way, Sefer Yetzirah is also composed in what is sometimes called the Jewish Dark Age. There was a period after the Talmud, but before the rise of the Midrash, where we have basically no documentation. There's a 300-year period in which nothing seems to have been written, right? And yet, Sefer Yetzirah was. So it's weird. It's super weird. It's a weird thing. Yeah, it's super profound. Again, and sometimes I tell people, young scholars who want to get into this field, they're like, is there anything left to do? And I'm like, you have no idea. Basic things we don't know. And it's going to take people who read Persian, it's going to take people who read Arabic, it's going to take people who read Hebrew, and people are going to be in these archives in countries like Iraq, in countries like Iran, because it's in those places, I think, where if there is a clue in Syria, if there is a clue to any of this, it's going to be in the state archives of those countries. And, lucky getting someone who can do all that work in those countries to do the work. The geopolitics subsumes this kind of literature, unfortunately. Other questions before I jump into tonight? All right, folks. Let's talk a little bit about what Jewish mysticism looked like just before the rise of Kabbalah. Just a couple of social currents that are worth reporting here. I have to tell y'all, right, that already by the time that Kabbalah appears, Jewish mysticism is already really complex. It's already intertwined. There are already several currents of it. Jewish mysticism wasn't one thing by the time Kabbalah appears. You have lots of currents. Sefer Yetzirah, Hekal literature, Jewish magic. Jewish mysticism in a broad way was already very complex by the time Kabbalah appears. So, in many ways, it has a lot to work with. It has a huge repertoire of things that it can work with. Secondly, the Jewish world, once Kabbalah appears, had already spent centuries being rackled by what is called the Maimonidean controversy. Now, I'm not going to get knee-deep in the Maimonidean controversy because it's incredibly complicated, but basically what we have is a debate about the merits of Maimonides. You may remember this, and you may have forgotten it, or you may not even known. Maimonides is one of the most divisive figures in the history of Judaism. Now, I know that now everybody likes Maimonides. There's Maimonides High School, and Rambam this, and Rambam that, and everybody loves him. That was not the case in the Middle Ages. They were people that were very pro-Maimonides, and they were people that were very happy to give Maimonides' books to Dominicans to burn them. Jewish communities went to the Dominicans and said, hey, we heard you guys burn heretical literature. They're like, yeah, well, here's some. And they gave them Maimonides to burn. So In a big way, Maimonides was an incredibly polarizing figure. Very polarizing. Because on the one hand, many people thought Maimonides rationalized every aspect about Judaism away. For them, Maimonides took Judaism and just made everything into metaphors. And Maimonides didn't bat an eye doing that. He would say, oh yeah, angels and demons, metaphors. God has a hand, that's a metaphor, right? God has God's made of wind, ruach, it's a metaphor. Maimonides was happy to rationalize aspects of Judaism in a way that he did not feel conformed to his version of a kind of rationalizing Aristotelian world. Now, there are other Jews at the time who were like, hell no. If the text says they're angels, they're angels. You are not, Maimonides, you are not better than the Torah. You don't need to tell the Torah what the Torah means. If they're angels and demons, angels and demons. If the Chazal, if the Talmud says they're angels and demons, it's angels and demons. And too bad, Maimonides. You could be smart as who knows what. And you do not get to undo this. So the Maimonidean controversy tore through Europe, especially. And this was not a small matter. And we'll get into this maybe later on, but because many people were, I'll make a long story short. If you really think that a lot of this stuff is metaphors, angels and demons and the law and all that kind of stuff are metaphors, and if God is really just an unmoved mover in the center of all the void of space, making everything mechanically move around, do you really care if you pray at a church or a synagogue? You might not care. And so when they tell you, right, if you're a wealthy doctor, wealthy lawyer, court physician, wealthy poet, musician, and some guy comes along and says, you got to convert or leave, do you leave your fancy job? Or do you go, it's all about the same? Well, that happened. And many Jews felt that Maimonides led other Jews into conversion. He assimilated them, right? And again, think about all the things we've talked about in the 20th century about how many people love to hate on assimilation. Well, this formed a reaction in the Spanish Jewish world, especially the French Jewish world, where Maimonides really got, people really polarized the world, this Maimonides thing. Well, one reaction to rigorous rational philosophy is a kind of romanticism. And we know that because we've seen it happen over and over and over again in history of philosophy, right? Kant gave way, right? Kant, Descartes, the hyper-rationalism of people like Leibniz gave way to the romanticism of people like Goethe, right? And Schelling in the 19th century German phenomenon, and the 19th century German situation, right? You can't imagine the Baroque ideas of Hegel as anything other than a response to the hardcore rationalism in a certain kind of way of Kant. So romanticism is always a reaction to rationalism in some way, and we see it actually play itself out here in the 13th century. Also, what's really important is Jews at the time in Spain are living under the administration, at this time, are living under the administration of Alfonso X. Now, Alfonso X is one of these guys you probably haven't heard of, but it's actually really, really important in the history of a lot of things. Because Alfonso X was probably one of the most tolerant and curious monarchs in European history. He allowed for and encouraged translation between Arabic, Hebrew, and Latin. He encouraged poets and artists and mathematicians. He was probably one of the most benign, enlightened despot. In fact, if you want to think of an enlightened despot par excellence, it was Alfonso X. He was called Alfonso the Wise. And again, when you get these epithets right, like when you're Philip the Fair, or Philip the Bold, or Radu the Ugly, these typically are kind of accurate. And Alfonso the Wise was a pretty wise dude. And it's in his administration that Jews were probably allowed the greatest amount of civil freedom until Napoleon. So if you want to think about it in those terms, right, Alfonso X probably allowed Jews more freedoms in his realm than any other European leader until Napoleon. And so Alfonso the Wise set up a relatively liberal, again, within the confines of medieval Christendom and all the things that go into that, but a relatively liberal world in which new ideas could be published, Jews could travel, they could do things like this. Also, what's important to note about this at the same time is that Jews and Christians are living in an unusually close proximity, especially in Spain and Girona. And they're talking at a level that they really hadn't prior, and they really don't ever after. And they're influencing each other. Two things are really worth mentioning here. One is the Cathar cult, right? The Cathar heresy, right? When I say heresy, whatever. The Cathars were kind of, it seems like a lay-led, semi-agrarian, dualistic movement of Christendom that lived at the very margin of Catholicism and maybe even outside of it, and they were intensely persecuted by the Catholic Church during what is called the Albigensian Crusades. People forget that the first Crusades were not Christians against Muslims, they were Christians against other Christians. The Albigensian Crusades was a crusade against, in many ways, other Christians, Albigensian Christians, Catholic Christians. And also what's important to note about this time period is this is the time period of the rise of the Marian cult. When I say Marian cult, just know that I'm going to use the word cult. I'm using the religious studies term. I don't mean the word cult in a negative way. I just mean as an intense religious movement. And that is to say there was an intense spike in Spain at this time around the image and theology of Mary, and Mary adoration became intense at this time period and around the early 13th century around Mary. There was a lot of intense veneration of Mary at this time. That's going to matter in a minute because that's going to be a marketing problem for the Jews because Mary is very charismatic. People really like Mary. You've been to a Catholic church? They're about that Mary life, right? Marian intercession, Mary veneration proved to be enormously popular with rank and file people. Well, it's supply and demand. If the Catholics got the Mary thing, what are the Jews going to get? You know the answer. Shekhinah, right? In many ways, we now think that Shekhinah, the feminine aspect of God, is the Jewish response to the rise of the Marian veneration. Anything you can do, we can do better. You got the Mother of God, we got the feminine God, right? This is the kind of theological one-upmanship maybe we'll see and the development of Kabbalah. There on the left, you can see Alfonso X. I actually have a coin. I collect medieval coins because I have to have every conceivable dorky hobby that one can have. And I actually have a silver dinar of Alfonso X. You can even see in his minting that he's really picky about his minting. His minting is especially beautiful in a way that previous and after their minting, Spanish minting is notoriously bad. But Alfonso X really wanted to have beautiful coins minted, and you can see that in his mints. He's an eye to detail. All right. So, what are the kind of core philosophical problems that are going to intervene in the rise of Kabbalah? Because one of the things I always like to point out to people is that mysticism and rationalism are never really opposed in history until now. It's only in the aftermath of the 18th century that we really oppose the mystical and the rational. You don't see that in the Middle Ages. You don't see it in the late classical period. It's a really modern thing in many ways. So what we get, right, is an attempt to solve a group of philosophical problems. And when we say philosophical, what we really might say is theosophical. They're philosophical problems that heavily overlap with theology. So it's not quite philosophy, it's not quite theology, it's something in between. Because there was already a developed Jewish theology, and there was already developed Jewish philosophy, Maimonides, Sadigaon, right? And there was the traditional visions of God that had been inherited from the Talmud. Well, this isn't either one of them. This is something in between, sort of a cutting-edge kind of thing. So the question became this. This is basically a Neoplatonic question for folks who know a bit about the history of philosophy. And I say it's a Neoplatonic question because Neoplatonism is now moving into Europe via the Islamic context for the first time. And that question is this. And it's a pretty basic question that is probably unanswerable. We have an infinite God. Because no one wants a finite God, right? You don't want a God who doesn't know stuff. You ask God, hey, what's the derivative of this? God's like, You don't want a God who doesn't know calculus. You want a completely transcendent God that is all-knowing, all-powerful, all-wise, all-good, all the things. Right? You want this God. Everybody wants that transcendent God. And yet, we ain't transcendent. We're immanent. I don't know everything about calculus. I guarantee you. Right? I don't know everything about the Kabbalah. I don't know everything about most things. 99.999 things I don't know everything about. I don't know anything about anything, probably. This is a basic philosophical problem. How do bridge the gap? Because let's do some basic math. Infinity minus 1 is still infinity. Infinity minus 10 million is still infinity. Infinity minus 12 billion, 11 billion, whatever. You can't subtract enough, right? If you think about trying to pull the infinite towards you by subtraction, you never get to it. And if you try to get to infinity, right, by adding more, a little bit more, you're never going to get there either. Because no matter what you add to a finite number, you'll never get to infinity. How do you bridge the gap? And Neoplatonism is infamous, for trying to solve this problem by adding in what they call hypostases. Hypostases is just a complicated word for things that are in between. They're things that are in the middle. They're states in the middle. And so you can see that these go from really complicated, right? So this is the most simple one here on the far left. This is the system of Plotinus, the very famous Greek Roman philosopher from the 3rd century. And then by the time we get to the Orphic philosophies, right, this very small image, you can see how very complicated this has gotten. Now, right, these are just intermediaries between us and God, between the one and the simple. Now, if you look at this image, right, or this image, and this image, I bet you can already see where we're going. If you've ever seen an image of the Sephirot, the tree of life, right? You see how these look the same? They're starting to look similar. It's because Kabbalists are going to solve the problem in a really similar way. All right. Again, we have to end this weird modern idea that mysticism and rationality, mysticism and philosophy can't play together. They've always played together until recently. And this is a great example where they clearly played together. Now, Kabbalah wants to, like I say, have its cake and eat it too. They want to maintain that God is, in fact, infinitely transcendent. They want to maintain that. And they want to maintain that God is immanent. God is the God of the Hebrew Bible that walks around in the cool of the evening in the Garden of Eden. They want to maintain God's radical transcendence and God's radical immanence. They want to have both. Because they have to have both. Because if God showed up to some guy and gave him a bunch of rules, God is immanent to this world. And also, if God is responsible for being, God must transcend being, because being can't come from being must come from something else. And so God must also be beyond being. And how Kabbalah is going to solve this is by introducing 3 concepts that I bet anyone here who's studied any Kabbalah already has heard of. But you may not know why they're there, right? If they're there because they solve these 3 philosophical problems. Now, solve them is a strong word, but the mind of the Kabbalists, they solve this. The first is the concept of Ein Sof. This is the infinite hidden God. This is the God beyond all being. Ein Sof just means the infinite, right? It's just the God beyond all being. This is the God that is transcendent, that is unknowable, that is beyond everything that you could ever imagine, and is beyond all linguistic predication. But you can't end there. God has to get to here. How does God get to here? God emanates out of that vast, infinite, beyond being, that vast nothingness, no thingness, right? God is no thing. God has to begin to enumerate. God has to begin to emanate out of God's self. And how does God emanate out of God's self? Well, God emanates out of God's self in 10 Sephirot. And those Sephirot are the emanations cascading out of the Godhead, out of the infinite nothingness of the Godhead, something. And bit by bit, a ladder is built, reaching down into being. And the very last rung of that ladder is God's presence, Shekhinah, the feminine aspect of God, right? God pours out God's presence. And as God pours out God's presence, that in the shelter of that presence, right, is the immanent reality of God in this world. And in some sense, is this world. That's that final one, this world. So the solution to this problem, the gap between the infinite and the finite, this Neoplatonic problem, Kabbalah is a very, 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 very complicated way of solving that problem using these three philosophical devices. Ein Sof, the Sphirot, Shekhinah. Now we're going to greatly complicate that story as we get into this, right? But my argument is that if you want to boil it down to the basic problems, the gap between the finite and the infinite, and the basic solution are these three things. Now, when I say basic, not basic at all, and also when we get into Kabbalah, as we'll see, it gets much more complicated, right? It's going to get much more complicated. Let's talk about some of the early groups of Kabbalists at this time. The earliest one we can talk about, right? We may need to stretch this lecture until next time. That may have to happen. So we're actually kind of going kind of slow. We'll make what time we have, and if we have to pick up next time where we leave off, we'll pick up what we like to pick up next time. The earliest school of Kabbalah that we can recognize as such is what we would call the Iyun circle, the speculation circle. This circle of folks existed somewhere either in southern Spain, although more recent scholarship puts them, or southern France, although more recent scholarship puts them in Spain. And this group of folks seem to have been a very small group of rabbinical elites focusing on these kinds of problems. For them, they also posit the idea that there's some kind of ladder gapping the infinite and the finite. And for them, however, that ladder is actually 13 separate. And what they do is they say that there are 10 separate, but the 10th separate contains 3 additional spherot, right? So they think that there are 13. Now, you might be asking, why 13? Well, because they're trying to solve another problem, and that other problem is that there seem to be 13 attributes of the mercy of God in the rabbinical literature, and they think that it's much more logical for there to be 13 attributes of God rather than 10, so they kind of roll the last 3 into the final one, kind of nest it in there. Now, that idea of nesting emanations within emanations, right? That's going to go absolutely bonkers in a couple hundred years, where you have nested Sephiroth inside nested Sephiroth inside nested Sephiroth. It's going out of control. Their metaphorical language, what really makes the Iyun circle really important, is that a lot of their symbolic language, like the language of light, flames, lights of fragrances, right? That when you smell a beautiful rose, right, it doesn't take anything away from the rose. Now, strictly speaking, I guess it does, but they didn't know that, right? But the idea is that when you smell in the rose still stays the same, even though you get the fragrance. And so, in some ways, you can think about that the rose emitting fragrance is an image for the emanations of God in the world. In fact, this idea survived. If you've ever read the 13-petal rose, the idea that the fragrance is given off by the flower that is God, which, by the way, is a feminine symbol, right? Flower and the vulva are almost always connected together in medieval poetry. Already beginning to get this sort of queering aspect of the nature of the Godhead, where God is feminine and male at the same time, both an active force, right, but also a passive force. That humans are the ones smelling, but God is giving off the odor. So again, you get this idea of this gender bending stuff is already beginning to happen. The image of the overflowing fountain, it's very clear that they're actually looking at medieval fountains and imagining these cascading fountains in the Middle Ages in Spain as kind of like what God is like. So you can actually look at these medieval fountains, which I've actually gone to Spain and seen some of these medieval fountains in Castile, and they're still there from this time period. And you're like, oh wow, that's what they were seeing when they thought of the Sephiroth, right? And sometimes they imagine the sun going down, and they can see the sun coming through the light of the water, and that image to them is very powerful of how the universe, how the cosmos functions. They're also very keenly interested in the sacred Yetzirah. They do write some commentaries involving the creation of the golem, and they're very interested philosophically in how creation began and it persists. About 32 very brief works of the Iyun circle, the earliest circle of Kabbalists there, probably in Spain, survived. Although some of their works are only a page long. The most famous work they produced was a text called The Fountain of Wisdom, and The Fountain of Wisdom goes on to be reprinted well beyond the survival of the Iyun circle. There is a book, I'll give a reference at the end. If you want to read basically the major works that have come down to us from the Iyun circle, I'll give you a book that you can check out if you want to read some of their works. So many of them have been translated. Some of them have been translated. The other major group here is going to be the Provence Circle, and specifically the Provence Circle being led by Isaac the Blind, who is also referred to as Sagi Nahor, which in Aramaic means the one who is full of light. The idea is that while Sagi Nahor couldn't see from birth, he could see from his eyes, but he could see with his soul, and the fact that he was blind was not a disability, it was actually an ability, because Sagi Nahor wasn't deluded like the rest of us. Sagi Nahor could see the inner structure of reality, whereas we just see a bunch of illusions. And so the idea that Sagi Nahor was not blind, he was full of light. So I always like to refer to him as Sagi Nahor rather than Isaac the Blind, rather focused on his ability than him as a disabled person. At any rate, Sagi Nahor arrived in the late part of the 12th century, and he is, so far as we can tell, the first full-time Kabbalist. He wasn't an adjunct Kabbalist. He was a full-time Kabbalist. He was a Kabbalist tenure track. And we can thank him for fixing the amount of the Sephirot. He fixes it to 10. After Sagi Nahor fixes the number of Sephirot to 10, he uses a verse in the Hebrew Bible from 1 Chronicles 29:11 to fix the number of Sephirot to 10. It never changes after that. Ever. Sagi Nahor basically sets the stage for Kabbalah, at least in terms of delimiting the amount of Sephirot that there are. And what he argues is that the Sefirot actually existed prior to our world. They're a bridge to our world. So God exists in God's utter transcendent state. The Sephirot are a kind of intermundia. They're a world between worlds. And our world is what is connected by the ladder of the Sephirot to the world of the transcendent. So, and this will be a debate, by the way, a lot in Kabbalah, is to what degree do the Sephirot exist in our world or beyond our world, or are they a part of our world? Do they transcend our world? In what world do they exist? Do they exist before or after creation, right? When God said yes before, does that inaugurate the development of the Sephirot, or do they exist prior to that? Sagi Nahor actually argues in a really dramatic and really, ingenious, is another word for it. What he does is to prove this, that the Sephirot existed prior to our world. Sagi Nahor actually goes to the Hebrew Bible, to the book of Genesis, and he describes how the very first chapters of Genesis, the creation story, do not describe the creation of our world. For Sagi Nahor, the Genesis creation story, let there be light, and there was light, and there was lights, and there was a firmament, and all this stuff, for him, that's not our world. That's the world before our world. So the Genesis creation story, the first Genesis creation story, describes the world. In fact, the second one too describes the generation of the post-divine world, the world after God is utterly transcendent, but before our world comes into existence. Now, we're very lucky because our world mirrors that world. And therefore, the Genesis story does double duty. Read on one level, it's the story of how our world came into existence. But read on a deeper level, on a more transcendent level, it's the story of how the eternal world, the world of the Sephirot, came into existence. And so if you know how to read it correctly, according to Sagi Nahor, in this very esoteric way, you can read into the Genesis story the preternatural coming into being of the world. And his commentary is, to my mind, the first commentary to do exactly that. Now, the Sefer Zohar, which we'll get to beginning next week, spends hundreds of pages on that. So again, Sagi Nahor sets the stage for what's going to become the huge unfolding of the world of the Zohar and the world of the Kabbalah proper. Now, as you might imagine, Sagi Nahor also prohibited teaching these ideas to the public, even prohibited writing them down. He had a famous quote that he sent to some of his students over in Castile, where he said, and the lines in Provence, he said, look, he said, a book concealed in a cupboard isn't. If you lock a book in a cupboard, it's not concealed. It's going to get out, right? And so he says, if you write this stuff down, right? He says a candle concealed in a cupboard isn't concealed. Why? You see the light shining at it. If you try to conceal a candle in a cupboard, see if someone's going to see it. Well, if you try to conceal this stuff in books, it's not going to work. Why? People are going to find the books. People are going to publish the books. They're going to copy them. And so he's the first person to actively forbid the writing down of Kabbalistic ideas. And it was for a very brief time successful. Let me focus on the phrase very brief, right? Very brief. Because as soon as it gets over the border to Spain and Girona, the brothers, the Kabbalists over in Girona, immediately began disseminating this material. And what ended up happening is they further disseminated it, and they further write it down, and they began to disseminate it. You can see here, this is an image of the Girona synagogue, which is still there in Girona. I've been there. It's very weird to walk around in the old Jewish sections of Girona, knowing that Kabbalah was basically birthed there. It feels like the walls are seeping with Kabbalah at some level, and trauma, considering how many Jews were evicted from those areas. Rabbi Azrael, one of the of Saginaw-Hor's students, systematizes the Sephirot for the first time. And not only does he systematize the Sephirot, he systematizes the very earliest doctrines about the Sephirot into what is basically a Kabbalistic catechism. When I say catechism, I mean catechism. Question, answer, question, answer, question, answer, catechism. Again, Catholics and Jews, they're kind of talking to each other. And Catholics, about that catechism life, well, right, many Jews look to scholastic literature with its question and answer structure, and they copied it. And Rabbi Azrael is one of the first to really systematize, for the first time, Kabbalah, in many ways produces the first systematic account of how Ein Sof gives rise to the Sephirot, and how the Sephirot gives rise to our world. So it's something like an early Kabbalistic catechism. It's a really fantastic little text. Also, one of Rabbi Azrael's students is Nachmanides, who you probably know as the Ramban, right? Ramban. Nachmanides is one of the most famous Bible commentators in the entire Middle Ages, and he's famous for pointing out mystical parts of the Hebrew Bible in his commentaries. Now, his commentary itself isn't overtly mystical, but he always says, right, if you know, you know. And he always points to these very clear instances, right, where there's a Kabbalistic thing happening. Here's the thing, here's the thing. There are these signposts in his commentaries telling, right, that there's a Kabbalistic thing that's a secret here. And in many ways, Nachmanides' commentary is very mystically imbued commentary on the Hebrew Bible, goes to great lengths to making the Kabbalah more mainstream. And we're going to see this to be an issue, right? Kabbalah has always had a PR problem. It's always been the case that it's been very alluring, but rabbis have always been pretty skeptical of it for many years. And Nachmanides, one of the main things he does is he legitimates a lot of Kabbalistic ideas by including them in what was taken to be one of the most definitive Bible commentaries ever written. So sometimes you don't have to innovate a thing, sometimes you can just legitimate a thing. And by including it, by legitimating it, by the way, we've already seen that happen with Sefer Yetzirah, right? Sefer Yetzirah basically became part of the Jewish canon because very famous Jews like Barzillai, Shabbatai Dolo, and the Sadia Gaon all wrote commentaries on it. Well, if they wrote commentaries on it, it must be good. It must be true. Well, ditto, if Nachmanides has written, right, if you understand this, right, al-derech, al-pri derech, right, if you understand this, right, al-pri derech emet, according to the way of truth, then it must be some Kabbalistic thing that must be important. Also, Jacob and Sheshet is important here as well. He's basically a moralizer, right? He writes very moralizing treatises, and those moralizing treatises go a great deal the way of developing a Kabbalistic moral system, which we'll get into. And also, he leads an attack on how Moses Maimonides interprets the throne of God. This is very important, right? Because one of the things the Kabbalists are going to want to do is maintain earlier forms of mysticism, like Merkabah mysticism. Remember, it ultimately results with one being able to witness the throne of God. And part of what Yaakov Sheshet wants to do is maintain a very traditional, mystical understanding of the throne of God, as opposed to Maimonides' very metaphorical and symbolic and non-literal, maybe more rational of God. Last one, folks, as we start to wrap up for this evening. We're now moving over to Castile, right, into northern central Spain. And again, the drama of the Kabbalah is playing itself out in southern France, Spain, over here now to Castile. The Castile circle really focused in on two brothers, the Coen brothers, which I know you're now thinking the Coen brothers, like they make movies, not them. The Coen brothers in Castile, and they both claim to have found hidden lost books. Now, these hidden lost books they claim to have found, typically we look at those claims in history with a lot of skepticism. But they might have been lying. Scholars think that they may have access to some relatively unusual books from maybe late antiquity, maybe a little later, but there's reason to believe that some of the things they were looking at weren't completely made up out of their heads. And what we get in Rabbi Jacob is a very interesting interpretation, a very esoteric interpretation of the Hebrew letters. That idea of an esoteric interpretation of the Hebrew letters we've already seen in the Sefer Bahir. We get another version of it here in Rabbi Jacob. And in Rabbi Isaac, we get perhaps one of the most shocking books, I think the most top 3 shocking books ever written in Judaism. This is a book called The Treatise of the Emanation of the Left-Hand Side. And what Rabbi Isaac argues is that flowing down the left-hand side of the emanation structure of the divine is evil. That evil is a quintessential aspect of the development of God, that the Sephirot have an inherently evil concept that could not have been, right? Now, this is very important, because traditionally in Judaism and in Christianity and in Islam, evil has typically been imagined to be a privation. Just like cold is the privation of heat, or darkness is the privation of light, many theologians argue that darkness, evil, doesn't exist on its own. The Coen brothers, specifically in this tractate on the treatise on the emanation left-hand side, argues, no, evil is part and parcel of the structure of reality. It could not have been otherwise. And further, God did try to constrain it, and it didn't work. God tried to constrain it 3 different times. Every time it reared back into horrifying reality. And by the 3rd time, what ends up happening is there's an entire alternate Sephirot system on the back side of the Sephirot system that's evil. So imagine the divine system, right, with like all the little dots of the Sephirot. Well, imagine they have an inverse version. That inverse version is evil, right? Now the first 3 are destroyed. God destroys them, but the rest remain. And the last 7 that remain are demonic forces that still haunt our reality. And those demonic forces are part and parcel of the necessary structure of reality. So this is where evil is actually primordial. Evil existed before creation itself, and it will be here until creation is destroyed. This idea, right, the idea that evil is primeval, seems to have really been influential in the development of early Kabbalah, and the idea that evil is fundamental to reality is going to go directly into the Zohar. So what's going to end up happening is this evil is going to be here basically until the Messiah comes, and this world is completely transformed and purged of that evil. So insofar as it is a reality, that reality is penetrated, inherently, logically penetrated. Now, the idea, right, is that we can resist that evil by doing the mitzvot. This idea coming from the treatise of emanation left-hand side says when you do the law of God, when you follow the Torah, you're not just following the rules of God. What you're actually doing is metaphysical warfare against evil. So when you observe Sabbath, when you lay tefillin, when you give money to the poor, you're not just doing a mitzvah. You're engaged in a titanic battle of good versus evil, where the goodness pushes back against the demonic forces of evil. And by pushing back the demonic forces of evil, it creates a kind of gap, and into that gap, Messiah will come. And so the idea is that you have to do this. And the Talmud's also pretty clear about this. Messiah only comes in two circumstances: when a generation deserves it because of their righteous deeds, or when the world is so evil that only the Messiah can fix it. And so the idea here is you must do the work of creating a gap through righteousness in the forces of evil so that Messiah can come through, wipe it all out. So the trees on the emanation on the left-hand side, and we're going to see this when we get into the Zohar next week, is decisively important in the development of the Kabbalistic conception of evil, which is not anything like Maimonides. It's nothing like St. Augustine. It's nothing like the proponents of al-Ashari in the Islamic tradition. This is a rigorous idea that evil is real, it is part of reality, and it must be actively resisted. Again, look at some Christian theologians in the Middle Ages to see also their focus on evil. Right? You can even see the art of the Middle Ages, right? Where, have you ever seen the art of the crucifixion, right? You can see that around the time of the early Middle Ages, Jesus is hanging on the cross looking very serene. But by the High Middle Ages, he's bloated, green, he's dangling almost at a Y shape. His body is frail and broken. Evil becomes a huge conception in the 13th century in Spain. We can see those ideas beginning to leak into the Jewish sphere with the treatise and emanation on the left-hand side. It's in this circumstance, folks, as we start to wrap up this evening of some questions, I'm sorry, went a little bit longer than normal. It's in this circumstance that we meet Moshe de Leon, right? In Castile, in the middle of the 13th century. And it is around Moshe de Leon that a book called the Sefer Zohar was composed. And if you know anything about Zohar, anything about Kabbalah, this is the central text of Jewish mysticism, the Sefer Zohar. And I will say, in many ways, it's the last text to gain universal recognition by all of the world's Jews as scripture. Say that once more before we end for tonight. The Sefer Zohar, the book of the Zohar, is the last text to gain universal recognition from Jews in Yemen, Jews in Spain, Jews in Northern Europe, Jews in North Africa, Jews in North America and South America, Jews in the Caribbean. All of world Jewry came to accept the authority of the Sefer Zohar, and it is the last Jewish scripture to become a Jewish scripture in many ways. The only Jews who really rejected it were 19th century Reformers. They rejected it. Right? So they decanonized it. Prior to that, there was no Jewish group, no Jewish community that didn't think at some level the Sefer Zohar was a piece of scripture. I argue we got to reclaim it as scripture. Liberal Jews, right? We got to reclaim it because I think it's one of the most amazing documents ever written in the history of spirituality. It's an amazing document. We should reclaim it, and we should reclaim it because of what it does with gender. We should reclaim it because of what it does with language. It's a postmodern text in many ways. We should do it for what it does to all the amazing things in theology. We should reclaim it because it's ours, and it should not be the unique purview of the Haredi world to claim it as theirs. I think the Zohar should be claimed as part of our scriptures too. And so we'll get to it starting next time. Just some text here on early Kabbalah if you're interested. The Joseph Don book, early Kabbalah, I will say is pound for pound single best book of Kabbalah, early Kabbalah you can get. The early Kabbalah, that's pretty aptly titled. He covers a lot of the stuff. The treatise on the emanation, the treatise on the emanation left hand side is also in the early Kabbalah. There's a really great book he has on the unique cherub circle, the guys that invented Hatzalah, emanation. He has a whole book on them, really fascinating. You'll need to ILL that one, it's a little expensive. If you want to read about the Yun Circle, earliest group of Kabbalists, Vernon has a really great book on them. The entire text of the Sefer Bahir is reproduced by Kaplan, although I will say that my caveat with Kaplan is that Kaplan is a practicing Lurianic Kabbalist. We'll get to Lurianic Kabbalah in a few weeks. And he kind of reads back into literature like Sefer Yetzirah and Sefer Bahir, later Lurianic conceptions, which distort them a little bit, but still a good text and still a good translation nonetheless. And I reproduced the cherub circle down there. It's just not. All right, next week, folks, we get to the big one. We're going to spend an entire session on the Sefer Zohar. I could do an entire class on the Sefer Zohar, and easily do an entire class. I could spend the rest of my life studying the Sefer Zohar. But we're going to spend an entire class on it. I'm going to do my very best to get you oriented to it, so that you can feel confident, at least beginning to get into some of the sections, because it is an intimidating text. And I'll admit, it's the single most intimidating text I know of. Like Hegel, Fisher-Price, compared to the Sefer Zohar, right? Like just, phenomenology of spirit, it's like training wheels. So that's it, folks. Sefer Zohar next week. Welcome back, and thank you for joining me as I explore the garden that is Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. Again, if you'd like to support my work of providing accessible, free, and scholarly content on topics like Kabbalah, alchemy, and the occult, along with magic, hermetic philosophy, consider supporting my work on Patreon, or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below. Until next time, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and thank you for watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history.
That it won't be attacked again. The mission to recover the airmen shot down in Iran by one more than military force, the CIA, CIA Director John Radcliffe says the agency used threat intelligence to assist.
In addition, the development of technical assets employed by the president to find our airmen, the CIA executed a deception to confuse the Iranians who were desperately hunting for our airmen.
The deception effort was paired with electronic jamming and strikes on roads to help protect the rescue. The Artemis 2 mission has started its flyby. This has been for the last several hours. You can see the crew travel behind the dark side of the moon. Earlier, the crew broke Apollo 13's record for the furthest distance traveled around Earth in 5 minutes. President Trump has endorsed former Fox News host Steve Hilton, governor of California.
Bianco's campaign is current sheriff of Riverside County. California Republicans have hoped that a large field of Democrats would divide the vote so much that two Republican candidates would emerge in the state's jumbo primary. Trump's endorsement of Bianco is unlikely to garner enough votes to compete as the second highest vote getter in the field. Michael Castle, KFI News.
Steve Hilton will be on the John today. John Cobell at 5 o'clock. If you're flying out of the Hollywood remainder, officials say you should get there 2 hours earlier than normal. It has nothing to do with long TSA lines caused by a partial government shutdown, but it's due to construction. The work that starts today will close one lane of southbound Hollywood Way near Norton. Sidewalk and bike lane on the west side of Hollywood Way will also be closed. The airport's encouraging drivers to use the Empire Avenue entrance as an alternate, or take Thornton Avenue over to the airport from Buena Vista. The construction is expected to cause delays getting in and out of the airport early June. KFI News. Savannah Guthrie has returned to the Today Show for the first time since her mom's disappearance in Arizona. It's been more than 2 months since Nancy Guthrie was taken from her home. Savannah Guthrie posted a message yesterday on her church's YouTube page. My mom believed that we miss out on fully celebrating resurrection if we do not acknowledge the feelings of loss, pain, and yes, death. It is the darkness that makes this morning's light so magnificent. Guthrie acknowledged as a changed person, as it's hard to go forward not knowing what happened to her mother. South High weather, AO5 sunny tomorrow, highs in the upper 70s, Metro LA, the upper 70s, mid 80s, valleys, high 70s, windy for the high means back to the 9/11 and head knows.
That's an eastbound just before Jensen Canyon, where there's a stall that has the left lane off, like it's causing some stopping of traffic from Clear Canyon. And in Sun Valley, the 5 northbound just before Sunlight Boulevard, still looking at a crash there. Right lanes off from Jensen Canyon, right at San Fernando Boulevard. And it looks like a mattress in Long Beach. This is on the 45 southbound. Someone dropped it in the carpool lane. That's just before Pacific. Traffic's back into the 17. Southern California's most accurate traffic reports. Major Marino. It's Prime Sports Time. iHeartRadio has you locked in. Start your day with Fox Sports Radio's Dan Patrick getting you caught up on the biggest stories. Got some interesting scenarios here. Then find your favorite baseball team in the Dino. We're diving the mock draft season with the NFL Daily. Going number 1. From NBA and NHL playoffs to the draft podium, we've got you covered in the iHeartRadio app. Search sports and listen now. You wanted to be a teacher when you were little, but you grew up and things changed. Well, it's time to put them back on yours. Innovative things are happening in teaching today, and you can be more.
Make more. Teach. Visit teach.org. Brought to you by Teach Media Team. From the producers who brought you Princess of the South, comes A Setup, a new romantic comedy podcast starring Mark Ian and Christian Navarro. The Setup follows one man's search for love in the Big Apple. The Big Apple actually got hit with this way even nausea, and then my heart started beating like so bad. Only musically curator, his true love, art, his biggest fear, and everything. When the perfect man walks into his life, so he actually is too good to be true.
This is Colin of Connie.
People love this place, they'll have to get close.
This guy's drinking beer next to me. She's walking the dudes.
When you're dating a con man, how do you know if it's true love? Listen to The Setup. It's on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now. iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
Almost every drug investigation in America has been blood confidential. People with their own drugs see a path forward by telling someone else. The CI system is based on blind trust. It can have deadly consequences. I'm Dugan Arnett, investigative reporter for Boston Globe Spotlight TV. And I'm going to bring you inside the secret with a story of one city at the forefront of America's growth.
Cause a big given anything, okay? Big lie.
Raunchy, slamming up. I don't want to go to This is Spotlight, Snitch City, an investigative series from the Boston Globe.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now. iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this. Ever wondered what you had this blind date? Why is my cat not here? I don't even see eating my lunch.
We'll use this legislation in order to enhance your cognitive control.
Inside, platforms will be a consequence of the way that we understand language. We have asked this thing to be a original podcast and science. Join me for each channel is technical questions you've always wanted to know the answer to. Animals, space, race, and bodies. Give yourself permission to be a scientist. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now. Welcome. My name is Rabbi, a medium and the host of the Ghost Therapy podcast, where it's not just about connecting with deceased loved ones. It's about learning through them and their perspective. Listen to the Ghost Therapy podcast on the iHeartRadio app.
Saving energy saves you money. Whether you switch to Energy Star light bulbs, install Energy Star appliances, or On demand anytime via iHeartRadio app. Follow us on the socials at Most. We are fixing the crisis in Los Angeles by telling you it's not working. Everything turns out. It's not a simple solution. Can we agree on that? That there is no one size fits all in order to fix the homelessness? Oftentimes we talk about homelessness. When I talk about homelessness, they were growing and I'm screaming. Some things like that. In my opinion, those people are too far along. They're the ones that are going to need the first institutionalization. Sure. I mean, there's going to be a due process for all that. But yeah, now no due process. Not anymore. I think there has to be a due process for it. But that said, I don't think everyone who's on the street needs forced institutionalization without due process. They're a danger. But it has to be determined that they're a danger. And that's what the bar to determine that. You just want me to I see someone coming in and I did take a picture of a crowing rooster outside my apartment, and I sent it to you in text message on Saturday. And this was, I often wonder to did, because a lot of these folks that are so far gone down the street, they have walking cans of the zombies on that show. If you watch the popular zombies, they also sound like sort of just that. And that's what was happening outside my window in a parking lot that I'm parking. And that's somebody who, one, did not miss last night's wedding. This is not an economics issue for their time. And two, will never live in a home by himself. And three, if you went up to him and said, hi, I'd like to take you down to this mental health ward, would you like to come with me? What do you think his response is going to be? Well, can I contact your next of kin to get some more information about your situation? Sure. No, I'm sorry. You gotta go. No, and this is why I was really super interested in it was a highlight that was going on here. A lot of times they had early years, $3 million for separation of the street, so they're highlighting this guy, Jonathan Flores, and maybe he had one of her shelters, and he ended up getting kicked out because he didn't follow the rules. He refused to follow the rules where you can't have visitors. So the first time he gets caught, maybe you can't have visitors. Second time he gets caught, you can't have visitors. This is your last warning. Third time he gets caught, and they kick him out. He's like, man, he really was basically from Paisley Bears, who lives in an RVs in the San Fernando Mountains. The pools are down. They treat houseless people like a child. They can't have to, don't they? Yeah, they take you being provided housing without having to pay for it. And if that's the rule, it's keeping indoors free. Absolutely. So at what point, we keep talking about cutting funding because we're tired of throwing that money on the bed. What is funny is that we can nothing about it. So now President Trump is saying, you know what? The government help with the homeless buildings. And there are a lot of people who are going, wait a minute, if you cut the things like rental assistance, then you're basically blowing up a really important part of the funding to try to keep homelessness off the street. But I guess the flip side of that is people kind of work away from money. Well, think about how bad the homeless services authority's financial situation has to be for it to get the attention of the President of the United States. And it was basically named by President Trump himself in his 2027 budget, which singles out Gaza as a cautionary tale about democratic mismanagement. This is an example of budgets to financial cuts to homeless or something like that. So the failures of Gaza could have a trickle-down impact on this programs all across the country because if you're creating a budget to provide federal dollars to homeless programs across the country, right, and you're looking at what's happening to this large agency in the city of Los Angeles, you think, oh, that's probably happening everywhere. Yeah, and maybe it is to some degree, and even in certain states, you saw in some Houston, Dallas, Los Angeles, absolutely regardless of whether the states are red or blue, there are homeless people who are living there in services that are offered to assist that. It is the destructive in California that has led to this They're just giving too much food to people and make it so unpleasant to live. So let's talk about velocity for a second. One of the criticisms is that basically the same issue that the counties have lost, the cities have lost, which is why the counties basically said, forget it, we're going to do our own thing. Imagine if Lhasa had clean waters. Imagine if we saw some waters. Imagine if Kiribati weren't killing people just look around. Of course it's getting better. Of course it's not getting better. As we can see, it's getting better. The president would go to back and say, let's have it fun. He would have to acknowledge that it's working. There are no outcomes that we can point to and say, yes, that was money well spent. So why, for the president, obviously it's going to make some political times. Why would you keep throwing money at Los Angeles, the county, the city, the region? Why would you continue to do that when the outcomes are so certain? And if you were somebody who builds these systems, you would find yourself crying like a loser. People just need to have compassion. The system just needs more money. Just say, just one more little time. Just say, just small things. One more press conference. Everything's going to be okay. How much patience are we supposed to have? I got nothing. All I'm going to tell you is still pressing you to ignore the outcomes. Next on Monks and Barrel. After this update, get Mark and on 24.
Here is the latest. President Trump has a warning for Iran as his latest mission is swinging around the dark side of the moon this afternoon. About the hour from the Omaha Weather Center. Odu, the only business software you need. Sunny tomorrow, highs over 60s and 80s. This report brought to you by Anthem Blue Cross. From your Toyota dealers, projects that are remaking easy. Crash on the 605 in Santa Fe Springs.
That's heading northbound just before Telegraph Road. It's taking up the left lane. You'll see a heavy riders cut away from the 105. And if you're driving on the 91A near High Hills, it's eastbound just before Gypsy Canyon. Still looking at a stall that's stuck in the left lane. That's slowing you down from above the canyon. And the 15 northbound looking slow as you approach the 215. Heading into the Cajon Pass is going to stay that way until you get to about Leghorn Road. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Pedro Marino. April is Prime Sports Time. iHeartRadio has you locked in. Start your day with Fox Sports Radio's Dan Patrick getting you caught up on the biggest stories. Schedule interesting scenarios here. And find your favorite baseball team in the Diamond Rays. We're diving the mock draft season with NFL Daily. Who is going number one? Who do you have at number two? From NBA and NHL playoffs to the draft movie, we've got you covered in the iHeartRadio app. Search sports and listen now. The free iHeartRadio app is number one for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
On July 24th, 2016, 23-year-old Kaylee Sawyer vanished from her small Oregon town. But the story of who killed her and how takes wild twists and turns. A second woman kidnapped. A dramatic carjacking. A high-speed police chase and a murderous, disturbing urge to kill. It just happens to be that somebody can just take someone's life. Just leave the person there. Urge to Kill, a new podcast from KGW News and Vault Studios.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. Number one for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one.
Dan Levy says there's no path forward for Schitt's Creek reunion. In an interview with CBS's Anthony Mason, he revisited the small Canadian town where Levy says the cast spent at least 1 month every year filming the award-winning sitcom that lasted 6 seasons. Levy says being back in the town brought back unexpected emotions. He said he wouldn't be able to bring back the show after the death of his
man who played younger brother Dewey will not be making a return, and has instead been recast Down Counselor Guard. Life Still Unfair is set to grace the screens of Hulu and Disney Plus subscribers on April 10. Actress Tori Spelling and 7 children are recovering after a two-car crash in Temecula. The Riverside County Sheriff's Department confirms the crash happened late Thursday afternoon. Spelling's corporate kids and their friends were taken to the hospital and treated for minor injuries. Amy suffered cuts and bruises. Spelling, a former star of Beverly Hills 90210, has 5 children. No one was arrested after the crash. That's entertainment. I'm Natalie McFury. iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this. Welcome to Rabbi in London. Every week, I'll sit down with fascinating guests. You'll learn it wasn't nearly as bad as what I could see. A real conversation. Straight up, great, strong wrestle. So rumors get started. I mean, when you were with my friend, this is a window into my world. Stories that listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
Something I have no idea. I was listening to what we're talking about. He wants to know problem, job. Let's do your apartment. You don't leave it in the day. 20 hours a week and you keep going. That's why all these people are now. Because there is no option to do that daily. You know, work for a person with lack of skills. They're never going to be able to get a job anymore. Every single one of them. I hear you. I disagree. I also hear you. I also disagree. So, not entirely. Let me lay out my disagree. Before we saw the current unemployment rate increase, we've seen much many people on their jobs, there weren't jobs now. Maybe those jobs were paying that much. Like, yeah, but it's too expensive. The jobs are paying much. There were jobs in other cities that aren't as expensive to live. You still had homelessness as an issue. Okay, so those things continue to happen. But I take your idea. The idea is, I think part of the problem we have with people who are doing the inside stuff is they don't have any skill. So, for instance, how many times was I went to this guy?
I haven't got babies.
Howdy, I'll be back in a second. My cat's asking to come in.
Certainly, take your time, Mike.
Yeah, she's a lovely cat, but she's also a nuisance. All right, let me go to the email where we talked about what we're going to talk about. And discussion series, there we go.
Excellent.
All right, so,
Do you mind if I ask a question?
yeah.
Okay, so I know we had previously said that the first session would be like you would give an introduction of who I am, which is absolutely fine, and then we would just name the topics that we would review in the upcoming sessions. Is that still the plan?
Yep.
Okay, excellent. So we won't be going into in depth on life extension technology today. That'll be for next time, right?
No, I think we'll have plenty of time to start because an introduction is very quick. I mean, I'll just talk to you about who you are and what you do, and then we'll introduce the first topic.
Oh, okay.
It's just going to be a very short interview of that.
Absolutely. Okay, so to clarify, we'll do the introduction, and then if you don't mind, I'll just say what we'll do in the upcoming 5 sessions, and then today we'll move into life extension technology. And then I had that list. It'll take me about a minute to read the different topics. We can discuss it, have a discussion or so for a few minutes on each one of them. Whatever one comes to mind is of interest to us. We'll keep it to about 20 minutes, and then that's the session today, correct? Excellent.
That sounds good to me.
And then one last thing, when you introduce me, if it's possible, could you show my YouTube lives like you did last time or 2 times ago, where you type in Rabbi Rothschild into YouTube and you filter by live so people can see all my different live streams?
Okay, hang on. What's your YouTube channel name again?
So it's my name, Rabbi Rothschild, RABBI, space ROTHSCHILD, and then you go to the filter. You remember the filter? It's in the right corner, and then press live. It's the 4th column down, and then you'll see all of them simultaneously.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find the live. Where is that?
Certainly. So there's a filter.
Yeah, I've got the filter, but I can't see the live.
Okay, so then it's the 4th column of the filters.
Oh, there it is. Gotcha. Okay, there we go. Okay, we can do that. You want me to do that right now, or you wait until we start talking?
Once we start talking, once we're recording.
Yeah. Okay. So I'll get going.
Excellent.
Recording in progress.
Well, welcome aboard to the Mike Holt Show, and today my guest is Rabbi Rothschild, and you're in California.
That's correct.
Tell us a little bit about yourself, because you're a very interesting chap.
Thank you so much. Yes, I'm based in California. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. If any of the audience has ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother, it's very similar to that. Every moment of my waking and sleeping life is recorded live on YouTube, and not just one YouTube stream, but multiple, at least 20, generally at any given time, and other streams as well. I multi-stream. In 2017, the Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource. And I have more data archived on the internet than any individual ever, which may make me an influential person someday. And if that happens to anyone listening out there, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already. And I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. Thank you.
Okay, well, look, I'm going to share the screen here and show you a live stream here. So if anybody wants to follow up on the Rabbi, it's YouTube, Rabbi Rothschild, and then in the filters over here, you select live. And that will give you all the live streams going out here. The obvious first question, Rabbi, is what is your affiliation with the Rothschilds, the WEF?
Most certainly. I get this question quite often. We share DNA and we share a surname, but we're not all bankers, and I certainly am not by trade. In addition to being a rabbi, I'm a certified project management professional. I have successfully launched apps on the App Store and Google Play and had contracts with major Fortune 100 organizations, but certainly there are other aspects of the dynasty that I am not as closely related.
Well, that's good to hear. It's a bit like me, and my family name is Holt, and we had a prime minister over here, Harold Holt, who back in the 1960s, who drowned.
Right.
And so people often ask me, oh, are you any relation to Harold? And I always tell them, no, we're from the side of the family that can swim.
That's hilarious.
And actually, that's true. My father was an Olympic swimmer, and I was a champion swimmer.
Oh,
So
wow.
we do swim.
Impressive.
Anyway, let's get back to you because your work is quite intriguing. And I must say, when I first met you, I was astounded at what you're into. So why don't we talk about? We're going to cover 5 major topics here, but why don't you start us off with the first one?
Okay, most certainly. And to anyone out there, if I may just preface, I talk about things on my stream that are of benefit to the world, like ending world hunger through the use of technology, which we'll talk about some of this technology, but just an overview. Things like perhaps uh, greenhouses, floating greenhouses, things like perhaps cloud seeding, things like perhaps even vertical farming, agricultural drones. These are all very advanced ideas that I like to discuss. Additionally, ways to end thirst in the world. I'm part of a project that helps to build wells in developing nations and water towers. And I'd like to continue these types of ideas on a larger scale when I go viral. Additionally, I think a really excellent opportunity is desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land, which I think is very important as well. Now, as for Mike's request, we have a series of 5 sessions upcoming, and today is the first one. We'll be discussing life extension technologies. Additionally, session 2 will be innovation shaping a better planet. Session 3 will be Earth mega projects. Session 4 is humanity beyond Earth, and session 5 is extraterrestrial life. And so, some of the life extension technologies that we have planned for session 1 are things like gene therapy for aging, using genetic modifications to slow, stop, or reverse biological aging processes. CRISPR gene editing, a precise technology for editing DNA sequences within living cells. Things like perhaps stem cell therapy, using stem cells to repair or replace damaged tissues and organs. Things like regenerative medicine, a field focused on restoring or replacing damaged cells, tissues, or organs. Organ regeneration, growing or repairing organs within the body or in labs. Things like 3D bioprinting organs, printing living tissues or organs layer by layer using biological materials. Lab grown replacement organs, organs grown in laboratory conditions for transplantation. Blood plasma exchange therapies, replacing a person's plasma to remove harmful substances to rejuvenate biological systems. Things like perhaps peptide therapies, using short chains of amino acids to influence biological functions like healing or hormone regeneration. Things like human growth hormone therapy, supplementing HGH to promote growth, metabolism, and potential anti aging effects. Testosterone replacement therapy, which is becoming much more common, restoring testosterone levels in individuals with low hormone production. And this is for both men and women. Things like perhaps epigenetic reprogramming, resetting gene expression patterns in a more youthful state without altering DNA sequence. And perhaps another one we might be able to cover is mitochondrial repair therapies, treatments aimed at fixing or improving the function of mitochondria cell energy producers. That's just some of the lists that we have to perhaps review. And with that being said, Mike, what are your initial thoughts?
A lot of those therapies sounds like they have been incorporated into the medbeds. Is that right?
To my knowledge, yes.
So let's start there. What is a medbed? How does it work? And how do we get one? That's the vast question. Tough one.
Certainly. So you're saying medbed, right? And as I understand, let's get the formal definition. MEDBED.
Yep.
All right. So this is a theory, short for medical beds. It may be a realistic technology, but it's also a theory popularized in some different communities since the early 2020s. Believers believe that some of these devices may be able to cure any disease, regenerate limbs, and reverse aging using certain concepts, perhaps using also different types of emerging technology. The theory asserts that these beds may be possessed by certain people within society or groups, and perhaps withheld from the public. While I'm not I'm not positive on who has access to this. Much of this technology is available to the average person. Now, many people may say that the average person perhaps might not be able to afford testosterone replacement therapy or human growth hormone when they're doing what they can to just make ends meet. But these types of technologies are becoming more common and more affordable. Also, things like peptides, certainly some weight loss supplements and other things to perhaps extend human life are starting to be covered by different insurances and may become more common in the future for people. So, with those types of opportunities on the horizon, I think that perhaps these life extension technologies may be more common for your average individual within the next decade or so, and perhaps may increase the average life expectancy for a Western individual from about age 80 today to perhaps maybe age 100, 120, a generation or two from now, which I find to be very exciting.
Well, I plan to live forever, and I think so far so good.
You're doing really well at it. And I think that that is a wonderful mindset to have. And I talk about that a lot, especially on my stream. So I certainly talk about life extension technology, things like oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, cryogenics, nootropics, peptides, cold shock therapy, red light therapy, perhaps ambrosia therapy, or cold shock therapy. But I also talk about I think a really exciting type of technology known as mind uploading technology. And this is with everyone's consent. Consent's really big in my world, and you shouldn't have any technology forced upon you, I feel, if you don't want it. But for those of us who perhaps may want to continue life, like it sounds like Mike wants to, and I do as well, there may be the utilization of a type of technology known as mind uploading technology, where, with your consent, we can scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system, for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But there may be an opportunity in the future, and perhaps not the not so distant future, to be able to have this digital immortality or immortality of a certain kind. So I think this isn't science fiction anymore. It's becoming science fact.
Yes, look, I believe very strongly in technology. I love AI because it's such a great tool, and a lot of people seem to have lost sight of this, that it's just a tool manipulated by human beings, and any good that it does is just as good as any bad that it does, because it's the human operator that does it. But I've made some major changes to my life in my later years. I've started eating a lot healthier. I'm actually on a carnivore diet right now, which is marvelous. It's healing me. And as you can see, how old would you say I am?
25 years old.
Oh, yeah, right. Again. No, I'm 78 years old, and I'm still young, thinking with all my faculties. I'm spry. I'm not as agile as I used to be because I've got 2 titanium knees now, knee joints. But apart from that, I'm in good shape, and even the doctors are telling me, gee, you're in very good shape, Mike. So, I believe that a good, healthy lifestyle is part of this longevity that we can achieve. And, I go to the gym whenever I can. I've got a membership, so no problem there. I was going 3 times a week, but lately I've been very busy, and of course, terrible weather here. So I get there when I can. But I'm also eating well. I'm sleeping well. I'm happy. I've got a happy household here. Wonderful life, and she's a good partner. So I think all of these things factor into helping a man or a woman, for that matter, live longer than normal.
And my wife's family, for instance, I was at the bedside of her 103-year-old grandmother just before she died. Her mother has just reached 95. Or maybe not, yeah, she's 90 something anyway. And she's not getting any younger, none of us are. So, and my family, the same thing. My mother died at 91, my father at 85. But he did look after himself. He had a stupid diet, and he was always angry. And you can't live life happily if you're always angry, and that cut his life short. So I tend not to worry about the things I can't control, and I control the things I can.
That's an excellent philosophy, and especially with some of these emerging technologies, in collaboration with what you're currently doing, the carnivore diet is an excellent, I feel, diet to utilize. It's high protein, generally low carbohydrates. The ketogenic diet is quite similar, which may implement more fats into the diet. But if you're aware, using the carnivore diet or the ketogenic diet, after a few days, sometimes it's called keto flu, there are other names for it, of perhaps withdrawal of carbohydrates, you have more energy than you've ever had in your entire life. And you're spry, just like you're talking. You feel the mental sharpness, and you recognize that you don't get hungry nearly as much as you do when you have a primarily carbohydrate based diet. And you can test your ketogens. You're using little test strips with your urine to ensure that you maintain a ketogenic life within the ketogenic, the proper ketogenic levels. And it's just an incredibly valuable way to live your life. If you haven't had the opportunity to try it, it's worth the exercise to just say, I'm gonna say, for this week, I'm gonna really try to limit my carbohydrate intake. I'm going to focus on proteins and perhaps fats. And you'll find after about 2 to 3 days, you no longer have those hunger pains that you normally will have. You'll no longer have that midday slothiness that many people experience. And as you can see, Mike, who is in his late 70s, is as spry as someone 20 or 30 years younger. I know I've had many conversations with him. He's extremely sharp, and we should all want to be this sharp when we perhaps are of a similar age. And so I think that is certainly an excellent utilization that you have brought into your life. I also think that in conjunction, perhaps in the future, there will be, and these are already being experimented, but not just anti-aging, but also reverse engineering, reverse aging types of pharmaceuticals that may be able to actually add years to an individual's life. We are at the precipice. We are at the brink of something really special, where someone perhaps a generation or two ago might see 80 years old as perhaps the time when they're starting to wind down, when in reality, just based on changing your diet and implementing some of the things that Mike and I have discussed, you're going to add decades to your life. And then perhaps with some of the other technology, may be able to use transhumanism to be able to live forever. And that's what Mike wants, and that's what I want.
Well, the thing is, when I started this diet, little things in my body, I had my liver wasn't functioning properly. I had split nails, fingernails, and after I started the diet, everything healed. The last time I went and got a blood test, the doctor said, "Oh, your kidneys and liver are all in very good shape. I've had my heart checked. That's excellent." So, yeah, I'm in pretty good shape for an old fella, and I'm looking forward to a very long and productive life. I find now, with all this energy, I'm achieving more in my so-called retirement than I did during my business life. And I was a pretty busy boy during my business life. I ran 3 companies.
Wow.
So, yeah.
Well, that's
So I
incredible.
kept,
And
yeah,
anyone who's watching you right now is a witness to that. That very easily you could have several more decades of life, and that's without any type of life extension technology or pharmaceuticals that may be able to reverse age. And Mike, you and I, we both, I feel, live at an extremely exciting time of history where generations ago that they were on the brink of something really special, of being able to perhaps live longer and perhaps indefinitely, but they just fell short. And the opportunity to perhaps be able to live forever is a real is becoming more realistic, I would say. Now, there's one caveat that I would like to say within the idea and the argument of living forever. I think that living forever could potentially be a punishment, and so I don't want anyone to feel punished. I always say, or do my best to say, if you're going to live forever, you should be able to live forever within reason. You might get sick of living someday as being a cyborg or a robot or another version of yourself, and you may be sick of it. And so I want people to have the freedom that living forever within reason is the key. And if you want to stop all of the regeneration someday, I feel that you should be able to, but I feel that you should also be able to live a very well lived life here on Earth and perhaps be able to explore the stars, as has been perhaps prophesized by previous generations, and be able to basically live all of the dreams that you have wanted to ever live. But at a certain point, you may get bored. And then I feel you should be able to end the life that you wish under your conditions. What are your thoughts on that?
I'd say if I get bored, go look for some new planets.
that's
Anyway,
that's
we're
absolutely true.
running short on time here.
Sure.
So let me just share the screen and we'll talk about, oh, that was the wrong screen. Hang on. There we go. We'll talk about the next session that we're going to do next week, which is innovations shaping a better planet. I think this is going to be a very interesting one. And I look forward to seeing you then.
Absolutely. And for anyone who wants to learn more about my project, feel free to go to my Linktree, linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. You'll find all my links there. I have more social media than perhaps anyone on earth. This is a very academic project as well. I recently was submitted to some major publications for big data and the study of big data. And I really think that anyone who hears this out there, if they know anybody who's interested in the topics that we discussed, tell them about my stream, tell them about our series on these podcasts, because this is going to be really big. This has the opportunity to perhaps be one of the biggest events in global history, the opportunity to see someone's life in its 24/7 24/7 unification, and to be able to follow along with someone's life. It's really something special. So I thank you, Mike, for the opportunity. I look forward to our upcoming series, and thank you to the audience.
Thank you. See you again.
Take care. What is a med bed? All right, you happy? Yeah, dog, that was baller. I forgot to mute this one. That could have been bad. Are you happy? Yeah, it's okay. Are you happy? Yeah. Are you? Yeah, it could have gone a little better. There were times where I struggled finding a word here or there, but overall, it's fun. Really? Yeah, I'd like to watch it. Hopefully, it goes well.
Also, you can use the talkback feature on the iHeartRadio that works just as well. All right, so let's start playing this. CBS News did an investigation. A long story here. There is no price gouging going on by oil companies in California. It was a complete lie. Complete dipshit from that liar's mouth, Gavin Newsom, amplified by the idiots, jackasses in the Assembly and Senate, all Democrats. They have collectively lied and they brainwashed some people. You will see. This will take a little bit to get through. And I want to talk here This is Rabbi coming live from the world famous Comedy Store main room for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Give it up for Tony. It's
Hey! Wow, how exciting is this? I'm here with the great Brian Rabbi. How are you, my friend? Good. Exciting to be here. Good to be back home. Went on the road this weekend for the first time in forever and headlined shows for the first time in 4 months. 4 1-hour-long sets in beautiful Salt Lake City, Utah.
Was it outside or was it inside?
It's inside, socially distanced, nobody getting sick, everybody's healthy out there. You know, a lot of these places where they are sort of more, perceived to be anti-mask, very free people. They don't have as many cases. It's wild out there, and because they're all healthy, they don't wear masks, and so they just stay healthy because there's nothing to catch.
Also, less people, spread out more.
Well, yeah, of course, yes. They're not. It's not Los Angeles or New York City. That is absolutely correct. You are right there. To compare it to us would be absolutely criminal. But I'm excited to be home. I flew in on Sunday, and you want to know the first thing I did when I flew back home? I texted the great Ryan J. Ebelt.
Oh, Ryan J. Ebelt here.
There he is.
Yeah.
There's Ryan J. And
Ebelt.
here it comes. Wait, let's do that one more time. It's Ryan J. Ebelt. Whoa! There he is, everyone that didn't believe he was here. And I came in, I texted Ryan, I said, we're going to have fun on Monday. And then, you know, the next thing I did? I called Vito's Pizza, and I ordered a platter, a giant party platter of baked ziti. And I went, and I played cornhole with some friends, and we ate baked ziti, and we laughed all day long. I'm telling you, you get the party platter of baked ziti from Vito's, and you blow people's minds. It comes with a salad, garlic knots. You like garlic knots?
Definitely, especially when you're playing cornhole.
Exactly. Nothing more fun than garlic knots and cornhole. Some people might be wondering, why baked ziti in 100-degree weather? And I'm telling you, there's no better time. I almost can't wait for it to get cold outside so that I can eat more ziti and be able to rationalize it.
Nice.
Vito's Pizza is the best. They keep us filled up every single Monday here. It's incredible. In fact, tonight joining us, if I can give a little shout out, you know, the great Charlie's always here, but tonight Grace is here, everybody. One of the sweetest souls, always there to greet you at beautiful Vito's Pizza on La Cienega. I love it. Caveman Coffee is a thing. Use the promo code KillTony and get 15% off delicious Caveman Coffee. I like the hibiscus tea.
I just got a new pack from them the other day.
Heck yeah. And life is good. But before we start tonight's extra special show, here's a little bit more from our sponsors. Now more than ever, you really shouldn't put off seeing a doctor when you're not feeling well. And I know that with everything going on, it can be difficult to put your health first. It's really tough to see a doctor nowadays. You don't want to go in there, you don't want to get sick, you may be putting off seeing a doctor because you're too busy with work, kids, life in general. That's why I use PlushCare. They make seeing a doctor so easy. I do it right from home. PlushCare provides virtual doctor appointments through your smartphone or computer. I just pick a time that works for me and book an appointment right online. I don't have to sit on hold forever to make an appointment or leave the house, sit in a crowded waiting room and be exposed to who knows what. You know about this, Red Band.
I think it's great. With PlushCare, I can be diagnosed, treated, and even have a prescription sent to my pharmacy of choice if needed. PlushCare accepts most major insurance carriers and is available in all 50 states. And the doctors care. They're here to help by discussing treatment options and providing prescriptions as needed. And they're available anytime if I have questions. If you need a regular checkup or have questions about mental health, PlushCare doctors are also available to help for that. Schedule any appointment today to discuss your treatment options. You know it's real great. This is one of those things that's super easy and it makes sense. You just go on your phone or your laptop, answer a few questions, and talk to a real doctor. I loved how easy it was.
With PlushCare, I don't put off seeing a doctor, and neither should you. No more excuses. Make your appointment today. Go to plushcare.com/Tony. That's plushcare.com/Tony. plushcare.com/Tony. Hey y'all, today's episode is brought to you by Sheath Underwear. Sheath uses moisture-wicking technology to create underwear that keeps everything breathable and incredibly comfortable for you downstairs. Sheath's smart underwear come in a number of different styles, including a brief with a dual pouch that make your balls feel like they're floating on clouds while you work out or play golf or just walking around somewhere hot. It's like an inverted kangaroo pouch for your Joey that keeps your junk from sticking to your legs. You know about this, Brian.
I love them. I can't go back to normal underwear after having these. Sheath underwear was invented by a soldier while serving in Iraq, where you can imagine balls tend to get very hot. He developed the prototype in Iraq and raised money on Kickstarter to launch Sheath. And now they're right here supporting our show, and we're wearing them right now.
Yeah, they're supporting my balls. Kiss your balls goodbye.
Please support our sponsors because our sponsors keep this show going. Support Sheath and they'll support you where it counts, downstairs.
Bottom line, Sheath creates amazing underwear, and if you don't love them, they have a 100% money-back guarantee off your first pair. Plus, they have an amazing line of underwear for women, too. I'm telling you, I wear my sheets all the time. Wearing them right now. There's proof. You see that logo? That's the Sheath logo. I see red bands, too. We all wear Sheath. They gave us a tester pack of these, and I went to their website, and I bought a bunch myself. Now I only wear Sheath underwear. Sometimes when it's hot, I'll just slide the balls and dick hole right through there. I'll slide my stuff right into the pouches just to let it cool down, and then I'll pull it back. You don't have to leave it in there. There's no prison sentence for your balls, but you can indeed, like I like to say, kiss your balls goodbye. So go get your new favorite pair of underwear by going to sheathunderwear.com. Use the code Tony for 20% off your order. They ship anywhere in the world. Once more, go to sheathunderwear.com. Use the code Tony for 20% off. And we're back! Who's excited to start tonight's show? People in this room. Few people in the room, extremely socially distanced, extremely temperature checked here at the Comedy Store. They go through a rigorous process. And so did tonight's guest. We have one of... What? Oh, someone's mad at temperature checks in the room.
The guest.
We have an amazing guest, everybody. He is one of our favorite guests in the history of the show, one of the most utilized guests in the history of the show, a true brother from another mother, my friend. You know him from all of his hit shows, Workaholics, Riffin' with Griffin. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the great Eric Griffin, everybody. Here we go. Welcome, Eric Griffin. Welcome back, sir. I'm excited to play with you tonight.
Yeah, how you been?
I'm great,
like
man.
7 months.
I know, it's been a long time.
Crazy, right?
That's it.
Oh,
The only time I text you is when I want you to come do the show.
I know. Never hello, how you doing?
Right, I know
You
you're
want to go
good.
to lunch?
I know you're good. I know you're good. Even if you got the Rona, you have like 40 pounds that you could lose. You know what I mean?
Wait, first of all, I'm down 25 pounds.
Yeah. Really? Did you get it already?
Yeah, no,
You got the Rona?
I'm just doing good.
I love it, man. I'm happy for you. I'm excited.
Oh, shit, immediately when I sit down.
Nothing more fun than getting to see you and fist bump those hairy knuckles of yours. Those things
Well,
are.
I miss your Adam's cantaloupe.
Hey,
You know what I
that's
mean?
Excited that you're here, Eric. You've been on the show many a times. We've had so much fun, and we're going to have fun again. I'm sure that what's going on in your life? Anything crazy going on? I love that you've been cooking on Instagram.
Yeah, I'm cooking.
Doing Riffin' with Griffin.
I'm engaged.
Whoa!
Congratulations.
I didn't get her a ring, but I got her a promise card.
A promise card?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Because the kind of rings she wants, I'm like, this is not practical at this particular time.
Right.
She need a car, let's do that. You know,
What kind of car? Is it a used car?
No, it's a nice Buick.
Nothing says I do more than a Buick LeSabre.
Hey, it's an Armcore GX, by the way.
Whoa.
That's the car she wanted. No, don't get mad at me.
I love it. That's what every guy wants in this world, is a woman that'll just settle for a Buick. You know what I mean?
Amen, brother. I got a good one, you know what I mean?
Well, I'm sure that you remember from your numerous appearances on this show that there is a band here on this show, on Kill Tony. Every single episode, they commit to being different characters. Jeremiah is out on this episode, but we have the rest of the best damn band in the land. Let's see who they are tonight. I'm excited about this one. Something in my gut's telling me this is going to be an extra special one. Ladies and gentlemen, here they are, the Kill Tony Band. Jet Ski, Jesse Johnson, Joel Burke, Joel Jimenez, and Chroma Chris. Here we go. Uh-oh. Whoa! Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
This is what coronavirus looks like in real life.
Unbelievable. I heard that song. I thought this makes sense. Firemen this week. And then they come out and they are actual fire. Wow, that is exciting. There's smoke. There have been wildfires here in California all week. Ash falling from the sky. I mean, absolutely incredible times here in California. And I can't believe that we were able to book some actual fire on the show. How are you, Fire?
Good, I'm actually Wildfire.
Oh, that's your name, Wildfire?
Yeah, that's right.
All right. Well, welcome to the show, Wildfire. Good to see you. You've been busy lately, right?
Yeah, I'm actually a big fan of comedy.
Really?
Yeah, I got a good Donald Trump impression.
Oh, can we hear it?
Yeah, you're fired.
Hey! I love it.
Hey! She's been here all week, right?
I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. And then we have this little fire patch over here. What's your name?
Hey guys, my name is Campfire.
Hey! It's the
I really
fire.
enjoy nature and the outdoors.
Yes, you
Feeling the breeze between my flames.
You do. It's a whole fire family here tonight. Very excited about it. And then clearly back here, one of my favorite Street Fighter characters of all time.
Yeah, I reused the wig. All right.
What's your name?
The name's Forrest.
Forrest. Last name Fire, I'm guessing.
Yeah. AKA Diego Fuego.
Wow. And where are you coming in from tonight?
Fucking everywhere, dude.
Awesome. So we have the entire Fire family. We have the great return of Eric Griffin, Red Band and his soundboard, Ryan J. We're all stuffed up on pizza and serotonin. So let's do it. Shall we start tonight's show? All right. Sounds great to me. No better way to start it with all these fire people up here than one of the people that constantly sort of looks like fire. This young man from beautiful Memphis, Tennessee, has taken the show by storm. One of the longest-standing regulars in the history of the show. One of my favorite all-time silly joke writers and performers. I'm excited to see what he's got up his sleeve this week. A real, true artist. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the Big Red Machine, William Montgomery.
Oh, boy.
Here he is.
First off, big fan, Eric. Nice to finally meet you.
Yeah. You don't remember when we met earlier, right?
All right, here he goes. 60 seconds uninterrupted from William Montgomery.
This might be a little longer than 60 seconds. Everybody always says don't mess with cockroaches. They carry diseases. But who's ever gotten sick from cockroaches? Hey, you hear about Anthony? He has cancer. Shit, from smoking? Nah, a cockroach touched his leg when he was chasing it around his bathroom. He has 6 months left to live. I'm not suggesting we keep them as pets, but let's not pretend there's some pharmaceutical company out there trying to find the cure for roach flu. I said that kind of weird. We let dogs sleep in the bed with us while both of us are naked, and yet a roach crawls around the kitchen cabinet, and we contemplate starting a gender reveal fireworks party. You don't think the family dog rolled around in the same shit as the roach? There's a lot more. Dogs and roaches are practically the same. It's just dogs have better lobbyists. Dogs have Sarah McLachlan singing in every commercial. Roaches have a spray. Every roach commercial. Should I finish it?
Keep going, absolutely. I'll listen to an hour on roaches.
Every roach commercial starts out the same. A fat cigar-smoking roach plotting with his other fat roach friends about how they can ruin the value of your home. Then some white man in a cape shows up with the most toxic chemical known to man and just ices the hell out of those degenerate moochers. Meanwhile, roaches are supposed to be the oldest insects known to man or some bullshit. Hell, that's probably made up too by the same people claiming that dogs can tell when humans have a horrible disease. I swear the day a dog walks up to me and says, "Sorry, buddy, you've got MS," I'm going to call bullshit because next he's going to blame it on a roach.
Wow, there he goes, William Montgomery. Wow, look at that. Outside of the wheelhouse a bit, sticking to one subject the entire time, coming in with a guns a-blazing bit that can really kill at a cockroach fundraiser or something like that.
All right.
So let me start off with this question. Are you currently dealing with an infiltration of cockroaches?
I am.
Yes, I had a feeling. Yep. So how many are we talking about? How many do you see on an average day?
200.
Oh, okie dokie. Yeah, that's a serious. Oh, wow. One just crawled out of your sleeve. Okay. I'm just kidding.
Hey, by the way, there's some shorts in the office for William. I
Is
heard.
that true?
Yeah.
Yeah, the guy at the front was pissed.
Zach, can you go grab some shorts from the office? If that's true, we have to make it part of this episode right now. We're going to debut William's new shorts. You've heard of the Emperor's new clothes. This is William's new shorts.
I'm excited.
Are you excited?
I am.
I hope they fit properly. That's my only problem. You are oddly shaped, and we have to figure out how to keep them on you. You have a belt on those things?
Yep.
It's the only way they're staying up.
Oh my god!
Yeah,
you can't even see your belt because your belly blocks the light. Lift up your shirt again. Oh wow! Oh my goodness! Wow. What a debacle!
That belly button is big enough to do.
That thing is.
You just got back. You were in Vegas for a whole week. How
I was.
Yeah, you didn't even tell us about this Vegas trip. You're just like
I did. You got mad last time, so I thought I would keep it under wraps.
Yeah, you really kept it a good secret. Posting it the second you got there on Instagram. That's great.
I want to say, you seem oddly sober.
I know. After the debacle with the podcast, it did get the most views we've had in a long time, which is positive. But it wasn't great.
I wasn't sure if you were still with us.
I heard about this. He had a little.
Oh man, he had a bigger than this, full of vodka. I didn't know till the end, and he just was a hot fucking mess.
Wow.
So to see you right now, I can feel some the haze is off of you right now.
Is there anything you want to say to Eric Griffin, who showed up, who probably drove all the way to Burbank to be part of your show and to support you, and then you went there?
I apologize for sabotaging him.
Wow. Wow, there you go.
For him.
You accept his
Are you going to
apology?
accept my apology?
Oh, look at that.
You think you can just get off that easy?
I do.
Typical alcoholic thinks he can just apologize and
That's
wish
it.
it away. Yeah. Just because he doesn't remember what he did the night before doesn't mean we forgot.
You're still on step 2, buddy.
So, any highlights? Any highlights from this Vegas trip?
I lost $1,000.
How much did you lose?
1,000.
Wow. How much money did you have to your name before that?
Like 1,200.
Wow. So you still have 200 left.
Still got 200.
Was there?
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I just want to know, how's the gambling? What is that like in Vegas right now?
Oh, it's the same. They're taking.
No, but I mean, at the tables. Is there? There's in between plexiglass.
Oh wow!
Yeah. And then a guy like William shows up at your blackjack table, and everybody gets up and moves to a different table.
Because the glass is all foggy and sweaty,
coughing everywhere.
Did you lose that on slots, like the electronic slots?
Yeah, where did you lose the majority of it? Roulette. Yes. What are your numbers on roulette? What do you like to bet on?
I would do red every time and even.
Wow, that is the exact opposite of what I do.
Oh
my
shit!
God,
we got a lot of shorts.
Is this real? Bring him in here.
Yeah,
Bring him on
this is
stage.
real.
Come on, this is Zach Bogus. Bring it up here, Zach.
Oh my god!
Up here, Zach. Up here.
Are those really all shorts?
No way, you're fucking with us,
Is
right?
this uncontaminated?
Wow.
You're gonna ask for $100 from everybody next time.
Oh, well.
Yeah, the guy front got mad.
I'll put in a good word for you. Let's, is this real? Let's start opening them up. Oh my God, it really says William Montgomery. This is hilarious.
Wow. Yeah, are those swim trunks? What are those?
Oh my goodness. Let's open up another one.
That's for when he's fighting for the
Keep
world
opening them up.
championships.
Exactly.
Look at those. My goodness. This is very exciting, William. This guy, for those of you that don't know, maybe this is your first episode watching. Oh, look at this.
Look at that.
Uh-oh. Did someone just escape from a French prison?
Yeah. No, those are I Love Lucy swim shorts.
Uh-oh. Look at this.
Oh.
Miami metrosexual.
Love it.
Oh, my goodness. This is very exciting.
I feel his balls popping out
Redman's
of
so
those
excited. He's pushing the table back. He can't believe he gets to open. Whoa! I
feel like Brian bought those for William.
He's leveraging the table. No, you got it. Just don't use your foot to push off on the table. Okay, here we go. Oh my goodness. More shorts for William. This is, ooh, black and gray camouflage. It's from the David Lucas collection right there. Brothers in cursive. They have the same. Oh, look at that.
But those are David's good shorts.
Look at that. Those are a pair of extra large Tony Hinchcliffe golf shorts right there. Very exciting. Oh, here we go. Whoa, look at those. You know, these will be the only pair that he wears for 6 months for some reason. Uh-oh, look at that.
Yeah.
We have Grandpa with coronavirus shorts there. Whoa, these are classy. Oh my goodness, what are you going to do with those, William? Oh my God, whichever listener did this, you are an absolute fucking legend. Hey, look at this! You can wash your shorts! Wash your shorts! Wash your shorts! This is very exciting, ladies and gentlemen. An entire container of Tide. It has happened. Dreams have come true. William Montgomery's been wearing the same pair of shorts for, what has it been, years?
8 years, probably.
8 years, and now he has many pairs. This is, wow, this is another
Shorts
nice
and
pair.
tie. It's like you just got out of rehab.
Look at that. Charcoal black right there. Look at that. Black shorts matter. Oh, look at these ones. Those might be a little bit big on you. I'm warning you about that pair. Those look a little thick. You might have to give those to your brother in cursive. Whoa!
Oh, look at those. I like
these
those.
ones. William Montgomery. Oh my God, somebody sent 25 pairs of shorts to the Comedy Store. This is exactly what I thought was going to happen.
Hey, can we burn his old shorts?
Oh!
No.
Those shorts. Burn those shorts. Oh my God, William. What do you have to, Zach, can you zoom in on this?
But that's how that gender reveal fire started.
The waist to the head there, that looks great. William, what do you have to say to the person that sent you all these shorts?
Just thank you so much. It seems like it's really going to help me out.
Are you going to wear them?
Oh, yeah, I'll start tomorrow.
You know what? Why don't we start tonight? Why don't you go to the back and put on the put on the blue ones with the sharks and dolphins or whatever that is, and take those things off,
I
and
think
we
we
will.
should put one on in between each person. So
Should we do that? Should we do a little William fashion show? Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect.
There he goes. There he goes. The great William Montgomery, everybody. He's going to start putting on shorts. Yeah, go. All right.
I need improvement.
You ain't lying. You ain't lying. You should have heard the amount of relaxation we had before the show, not having to hear a saxophone being tuned.
And you know what sucks is that the episode that said the short thing, the one after, you asked if we haven't gotten any shorts.
Shit.
And so that means more people are going to send
yeah.
tons of shorts. We might have this going on for a
Oh,
while.
good. Tell Curtis it's because of Tony, and then it'll be allowed magically. Anyway, so I pulled a name out of the bucket. We had a few signups tonight, obviously, in a controlled, temperature-checked environment, and I pulled a name out. Your first comedian getting a 60-second uninterrupted set-in with a fresh and clean, sanitized microphone goes by the name of Stephen Belkowski. Hey, it is Stephen Belkowski. His name Steven Belkowski.
Quarantine's been kind of lonely, so I got a Tinder the other day. My bio is brief. I have Hulu and HBO. I'm looking for a lady with Netflix, Disney Plus, and no gag reflex. I went on my first quarantine date, and with this girl, as soon as we get there, she's like, "Hey, I just figured I should give you a heads up. I'm a pescatarian." It's like, that's cool. I don't really believe in God, but I definitely don't judge. Dating even before quarantine is tough though, because I feel like, all women my age are just looking for like a potential father figure, like someone to raise their kids, and I can't have any kids, it's just, when you're a parent, you got to be able to answer questions on the fly, like yes, no, like if your kid ever comes up to you and is like, "Daddy, have you ever freebased cocaine?" You can't giggle and ask why. Do you have any? I wonder if horses enjoy ketamine as much as I do.
Alright. Steven Belkowski. Alright, why would horses enjoy ketamine? I don't get that one.
You gotta figure it. It's a lot of people say it's a horse tranquilizer. It's not. They use it on cats. They use it in EMTs use it and shit in ambulances. It's dissociative anesthetic, right? So I like to tell people it's an animal tranquilizer, So
right. Do you use it a lot?
Not a lot, but I try not to.
Hold on. Hold the fuck on.
Not a lot.
That sounds like...
I do it like recreationally.
There's a lot of people doing ketamine nowadays. Low amounts of ketamine. I just know some people that have been doing it.
Great.
They're using it for
you've been using it too?
I haven't used it late, but it was fun.
How long ago was that?
I can't say.
Oh my goodness. Wow.
But no, it only lasts like 10, 15 minutes or something like that. But
They're using it for like depression therapy and stuff
right?
too.
Yeah, absolutely. Have you ever suffered from depression?
I don't know. I feel like a lot of, especially like in my age group, I had a lot of. I had a decent childhood. Like nothing traumatic ever really happened to me. But I constantly, growing up, was like, I feel like it would be a lot easier to just jump out the window than do my homework and stuff. So I guess that's kind of what got me on like the drugs and comedy route a little bit. I was like, I don't want other kids that age to have to, experience those thoughts or feelings.
So you had a what you consider a non-traumatizing childhood. Your parents were stayed together the whole time.
Yeah,
Everything. They're still married.
Never molested or beat. Yeah, they're still married.
What does your dad do for work?
So my parents are both retired Air Force colonels.
Air Force colonels. They made you.
Right.
Wow.
So you are a disappointment.
I'm the psychedelic sheep of my family, but I'm also the youngest of 6, so it's
wow.
They cashed out 3 times over before they were like, fuck it.
How about your brothers and sisters? What fields did they get into?
So the 2 oldest brothers both went Air Force.
Wow. Everybody's in the Air Force and you're just getting high all the time.
Well, so it was like the older half was like, Air Force, and then like my sister got her master's, she's now a guidance counselor, and then Air Force again. And then the younger half is like,
she got a master's and then went to the Air Force?
No. She was and then she became like a counselor. She was initially selling like medical shit, but that ended up about her.
Right.
And then my brother David, who's like right above me, he was like this close to becoming a priest. And instead got
Did
married.
he eat to you at Thanksgiving dinner?
That's why I became comedy. That's why I started doing comedy like 5 minutes of undivided time.
Let's go back for a second here. You said that your brother David almost became a priest. Then what happened? He just decided to go straight pedophile?
He decided he wanted to have a family instead.
Yeah, I mean, he's like, fuck putting on this front. I'm just going to go straight for what I want.
He decided to have a family. I guess he figured getting other people's kids would be some stuff.
Wow, what happened? He like leaned over to pick something up and smelled a pussy for the first time. He was like, you know what? I've had a change of heart.
Yeah, I was thinking like just one of those things. Yeah,
I almost became a priest, a savior, a servant of the Lord and Savior.
But he was always like super religious, so he's always going to retreats. I think he just got to college, and then somebody just told him what pussy was like, and he was like, "What? Never mind, I gotta try it."
Yeah, someone's like, "Pussy's better than Jesus, dude." He's like, "All right."
Were your parents super strict though? Like make the bed, but then flip the quarter on it and shit like.
Well, yeah,
do 20 push-ups.
Again, youngest of 6, so by the time it got to me, it was like, make your bed. I was like, I don't want to do it. They're like, just make it. And then, oh man, yeah.
People do that.
Yes, everyone else does it. I do it every single day, and I leave an organized life. Yeah, it makes you feel good every day.
Even I do it. I gotta buy a new bed every day. So it just flames out.
Right, you're fire.
Yes.
Your fire mattresses are very flammable. Yeah, it's good. You really don't make your bed.
I mean, like, I'll put like the blanket back on the bed. You know, but I'm like, unless people are coming over.
You have like a weird setup. You like eat dinner
Well,
in your
it's my
bed and
kitchen
shit.
table,
You have like clothes all over your room.
No.
Your like walls are made out of shelves of clothes
No,
that you
yeah.
never wear.
Yeah, my
Or
t-shirt
t-shirts
my
that
t-shirt
John
collection's out of control for sure.
It's very bizarre. It's time to take a trip to Goodwill.
It's already been done 3 times this year. Wow. Yeah.
Where do you keep getting these shirts from?
People send me shirts, and I make shirts, and I'm constantly buying shirts.
You have the same problem with shirts that William Montgomery has with shorts right now. Should we check in? See, get a
Miss Aquarius.
William, come on out. Come on out here.
Hey, I heard you talking earlier. I heard you. I was just like meditating before the podcast, which I just did and went pretty well. I know, but I heard you. I would just, when you're like in bed and you don't want to get up yet, and you might have something to do, and you're just like, okay. So like literally for like 6 hours straight, every hour on the hour, I set an alarm, and I was like, until I really, really have to get up for this thing, and I did, and it went pretty well. I was caught off guard right away with the question that was asked about a certain type of not well-known theory on medical beds, but I was fortunate that I had my phone right there and I was able to look it up right away and not look bad. So that was good. And aside from that, it was a good 20-minute talk on life extension technology. So that was cool. Yep, and I've got another, I think we said another 5 sessions coming up. So, or another 4 sessions after this one. So that's good. How was your day? Excellent. For the Okay, are we talking for the wedding? Okay. Your cousin's in the wedding too? Oh, okay, cool. Well, that's exciting. Excellent. Good. So that's 19 days, 7 hours, 59 minutes, and 1 second. It's coming down to it, Miss Aquarius. I think this is really cool. So an aspect of this that I really enjoy of streaming my life, I enjoy a lot of it, but one of the things that I like perhaps the most, or one of the things, is being able to track time and people's lives. And we were friends. We've been friends for a while, even before Stacy had been proposed to. And now we have it. We have on the stream, like when you announce, like, "Oh, my friend just got engaged," And then, like that was like, I don't know, in the fall or something, right? Oh, apologies. Okay, so then back in May, and then you went. Oh, I remember. Okay, so then didn't you have a party? There was the uh the engagement party. Wasn't that in the fall? That's right. And so at that, like on the stream, just some cool stuff. So your cousin's okay with doing all the hair? That's good. Excellent. That's a big. That's a big. All right. Yeah. Well, I said, well, that's cool that you that everything seems to be working out with that. Oh, yes. Okay. Okay. So now help me with this. Stacy's the New Orleans Saints fan, right? Okay. That that's excellent. The saying for that is "Who dat?" I believe "Who dat?" They say. Well, excellent. Oh, Mr. Aquarius, I'm glad we got this first podcast done. It is very funny though. It would be like, okay, Mr. Aquarius, we're gonna do a podcast. You and I are gonna do one, and we're gonna talk about mini golf. Or we're gonna talk. I know. It would be like it would be we're going to talk about Play-Doh games. We're going to talk about bowling and mini golf, and perhaps even Uno and Go Fish. Okay, so you're like, all right, I know what we're talking about. And the first question comes out, and they were like, "So, what are your thoughts on the New Orleans Saints?" And you were like, like So fortunately, I was able to look up what he was talking about. I even had to have him spell, or I spelled that. I'm like, so you're saying MEDBED? Yeah, yeah. Okay, all right, yeah. Let's talk about that. And it's very well. I mean, it just happens. You never know what somebody's going to ask in a podcast. They can ask anything, and I don't. I'm as open and honest as I can be in life, and so when he wanted to talk about that, okay, that's fine. And then it would be like, and then we worked that into the conversation. We had no discussion about it previously, and it caught me off guard. I'm not gonna say that it didn't, but it was fine, and I worked out the discussion, and it it uh it went really well. And then I emailed him after. Like whenever I do one of these, I like to just follow up to be like, "Hey, thank you for the opportunity" or whatever, and also make sure that he wasn't like, "That was a dumpster fire. How could you ever want to talk about that or whatever?" And he was like, "No, he'll send it. It's processing today, and he'll upload it tomorrow. So when it's up, I'll make everybody aware." It is exciting, absolutely. Uh, there's that. And last last night, Riser and his mom came in. It was her birthday, and so shout out Mrs. Her mama. Exactly. And we watched. Go ahead. Yeah, exactly. And so we watched a documentary, and it was on like chickens. It was on like like those best in show kind of things for dogs where they rate how good a dog is or whatever. It was like that for chickens. And I like that they pick the documentaries because then it's a random thing and I don't have any control over it and I watch it with them. But at the same time, well, got to be honest, Mr. Quartz, even for movies nowadays or documentaries or anything, I just hate to say it, but I don't have the attention span that I once did. I want to be looking at my phone or doing something else and watching it, but I like to be multitasking. I feel like that's like if I have to watch it, I'll watch it without anything else. But if I have the opportunity and I want to enjoy myself the most, I like to listen and watch at the same time while having access to my phone. And at the same time, I was uploading. I uploaded my first. This was a big thing, like a so there are like journals for like academia for like universities and such, and I uploaded my first academic paper on what I do, and it was 8,000 words. And if you're like, Rabbi, how'd you write 8,000 words? With AI nowadays, you can have it write 8,000 words, and it's better than any scientist has ever published in their entire life. It's so good. And so I uploaded that. It took me a little while, but I figured out how to do that. And if it gets published, if they approve it for publishing, you have to pay some amount of money. And I don't know how much it is, but we'll figure it out. But then I'll be like not just like on all kinds of YouTube and social media and such, but I'll be like in an academic journal, which I think will be really interesting too. So we'll see how that goes. What happened? Oh, that's nice for fun. Absolutely. You're breaking up, Mr. Aquarius. I don't know if it's me or you. No, you're better now. Go ahead. Absolutely. She just turned Saturday, a week ago Saturday. What did she ask? Oh, right, right. Well, that's really beautiful. That a few things about that, that she cares, that she has that kind of awareness, and in its own way, we all have to learn how to deal with loss, and it's she's not ready for that yet, but right, but right, beautiful. Yeah, exactly, exactly. She's not gonna be able to take that on right now. Okay, and if she keeps pushing the issue, then it may be time, but she's probably not. And if anything, you know, you can just give a vague like he's in a better place. Well, where is that? He's just in a better place. You just keep saying that. You could say that for years. Absolutely. I mean, if she keeps asking, you say he's in a better place. She's not going to have the mental capacity to be like, okay, well, where is that? I want to go there. All those other things. Oh, no. It'll make her feel better that he is in a better place, and he is in a better place than he was in being in pain and all the other things. So, until she's maybe older and mature enough, depending on her age, to be able to understand, then you just keep pushing the same answer to her, and she's got to be okay with that. Right. Mr. Aquarius, I'll be right back. I'm going to use the restroom. Yes, ma'am. Be strong, Miss Aquarius. Good question. Word, girl. Yes, ma'am. people today with the anonymity of the internet don't realize that they're not as anonymous as they may think they are, and they think they can just hide behind a screen when in reality, I what happens in the darkness will come eventually come to the light. Right. No, I'm programming a robot. That's right. What you singing? Who's it by? Who's it by? Hi-Fi? Hifi? Oh, hi-fi. Not your little cousin Rain's class? Okay. I know that's what I'm. Look, Miss. But you didn't. The last cousin we talked about was Rain, so I'm not knowing. Okay, okay. I was gonna say they're singing that song at 3. That seems strange to me. So Jasmine, like, he'll be back. I didn't make him leave. This Aquarius, be strong. Okay, well, be strong. Get your bearings and get back up. This Aquarius, I'm programming the robot. Um, maybe someday, Miss Aquarius. Yes, ma'am. What kind of lift are you talking about? To get into bed or to get downstairs? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, okay, I got you. Yes, ma'am. Okie doke.
Here is the latest Ice Cream Real Project is getting more expensive. At the top of the hour, it's 10 now.
I'm here. Yes, ma'am. Do I know how to play what? I mean, that's an entire set of games. That's an entire set of games. Oh, I misheard you. Pluto? Pluto. I don't know what that is. What is that? No, I thought you meant Plato. Apologies. No, I don't know what Pluto is. Oh, Ludo. Yeah. I do. That's a game in Plato. Just a moment. Yeah. Let me look at it. Let me make sure it's a E. Oh yeah, I do know how to play it. It sucks. You want to play it? I'll I'll teach you how to play it. I don't like it, but you want to learn? Well, I don't know why you get kicked out. I know that. I've played it with people. I don't very much enjoy it. It's there you go.
Yes. You go. Am I what? Am I on Reddit? I'm watching my robot, just making sure that it's working. But I can be on Reddit. Is there something you want me to see? I understand. Believe it or not, Mr. Aquarius, I get rose gold too. I get rose gold too. I have black. Yeah, I get black ones too, but or whatever they call it, space gray. But I got. I I understand. Apple used to offer a lot of different colors. I like rose gold. Believe it or not, no other guys do, but I have some that are rose gold. I like space gray. I like aluminum, titanium. Uh, those are cool. And then I like the rainbow of colors that they used to offer. And then I also they used to have like transparent, like way back in the day. Like you could see through it with a different color, like back in the late '90s, early 2000s, and they got rid of them because they didn't want people to learn how to fix their phones and see inside. And I like that, like bringing that back. I think that's cool. But they used to have all kinds of bright colors, and they got rid of all that. Did you ever have a Motorola Razor? Yeah. Well, that'll do it. That could be.
Mr. Aquarius, you want to play our game? Take your time. Okay, dokie. You win, I win. Tough split, Miss Aquarius. Most you weren't that far off. Got it. Thank you, ma'am. Oh, there you go. What a spare. You're welcome. I tried. I have a chance to get this. Got it. Oh, spoke too soon. Psych. It was on its way. Oh, yeah. That, ooh, tough split. Yep. Big, big score. DJ College. Get it. No doubt. Oh, almost. I'll take 100. No punch. I win, you win. Reload. Look at that. That's how you start, folks. If you're watching at home, you want to know how to start. Where this is tough split.
Give me this. Almost. Get it. Oh, almost. No doubt. That's big time. Not good. Give me it. Almost. He is right.
No doubt. Oh, it's over. Miss Aquarius. Champion. Give me this. I'll take it. No one's touching her. She wins. Excellent. I win, you win. Undefeated in bowling. Undefeated in. Yes, ma'am. There you go. Okay.
William, wow. Come on up here. Come on. Get him with that one. There you go. Let's get a nice little shot. Zoom on in there. Oh, yes. Unbelievably beautiful. Here, move up on the camera a little bit. Let's keep facing that. Oh, wow.
That's sexy, man.
That's beautiful. Absolutely stunning. All right, there he goes. William Montgomery, everybody. Keep playing, band. Keep playing.
Yeah.
Put on another pair of shorts, William. I could call you back out at any point here.
Yeah, I like this. We should do this every week.
Absolutely. Please keep sending shorts to William Montgomery at care of the Comedy Store, 8433 West Sunset Boulevard, West Hollywood, California.
Let's wait till next week.
All right. Okay, so Stephen, what is something traumatizing that happened in your life? It wasn't during your childhood, was it? It was years after high school. Let's talk about it.
DMT, dude.
What happened?
Well, the first time that I hit it was after a comedy show, and I mean, I figured it was going to be super fun. By that point, I'd done a lot of different. Actually, no, if I can replace this one with another one. The first time I did acid was the day Robin Williams killed himself. That shook.
Wow.
Yeah.
What happened first? Did he kill himself and then you did acid, or you did acid and then he killed himself?
So I took acid that morning, and then everything was going cool. We're hanging out in this river. Yeah, absolutely. Take it when it's still daylight out, But anyway, so we're hanging out at the river, and then these storm clouds move in, and everybody's like, "All right, we got to get away from the river." I'm an hour away from my house at this point, and my ex-girlfriend, who we were dating at the time, she had done acid 3 times. She was the one that got it for us, And at that point, I didn't realize she hadn't done it. So she was like, "Let's just drive home." know? And I was like, all right, whatever, I trust you. We get in the car, and we're like 40 minutes down this trip. She's like, I feel like the car isn't even moving right now. And I start freaking out because we're going like 80 miles an hour down the freeway. And I was like, oh my God, we're going to fucking die. We haven't been playing any music the entire time. We finally get off the interstate. We're about to get back to my house. I was like, let's just turn on some radio, chill the fuck out. I turn on the radio. No music plays at all. I just hear the DJ's voice. Ladies and gentlemen, very sorry to announce we just received word actor comedian Robin Williams has been found dead due to an apparent suicide in such and such home. And then I just get hit with this whole like, oh my fucking God, why would he kill himself? I had just started comedy like 5 months prior, and I was like, is this something that happens to all comics? Like, he had been killing it. That's like what I want to do and all this shit. And then I got hit with my first like what I call like Truman moment, where I felt like the world is a TV show watching me. Robin Williams was tuned in, saw I did drugs, and he was like, I did Aladdin, I did Miss Doubtfire, I couldn't keep these kids off the drugs, fuck it. And then, so,
Wow,
You know-
Jesus. What lasted longer, the trip or that story?
That story.
You know, I imagine it is like his dad. What did your dad do? He's like a general or what?
Retired colonel.
Retired. See, he was going to be a general or whatever, but then there was like a board meeting, you know. And they showed like a video like this. This is your son. Can you explain this?
The long hair happened after he got it. My dad's like, he's kind of.
Parents love you, though, I'm sure, right?
I did. Oh yeah. Well, after they found out that I did drugs, like for a while, they were kind of like, I don't know if he's like, because when you look like me, you're either like addicted to drugs or youth pastor. So they were leaning towards more the youth pastor thing for a while, and then they found a podcast I did called Virginia's for Drugs.
I think your whole family's jealous.
Yeah.
This is what the
That's
they
what
really
I'm
want.
saying.
That's true. Absolutely. Well, Steven, it was fun to meet you. Fun
Yeah, I
times.
appreciate it.
And fun stories, man. We'll see you soon. There goes
Yeah,
Steven Belkowski. There he goes. There goes Steven Belkowski.
Should we check in on William real quick?
There goes Steven Belkowski. Should we get another walkthrough from William Montgomery? Wow, the crowd goes absolutely mild. Incredible. Let's wait until we hit a lull in this show. Let's see what happens here. This way we're safe anytime. We don't want to waste all of our good Williams right now.
We have 20. We don't want to burn through all the good moments.
Well, we're not going to get through all the shorts tonight. That's for sure. Ladies and gentlemen, your next comedian has been leaving quite the imprint on this show as of late. We found out a lot about his wild relationship. We've been following up with him. He's back here tonight. Very, very funny comedian, gaining immense popularity here on Kill Tony. Here is the return of Ryan Joseph, everybody. Here we go.
Just ran into this girl I used to mess around with a couple years ago. I can't believe how much she had aged. She even has breasts now. I protest at Black Lives Matter rallies, but it gets so hot walking a mile on a white bed sheet. COVID has changed the way I think about diseases, viruses. Like, my best friend's got AIDS, and now I don't even think it's funny. I used to think homeless people screaming out of nowhere were crazy, but what if they just don't like having sex with me? I don't like to date Asian girls because they think it's only because I have a fetish. So I always have to say, babe, I've been with lots of different types of girls and they get peed on too.
There you go, Ryan Joseph. Beautiful. Another minute. Fire. Ryan Joseph. Oh, hi, Ryan. How's life been?
It's been amazing, Tony.
Yeah.
How are you?
Good, man. Good. So tell us about it. Keep us posted here.
No, I'm fine.
Yeah. Oh, okay. A little downgrade for you. This is your first time seeing Ryan Joseph.
Yeah.
Jokes.
Nice to meet you, Eric.
I like it. Especially this environment.
Yeah.
Just like that. I like it a lot.
Yeah, I was just like dating this girl like fucked around on me and I caught her. And I'm just taking it easy now, man.
Give us a real update. What do you mean you're taking it easy?
Well, I did the right thing. I banged my ex.
Hey, that's the advice that I gave.
Yeah,
That's good.
And then I told her right away.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
And then you guys had the best sex you've ever had.
Yeah.
Yes.
We were like even then.
That's great.
Yeah, I feel like a man again.
Was the sex with your ex good or it wasn't?
No.
Right? It never is.
No,
It had a purpose.
It was crazy because I was like thinking about the girl that fucked me over.
Right. It was you could barely even come, right? You fake came. Did you fake an orgasm?
I always fake an orgasm.
Really? Is that true? Oh.
You just carry lotion with you? Like, what do you do?
No, you go to getroman.com and use the promo code Tony.
My cup is flammable.
Yeah.
Did you feel guilty when you're having sex with her? Is that the problem? Like you felt like you were cheating on her?
No, I felt like when I walked into the bedroom, she was calling me.
Oh yeah, that's always.
I looked at the phone, but I was like, "Fuck that bitch!" You know, she did this. It's her fault. I'm gonna bang this girl.
FaceTime.
Well, one time she FaceTimed me because then I told her, right, and she freaks out, and then she's like talking to me, saying, she's been freaking out, saying, "Are you gonna see her again? Are you gonna see her again?" And one time we're FaceTiming, and my ex, who's upset, now confesses like her undying love for me, knocks on the door, right?
Your physical door?
Yeah, so I have the one on FaceTime, screaming
So
out the
she's
one.
a psychopath.
Yeah, but she's Dominican, she's beautiful.
Oh,
I love her.
lovely. And that's your ex or the new one?
The new one.
Right. Yeah, those Dominicans are wild.
I
This could easily end in a murder-suicide.
Yeah.
But I'm with you about like somebody just coming to your door, knocking on your door.
Oh,
She
it's
was upset.
unacceptable. What is this, in 1987?
Yes.
What? I blocked her.
You blocked her what, with a fence? What do you mean? She's at your door. How do you block
I
someone?
blocked her phone number.
Oh, and then she knocked on the door.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the catch with blocking people. It's the next thing you know, they're like rasping at your window and shit.
Yeah. And then I let
know
her.
you fucking blocked me, Ryan.
Yeah.
It's me, Dominican girl.
No. This is the ex.
Oh, what's she? She is white?
Just white girl.
Hey, Ryan, it's me, your white ex.
I know. Boring.
Yeah.
I don't like. Yeah.
Right.
Wait, hold on. So the white ex, the one that fucked you over, or she's the one you fucked? Let me get back into Dominican.
Yeah. Dominican. Yeah.
I'm all caught up now. This is like 90 Day Fiancé.
So basically,
Yeah, no, that's great.
the story is her, like, we went exclusive, and she wasn't really ready. She was kind of freaking out, and she was kind of casually seeing this other guy at the same time. So a week after we were exclusive, she hooked up with him, realized it was a bad idea, and still continued to talk to him and hang out with him as a friend, because they were just fuck buddies anyway, so it's easy to be a friend. I'm giving her the benefit of the doubt, even though I don't trust her. I told her, I was like, let's just hang out, we'll see what happens. I'm just like tired of freaking out
Hold
about
on a
it.
second.
Here we go.
So you already knew she was fucking somebody else.
No. Well,
No, he didn't know.
No, wait, 'cause he said he knew she was casually seeing this other guy.
But now he knows she was casually seeing him. Originally, they were having a conversation, and he's like, "You should block your ex via text." And she's like, "Okay." And then he's like, "You should block him on Instagram too." And she's like, "No, I don't want to do that."
Then I knew.
And this was the first time. That was the first time we met him. Was like a month and a half or so ago. After that happened, we've been getting updates.
Okay, so this is after the fact you found out she was casually seeing both of them.
Well, then, if I may, for a moment here,
Please,
then
go on.
check this out. So check this shit out. This fucking guy goes goddamn undercover brother over here and pretends he finds out that this guy is a copywriter, and he creates a fake account or something like that, or no, his own account, and he says, "Hey, I'm a guy, I wrote a book, I'm looking to get a copyright." This guy lives in Oregon or something like that. He goes, "Hey, I'm just some guy that wrote a book, I'm looking to get a copyright. Do you think you can do something like that for me?" And the guy's like, "Yeah, sure, I'll copyright your shit." Of course, a copywriter during a pandemic. He's like, "How am I getting this work out of nowhere?" And then Ryan here, after they start conversing, goes, "Oh, by the way, I saw that we're mutual friends with the same girls." And the guy's like, "Yeah," he falls right into the trap. "I'm going to get to copyright this guy. This is fucking amazing." And then the guy's like, "Yeah, we're super close." And he's like, "Yeah, that's crazy. I'm close with her too. When's the last time you saw her, out of curiosity?" And the copywriter's basically like, "I was fucking that bitch 2 weeks ago." And Ryan's like, And then he immediately...
Does the guy go, "Can I get my advance for this?"
Pretty much. It's fucking humiliating.
You got copy wrong is what happened.
Yeah. And I screenshotted that shit, sent it to her, said it was fucking over.
He didn't even he immediately, by the way, this fucking maniac over here immediately messages her. Like
it's funny, like the other guy's still in mid story, and then I fucked her in the
Yeah.
ass. And we were like, we're sorry.
The message wasn't even fully downloaded, and this guy's already hitting up his Dominican girl. Like, what'd you do?
Yeah.
So now where are we this week? Fuck your ex just based on
every time I've tried to block her and cut it off, she just calls all the time.
Dominican.
Yeah, and I still fucking I care about her, and I'm just like, well, she's not gonna let me break up with her. So I'm just
she's not gonna let you break up with her.
Probably broke up with her.
No,
lost the job.
Right? It's a fucked up thing. Like,
right?
They were just they saw each other once a month or something like that. She was still seeing him, and then she was dating me at the same time. We weren't exclusive, right? So she and I go to Arizona. She hints that she wants to have the girlfriend-boyfriend talk. We have it, but she's like, "I just want to be honest."
She waited until you went to Arizona and she was here?
No, she and I both went there.
Oh, okay.
This is why it's so fucked up, because it's like, she hinted she wanted to have the exclusive talk. We have it. She's like, "I just want to be honest. There has been another guy I've been casually seeing, and I don't want to see him anymore." I thought it was so cool. And then she went home and fucked him.
You know what? This reminds me, no better time than now to see William Montgomery in new shorts. Here we go. Here he comes. Here's William Montgomery. Oh. Wow. There he is.
Notice how the shorts.
Look at this, everybody. It is absolutely incredible. A beautiful pair of shorts.
These compliment your belly. I like these.
It really is good. And camouflage is in everything. It's incredible. Yes, Joel.
Master P just called. He said there are some limits.
Oh, there you go.
Honestly, not.
An extremely topical
It's
Master
funny.
P
Your
joke.
dick is hidden anyway, so this kind of works.
This is my favorite one so far.
That's absolutely beautiful. There he goes, William Montgomery with the new pair of shorts.
Those are I keep her.
Beautiful man. Beautiful man.
All right, back to Ryan Joseph here. So Ryan, what's our plan now? Go ahead, keep us posted.
I told her, yeah, I don't trust you at all. We can hang out and I'll see you. But whatever happens, I just don't even care anymore. I'm just yeah, we'll hang out.
All right.
So you didn't know, you're mad that she was seeing this guy and you at the same time. Is that the
No, I accepted that because we were passionate. know?
Then why be mad if you knew she was seeing another guy?
No, that's not.
Why be mad that she wants to fuck him one last time?
Well, that's what she says. It was like she actually told me this shit. It was like, goodbye, fuck, get over it.
Okay. And then she kept talking to him.
And I said, fuck you, get out of my house. And I went to bang my ex, and then told her right away.
Damn. And now cut to the Dominican calling his ex. What did your ex do?
Right, she's a copywriter. Let me ask you this: do you think your ex is going to be attached at all now?
Well, then I had her coming crying, saying she realized that, you know, I'm the one for her, she loved me. And then she tells me when she was leaving, there was a guy that she talked to, she hated. I was like, is this the theme? Every girl has to get a dick in them, and then they realize they love Ryan.
Yeah, but here's the crazy part, though. Your ex finally wants to be with you, and when you were having sex with her, you weren't even really present.
That's why she likes me.
Yeah, that's something to think about.
Well, looking forward to more updates in the future. Another fun 60 seconds from Ryan Joseph. There he goes, Ryan Joseph. Hey, your show is on fire. And with that, it's time for another regular. As the mic gets sanitized here at the beautiful Comedy Store on the Sunset Strip, where the parking lot is open and filled with happy audience goers watching the stream outside. On to the next one we go. This young man, one of the great joke writers in the world, one of the great roasters. Ladies and gentlemen, here he is, super regular, awesome comedian David Lucas.
Yeah. Men don't give a fuck about lingerie. We don't. As long as you end up naked, that's all we care about. Like, lingerie to a man is like wrapping paper on a toy to a kid. Like, hurry up and take this shit off so I can play with this toy. You could have wrapped this shit in newspaper. The same result would have happened, bitch. Like, I don't give a fuck what you put on your naked body. Come to bed in a t-shirt. I'm still fucking. White people say they germaphobes, and the whole time the cat be chilling on the counter while they cooking. Like, bitch, this nigga just helped you open the refrigerator. I'm not eating that food. Like, I just saw that nigga crack an egg. Why you think I want to eat your casserole? Like, get the fuck out of here. White people really can't handle spicy food. That's how I get my payback on my white friends. All that racist shit y'all did, I just burn y'all up with spices. You might come to my house and I bake a fucking spicy birthday cake. Nigga, I'm gonna get your ass one way or the other.
There you go, David Lucas.
David Lucas.
I love it.
That's my daddy.
Absolutely love it. I love this week's set so much. I could not. This is one of those, this is one of those moments where you hear a comedian tell a joke, and this is usually this happens if I'm ever in the back of the room about to go on after like a Bill Burr or a Chappelle or like one of the greats, where you hear a bit where you're like, wow, I think that all the time, and I haven't heard anyone really talk about it. That lingerie thing is just not only do I agree with you on that, but I would venture to easily say that a t-shirt or fucking like mesh shorts or like almost anything is sexier than lingerie, because lingerie gives off the feeling that they're trying hard, and you're supposed to be like, oh god, you're so beautiful in that lingerie. Almost want to leave it on, like it's so beautiful, but it's like, what the fuck? And on the contrary, again, just a plain t-shirt with like a butt cheek hanging on, that's the hottest shit in the world.
Bitch, put on one of my tank tops.
Lingerie keeps everything all tight, like any bra or anything, that's done. That's like showing up, that's like knocking on a person's door.
Then how about when they want you to pick it out?
Oh, God. How about clear? Is clear the color?
My favorite lingerie is
I got something to admit though.
Thank you, Aaron. That's my thing.
When I was in high school, I thought that's what women wanted, was like sexy lingerie. So when I was a junior in high school, I went to Victoria's Secrets and I got the most itchy hooch, like the straps, the garter belt and everything. And I didn't know she was going to open it up in front of her parents. They're just pulling it out. And it's got like crotchless panties and everything like that.
That's hilarious.
Red Band thought lingerie was a pasta dish.
Lingerie Alfredo. It's kind of like how women think of shoes. Also, like we don't give a fuck about shoes. Most guys don't give a fuck.
I can Red Band. That story is so funny.
White men don't give a fuck about shoes. black men give a fuck about shoes. I ain't fucking no bitch with no dirty shoes.
Oh yeah, dirty shoes is unacceptable.
Like
Red band like girls that don't wear shoes.
Red Band likes girls whose last name is Shoes.
Yeah. Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah.
That's my comedic daddy next to you, man. Eric Griffin.
David Lucas has a lot of respect for the great Eric Griffin.
Man, he don't take fun time. He took me out of the country, dog. That's my dad. And
That's right. You took him to what? Hamilton, Canada, right?
It's crazy.
Yeah. Love it up there. I had a great time. Yeah.
That was right before the pandemic.
Wait, I do? Oh, he does. Oh, yeah. Who would have guessed that?
Hi, David. Hey.
I want some of that spicy birthday cake you were joking about.
No, you know how they send short? They bring the cake for you.
I brought you banana pudding.
Yeah, we had great times. Yeah. It's Atlanta.
Yeah. A lot of my friends came to our Atlanta show. They were
Mom, meet your mom.
Yep, that's my mom.
Lucas, everybody.
Yeah, nice.
You know what I mean? Eric Griffin and Tony Hinchcliffe are probably the two best people you can be on the road with that will actually get real. Like, I've been on the road with, like, the people you see that might be a little more famous, and they don't actually help these guys.
They don't want you to get better. A lot of these fucking people. A lot of them are scared to death that you're going to take their goddamn job.
Both of these guys tell you to tear it up.
The best, and I'm not talking about myself, but I will talk about Eric and of course, like, Joe Rogan. The best comedians want you to fucking get better and have no fear, and it fills you with confidence and makes you love the art form more, which in turn makes you work harder and write harder and perform more, and it gives back. But speaking of writing jokes and always getting better, why don't we check in with your co-host, Brothers in Cursive? Here's William Montgomery, everybody. Some new shorts. Here he comes. There's some more shorts with William Montgomery. Whoa!
These are a winner.
Viva la France! Oh my goodness!
6 pounds lighter.
Wow, there he is, the fattest man in Auschwitz. Everybody, William Montgomery.
Beetlejuice
From Auschwitz to Offshorts.
Tony, I didn't know.
Why is he eating so good?
Tony, I didn't know Foot Locker had a swim team.
There he is.
You look like Beetle. I haven't drank juice in years.
Oh my goodness gracious!
William, you do.
This is just when they get a swimming pool in the prison yard. Everybody.
You look like you need a zebra.
Oh my goodness gracious! Look,
You doing some work back there, huh?
wow, the swim shank redemption over here.
Those swimming shorts came with handcuffs.
Are those swimming shorts or are those actually shorts that just look like swimming shorts?
What? Are they swim shorts? Can you confirm by the feeling? Put your hands in the pockets. Face the camera and put your hands in that camera over there, William. Yeah, over there.
Is it mesh?
Oh, brothers in cursive, where art thou? Say that again, Chroma, just in case people missed it. Oh, brothers in cursive, where art thou? There you go. All right, there he goes, William Montgomery, everybody.
I'm all for the camouflage. I'm a camouflage guy.
But no, those are the official shorts of Brother in cursive, half black, half white.
Yep, I get true shit.
And red inside. And checkered hats.
What kind of shirt is that, Tony?
This is a golf shirt. I got it at Booty Holes R Us.
No, it looks like back in the day when the TV used to go off.
No, I like it. That's exactly why I got it. I was bending over watching a TV that went out, and dildos were falling out of my asshole, and I'm like, hey, I should get a shirt that looks like this. All right. David, so much fun. Again, brilliant material this week. I think you already got a tag there. And
my favorite lingerie is titties.
Absolutely. There he goes, David Lucas, everybody. There goes David Lucas. Back to the bucket we go. You've been playing some video games, right?
Yeah. Air Perfect Gaming. Check that out. Air Perfect Gaming.
Great.
Play every single day.
You ever played Madden?
Headshots.
All right. This is a new name, new sign up. Ladies and gentlemen, Kevin Houston is next on Kill Tony. Here comes Kevin Houston. Here comes Kevin Houston. It's Kevin Houston.
So, just shy of a score this past 9/11. Wow. I didn't do much because, I forgot. That first one, though, was just plain crazy. But I heard the new Patriots Day reboot is going to be fire next year. Sorry, quick disclaimer. I officially have a nub for a pinky finger. So this is a public notice that all of my previous pinky promises are going to be here null and void, okay? Now, despite my many setbacks, I'm a goal-oriented guy. Just this morning I typed in Pornhub in the home row. Listen, that website alone has undoubtedly made me a better speller. But with dyslexia, try to imagine staying hard while sounding out Futanarius, you get it. That's what Don Phonics did for me. See how quickly you can retain amateur, penetration, calipigian. Get hooked on Pornhub, where spelling comes fast. Available now with Mavis Peepin. This is not intended for help with Pornhub. Pornhub, please help 88 call Rabbi.
Wow. Man. My goodness. Feels like it's been forever in which somebody's been absolutely horrible on this show.
Really? That was that bad?
Oh, yeah. It was,
Although congratulations on just learning how to read. That was...
Yeah.
Thank you. I brought you a gift.
The woman said to the man, hello.
Yeah, you couldn't remember a minute? No, I didn't. I had it, but I just got... Are you a comic or an actor? What's going on? No, I just work in film, yeah, but I just... I didn't want to, blow it in front of everybody, so...
Why? You blew it anyway.
I know.
You had it on paper. It helped you blow it. It felt like you literally had ad read energies during your...
It was kind of a half ad, so I guess that's what I was kind of going for, but yeah, I guess that's...
Yeah, it should feel like you're, talking about something. It really felt like it was
a read.
A read.
I hear you.
My goodness gracious. First time doing stand-up comedy ever.
And no, but here, yes.
Okay, where have you done stand-up?
A couple places in Chicago, not any open mics, but nothing crazy.
Chicago.
That's where I'm from, yeah.
I know it's tough to do no open mics.
It's been dude, it's been so long, man. I practiced at a mirror with my dog,
Even still, you gotta make an effort to, instead of doing an impression of a stand-up comedian. You know what I mean? And that's for everybody, Don't do an impression of a stand-up comedian. Attempt to actually do it. So it's fine to have the notes because you haven't been able to do it, but you were fucking reading the notes like you were reading them.
You really felt like you were reading.
Yeah. There was a part where you said, you guys get it, and we're like, no, we have no idea what you're talking about. So,
you needed to pass that paper around so you could be like,
oh, okay.
Interior Comedy Store 2020.
a dark light comes upon the
interior, main room, evening,
a smoke-filled room.
Okay.
A large fat man with weird shorts comes out.
So Kevin, Houston.
Yes.
We have a problem. Tell us something that's actually you, about you, Kevin. So you're originally from Chicago. When did you move to Los Angeles?
3 months ago.
3 months ago. No better time to move to LA than right now. How's that been for you?
It's good. I came out here to work for Kevin Smith and then
Sweet.
on to my own stuff out here. But
You want to pick up that name you just dropped?
Yep. You moved on from Kevin Smith already during a pandemic? They're like enough.
Well, he went to New Jersey. I wasn't going to Jersey.
Oh, okay. That's cool. He moved there?
No, he's doing a pop-up called Movies. I did the one in Las Vegas.
Awesome. Kevin's great. He was on the show in January. We had a bunch of fun. What have you been doing for fun in these 3 months? Tell us about you. What are you? You're 34 years old.
31.
31.
How old are you?
We're about the same age.
how old I thought we were about the same age, though.
No, we're not. I'm 36, and I look younger than you. Just to remind you, I look younger than you. But go ahead. Tell us what you've been doing for fun.
No, I just moved here. I wanted to. I work in film back in Chicago and stuff like that. I come in here to say, I like the weather out here better than Chicago.
Really? You like the weather here better than Chicago? Really? You mean 50-mile-an-hour, cold, gusty, hateful, negative winds blasting you in the face compared to absolute daily sunshine?
Well, now it's smoky.
Zero
Before
humidity.
it was great.
Well, yes, of course, the state is currently on fire, but even then, a state can only be on fire for 2 weeks max.
Well, that's what you think.
It only takes 2 weeks to burn a state down, is what we're learning. In fact, my neighbor and I were admiring the sun earlier. We couldn't believe it. We could see the sun.
Thank you.
Wow, it was popping through. Thank you. You guys did a great job.
I remember when my ancestors burnt down Chicago as well.
Hey, that's right, the Great Chicago Fire.
I actually, I just came here. I wanted to give you this.
It's okay, you can just sit here.
It's a manifesto.
No, I don't trust it. Nope.
Let me burn it.
You gotta trust my instincts on this one. We're not opening that right now.
Wow. All right. Well, really, I'm a drummer, really, so I just really came to challenge for the Mexican
Is that what that says? What does that say?
That's kind of the same thing, yeah. Really?
I wouldn't open that.
You should open it. You're
fucking
like
anthrax. Yeah, see? It's a nothing burger. It doesn't make any sense. Don't even show it. Don't even give it any credit. Anybody who reads a 60-second set like that, of course his gift is gonna suck too. So how long have you been playing drums for?
Like 10 years.
10 years? Wow, interesting. And you play in any bands or anything like that?
I had a few bands back in Chicago, but nothing out here.
Oh yeah? What's the name of your favorite band in Chicago?
My favorite band?
Is it Chicago?
No.
Okay.
The Deep Ditches.
Zatarans?
You say Zatarans? I'm hungry. No. So, are you better at drums than everything else that you do? Really?
Yeah. I mean, I just wanted to try stand-up. I've been doing, I do comedy and stuff back at home, and this is like a big platform. So
it is.
He's like, I have my sheet music right here. I'm ready to go.
Do you regret this at all?
Yes. 100%. I'm just glad I didn't tell anybody.
Look, let me tell you
I can
something.
tell you look on your face like, why did I put myself through
Let me tell you something. Of course, we can look at this as, they're being mean, all this and that, but here's the light at the end of the tunnel. You do not get a Mexican drum off. You do not, get to redo that set again. There's no, but here's the catch. Here's the good news. All right, Kevin? Come back sometime. You write a different 60 seconds that you're not reading. You can memorize 60 seconds. I believe in you. You don't even have to memorize all the words. You just memorize the premise and a couple punchlines, and then it's over and done. And don't even over memorize it. Just fucking do anything other than what you did here tonight. And if you do good, next time you come back, let's set it for, we'll say 3 weeks from now. Okay? Something like that. And if you do good in your 60 seconds, if you get a single fucking decent laugh, you're going to be up for a Mexican drum off. How's that for a deal?
Sounds great.
There you go. Kevin Houston, we're moving on. There he goes.
And another thing, like when you first start off in comedy, I think a lot of people like write out what their act is, and they try to memorize it, like as if it's a story instead of actually make you feel the jokes and stuff.
He's furious.
No. I like it. I like doing it during an interview. I like it. It makes more sense that way. Let's get another comedian up here. We have a new sanitized mic. I'm excited about this one. This is a new name. Ladies and gentlemen, here she comes. It's Merritt Landsteiner, everyone. Here we go. Here is 60 seconds from Merritt Landsteiner.
I grew up in Minnesota, and my parents met in a pretty unique way. They met at a wedding where my mom's older sister married my dad's older brother. Yeah, kind of weird. Only thing that pisses me off about it is when people are like, yeah, my family's really close. I'm like, yeah, but does your family fuck? Yeah, I'm single, and my dog sleeps in my bed sometimes, so I do tend to masturbate from time to time in front of my dog. But I want to make it very clear that I do not fuck my dog. Do not fuck my dog. However, when she yawns, I do say, girl, what that mouth do? Yeah, she stopped eating the crotch of my underwear, and I'm worried we've lost our spark. I grew up Catholic, and everybody growing up said, heaven's going to be so great, heaven's going to be so great, but I've also heard that about several okay parties. Feels like I'm going to get to heaven, and they're going to be like, don't worry, more people are coming.
Yeah.
Okay, that's it, thanks.
There you go.
Yes, you got me with that one. I love it.
What a refreshing. That's like a piece of delicious ginger after you down some nasty sushi. Eric Landsteiner coming in and cleaning up.
Kind of reminds me of Kim Condon a little, her attitude and her
Fun energies. I'll tell you this too. You projected well into the microphone. A real night and day difference from the last comedian reading off a piece of paper. You came up, you performed, you enjoyed yourself. It looked like you were having fun. You spoke well into the microphone.
First time doing stand-up since March, actually.
Wow.
Because everything got shut down. So yeah, thank you. Well, actually, I did one set on acid, so it doesn't count.
Look at that.
How did that go?
It was fun, but it was very chaotic. I was just riffing the whole time, like screaming at the audience.
Sounds like fun. How long have you been doing stand-up comedy?
I guess over 5 years.
Wow, where at?
Chicago.
Wow, what a difference. My goodness, that's like
Chicago. Now we know.
This is like trying out Chicago pizzas. The first comedian was thin crust, and that was deep dish, right?
Yeah.
It's like, this is what they're good at. All right.
Yeah, and then I just hit a year in LA, so I did it in LA for a little bit, but then the pandemic happened, so.
Wow.
I'm still new to LA.
My goodness. Well, welcome. You're an immediate start. Oh, that was Kevin Houston. He just shot himself in the head. Poor Kevin Houston. Rest in peace. I guess he's not going to get to that Mexican drum off after all. Jesus. All he had to do was write a new minute, come back in a few weeks.
He got his whole drum set in his car, too. He was going to...
My goodness.
He was ready for the whole thing.
So, Merritt, when did you move to LA?
I just hit a year.
Okay, well, you just had to say a year again, and everything would have been fine. Now I don't like you anymore.
You can't handle a tiny bit of attitude, the king of attitude?
I'm kidding, Merritt. I'm kidding. Relax. It's okay. It's all good.
So it's attitude.
All right, everybody. Moving forward, everybody. Yes.
His Majesty.
That's me. The old king of attitude, Tony Hinchcliffe. That's what they call him.
Yeah.
The Crown Duke of Shit Talk.
Oh my
Ladies and gentlemen.
Oh Jesus. All right. So Merritt Landsteiner, what do you do for a living? How do you make money?
I work in sales at a precious metals brokerage.
Have you ever sold a pair of shorts before?
No.
Well, you know what? You might want to after you see what I'm about to bring up here right now. This is another example. This is another William Montgomery in new shorts. Here he comes. Whoa!
Ow, ow!
These are the ones we've been waiting for. For those of you that want to take a little trip to the beach and vomit in your own mouth while you're there, look at this young stud bucket. Fresh off of building a sandcastle made out of old burger wrappers. It's William Montgomery. My goodness, look at this guy. This is what he would have looked like, and he lost the extra $200 in Vegas. Nothing.
I'm really surprised that you have no ass.
I was just gonna say.
I mean, you literally have this.
It is unbelievable.
Somebody hit you in the ass with a book bag.
It is incredible how flat your ass is.
Yeah.
I mean, if you lay down on your back, you would look like the New York City coronavirus curve.
If he lays on his stomach, does it push his ass out?
Maybe it does. Can we try it? You want to lay on your stomach for a second here? Let's see what happens. Oh my God.
Push up.
Oh, he's got a little bit of junk in his stuff there. My goodness, it is just
It
flat.
goes neck fat right into.
Oh, hey, look at that. Oh, he's fucking the stage, everybody.
Fucking the stage.
He's not laughing. He is fucking the stage.
And it's amazing how the neck fat flaps over to.
It is incredible that I have a bigger ass than the fat man wearing shorts on this show right now.
When? Your knees are bigger than your ass.
It is true. It is true. He has bigger knees than butt cheeks. He's sweating bullets from laying on the floor. That's all it takes. Definitely has an enlarged heart.
I like it, William.
There he goes. We're gonna get back to more.
That's my new favorite.
I like those.
We're gonna get back to more shorts.
let's get back to the merit of this conversation.
That ass is flatter than Kevin Houston's jokes.
You're not allowed. It's probably annoying. Sorry.
No, it's okay. Don't worry about it. Yeah.
Merritt, what do you like to do for fun?
I go hiking with my dog a lot.
What kind of dog is it?
Rescue. I was told half Chihuahua, half Border Collie. Very odd mix. Yeah.
Half Chihuahua, half Border. That sounds like Joel's whole family.
I was gonna say we know a lot about that.
Yeah.
And I like to do drugs.
What kind of drugs?
I love like psychedelics.
How do you feel about birth control? No, just kidding.
I snorted.
Psychedelics and have
weed. I love edibles.
What's the most extreme psychedelic you've done?
I haven't done anything that extreme.
I stare at tie-dye.
Acid, just hallucinating on acid.
Are you? Have you been sales job is watching this? Have you been single
Yeah,
for
I
a
know,
while?
right?
Have you been single the whole time you've been out here?
No. And I'm like kind of seeing someone, but not. Whatever.
No,
you know
you're
how it
seeing
goes.
someone. It's a good segue during stand-up, but that makes sense. You met during the pandemic?
We met before the pandemic.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Did you move out here for him?
No.
But he lives out here.
Yeah, he grew up out here.
The old Jerry Watkins there. Oh my God, I still.
Yeah, it's not that cute of a story. We're not exclusive, so.
Oh, you're not?
My choice.
Oh, wow.
Oh, you're like what's his face? You're like Ryan's girlfriend.
Damn.
It's a soulless monster.
No, we're way more mentally stable than Ryan's girlfriend and Ryan.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It takes a lot to get the
I'm friends-
levels of insanity to where you hit Dominican.
Yeah.
That is the top of dark. So that's fun.
Yeah.
And what does he do?
Welder.
Wait a second. Do we know this guy?
No, you don't know him.
He's a welder.
We know a lot of welders here.
So is he a rough guy?
What do you mean by that? Like, yeah, he's a man. He's not a Metro LA guy. I can't do that. I grew up on a farm. I don't do Metro men. It's
Jesus,
just,
what
I
the fuck
can't.
is that supposed to mean? All right, I was making the joke before you did. So your dad's sister married your mom's brother. Does that like make things? That makes like your niece, your sister, and shit like that, or something?
So, like, do you have siblings?
Yes.
Do you have a brother?
Yes.
So if you and your brother went to a bar and fell in love with a set of sisters and married them, it's kind of like that. It's really weird. And I just make it into an incest joke, even though it isn't. But yeah, my cousins are like kind of like siblings to me. We grew up right by each other.
But it would make my brother that would make my brother my what?
No, it wouldn't.
You would make him my brother-in-law?
Brother.
Right?
Yeah, it's really weird. I don't know what to tell you, but yeah, I don't know. I grew up in a small, tiny town. I actually grew up on a farm. South Central Minnesota, in between a town of like 1,700 people and 600 people. Yeah.
Are you Italian?
No. I love The Sopranos, though.
What ethnicity are you?
I'm always a letdown when people ask me that I'm white. Just a bunch of different white. Yeah.
That is.
I know. Should I start lying, Tony?
At least white people, sometimes they're more specific. Oh, I'm squawking.
Yeah, that's. Who gives a fuck?
I'd say Puerto Rican.
It's not Puerto Rican, no matter how hard your imagination wants it to be, right?
This seems feisty, that's why.
I am very blunt and assertive.
No latitude on this one.
Okay.
What you need is a welder.
Very fun set, incredible. Like I said, great stage presence, even though you're technically not on the stage. Great projecting, great jokes, all hits home.
I appreciate it.
Awesome stuff. Thanks for coming by.
Thanks.
There she goes, Merritt Landsteiner, everybody. Thank you, Merritt. Let's go back to the bucket. Let's do it. Goodness gracious. How much fun are we having? You guys having fun out there, the few people in this room.
For sure.
All right. We know this young lady. She's been on the show quite a few times. She was also featured twice. Got pulled out of the bucket in Ventura, our last truly live shows. She's back here again, ladies and gentlemen. It is the wild style of Blue Ball. Everybody, she's back. Blue Ball. Blue Ball. It's Blue Ball. Here she is. It's Blue Ball. It's Blue Ball, everybody. Blue Ball. Starting now. Here she goes. She's going to talk to the microphone. It's Blue Ball.
So, what do you guys think about this new normal? It's pretty fucking badass, right? I cannot wait for it to just continue how it's going. I've been seeing so many guys come out dangling their D like they're just ready. So am I, totally, right? Hashtag, I'm next. But, yeah, so today I really actually went because I didn't want to get ready. And I finally finished my skinny pants because I had my gardener trim my bush. And I could finally get in there. He said he was a gardener. Actually, no, he said he was a landscaper at Disneyland. And he made this pigeon, like, unicorn. And it's, well, kind of looks like a unicorn that dropped a sandwich, like a roasting sandwich. Yeah.
Jesus fucking Christ, man. Blue Ball, everybody. Wow.
The shocking part to me was that you went to your notes.
Yeah. Boy.
That was the part that I was like, wait, what?
My goodness gracious. Blue Ball, Blue Ball, Blue Ball.
I want Kevin back. That was so...
I'm telling you, I find it intriguing people of different, shapes and sizes and styles. And there's very few, grown-ass women that sign up for the show and try to come on the show. And just to give you guys, you listeners of the show, a little insight to how the current system's working. Basically, as of late, people have been able to sign up from being present outside, before or after the shows. Basically, it's like, if I see the same person a few weeks in a row, I'll say hi. And after you say hi, sometimes they'll be like, hey, I would love to get on the show sometime, blah, 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 blah. And it's sort of a different process right now than just what it used to be, which would be 100 people signing up for the shot, and maybe you get super lucky. Now, we know who's in the bucket. And the reason why Blue Ball gets into the bucket is because she's so consistently, shut the fuck up. It's because she's always here. She's always present. And I'll walk out after a show and she's, waving and saying hi and this and that. I mean, week after week after week after week after week after week. And then eventually I'm like, you know what, Blue Ball? Why don't we do next week? All right? And she goes, yeah. So there's literally, that's what's wild. It's 8 weeks of preparation at least. You've been waiting to go up, and then that's what you were waiting to do.
I got nervous. So many people here.
Really?
Not so many people here.
Literally not so many people.
There's so many people here. I was
What? And you watch every person that's gone on stage, and you know how it works. You grab the microphone when the music stops, and Tony says your name, and you're like,
you literally said, is this the microphone that you've been sitting behind that microphone?
You know what?
For over an hour, you've been sitting there watching.
I know they
say a name, the person comes up and they start talking.
That's all I do. I'm really good with no one in the room. I do really well by myself.
And that's great, because that's where you're going to be performing for the rest of history.
Don't say that. I always.
No, Blue Ball, you're right. You're gonna break big any day now. This global pandemic.
She reminds me of my cousin Dumpster.
Chroma Chris batting 1,000 tonight. Absolutely.
I think even if I bomb, I'll still get some schlong.
What are you talking? What are you talking?
I'm just saying, you know what? It's a different.
What's happening? Are you going full Requiem for for a dream right now? Did
No,
you
I
start
don't even got
speed
that.
during this pandemic? You
No, I
started
got my
on
hair
diet
done. I
pills?
got my bush trimmed. Like, I'm feeling great.
Okay,
I just
enough about this
terrible.
fucking bush, Dimitri.
Well, she's
All right?
ready for action, obviously. This is a great...
I put it out there, right? You know,
This isn't for the comedy. This was to let everybody know, hey,
I came here for the
pussy is right.
You know what? There's only one thing that can get this horrible taste out of my mouth, and it is William Montgomery in new shorts. Here we go. Here we go. Here he comes. Uh-oh. Look at this. Oh, wow.
Oh, that's it.
Look at this. For all of you ladies in the room that have been wanting an abusive stepfather in your lives, here he is.
William, let me introduce you to a freshly shaven.
Yeah. I'll tell you, he makes up for all the pubes you lost.
Those look actually comfortable.
Yeah, really does. He's
are
got
very similar.
brand new baseball caps that's happy if you're a party hat on it. My goodness! Oh, look at the pockets on that. They have zipper pockets.
Wow.
Come on, well, let's see how those pockets work, William. Face that camera over there, William. That camera.
One back camera.
That camera over there, William. Yes.
Just one back pocket. I like that.
Oh my goodness! Take my money, please. Wow, there he is.
I think it's Commando.
His ass actually got bigger since the last time we
Hey, you were doing some. Were you doing exercises back there?
squats.
Yeah, just real ass. Somebody
My
check.
goodness! For those of you that have always wanted to, wonder what the guy that operates the festival amusement park rides looks like with wearing only shorts, you must be this tall to ride this ride, everybody. This is
the dude that fixes the rides after the.
Yeah. This is the guy that's
all the kids have gone home.
If you've ever wanted to fuck the tractor driver at a haunted hayride, this is the guy for you. Here is the old.
You guys are right. Mesh shorts, way hotter than lingerie.
Absolutely doodly. There he goes, William Montgomery, everybody. Move on to blue ball here. My goodness, so blue ball. How do you rationalize what happened here tonight? What do you think? You think how long of a break?
I was really excited. I was really
It seems like you were too excited.
I did. I got really. I prematurely lost my mind.
What are you on?
I don't know. I'm so happy to be here.
Okay. But seriously, are you on any drugs or anything of any
No,
kind?
I actually had one top shelf Long Island and I didn't even want to finish it.
What? I can't even understand.
Top shelf Long Island.
Top shelf Long Island.
Where?
Columbia.
Did you have the top shelf chicken wings too? Did you?
They call them that.
Get the fuck out of here.
Like seriously, I feel this would have been my best set ever.
What?
It would have been.
Literally, no one knows what you're even talking about.
Are you kidding me? You can't hear me?
Now we can. Go ahead.
I said this would have been my best set
How
ever.
would it have been if you did a different set and said it
No,
differently?
the same thing. But if I just was cohesive and I came out and just nailed it, but I chose.
Okay, there she goes.
Sorry.
Blue ball, everybody. Not even in any condition to be able to be interviewed right now. There she goes, blue ball, everyone. She's still leaving. There you go. She's still walking away, everyone. There goes blue ball.
We're blue balled for comedy right now.
My goodness.
Actually, we got a lot in common.
Yeah, tell me about it.
Like anytime we fuck a guy afterwards, their dicks on fire.
This dick is on fire. This dick is on fire.
My goodness, absolutely gracious. That was absolutely wild. My goodness. I mean, I just don't even know. I mean, I literally, like,
so many people here that made her nervous.
Yeah, it's incredible. My goodness. Imagine what will happen if we allow anyone in the room.
It's okay. You're gonna be fine. She's over there.
She's too old to kill herself. All right, so here we go. Unfortunately, everyone, this is the part where, of course, my favorite regular, my favorite regular, right now, the great Michael Blair would come up and perform a minute. But unfortunately, Michael Blair could not be here. But instead, we have a special guest. I present to you, ladies and gentlemen, here he is, Vape Thing, future truth teller. Here he is. Vape Thing, future truth teller. Wow. Wow.
Vape Thing, future truth teller. Vape Thing, future truth teller. Vape Thing, future truth teller. Trump demolishes Biden at debate. Only to plunge in polls after Trump sharts on stage. Shart shit fart shart Trump sharts on stage. Vape Thing, future truth teller. Vape Thing, future truth teller. Webster Dictionary adds so many words for gay that the dictionary factory catches fire. Vape Thing, future truth teller. Kanye West is kicked out of Wyoming for traumatizing too many mooses. Vape Thing, future truth teller. Accused of exclusion. Rainbows formed by the rain are forced to add more colors. New colors include mayonnaise, cock black, and tangerine dream. Vape Thing, future truth teller. 2025, number 1 honeymoon spot, North Korea. Vape Thing, future truth teller. More men come forward accusing Michael Jackson of eating their assholes. Vape Thing, future truth teller. Tupac is still alive, and he comes back to rap the world to peace, only to get killed in a fist fight at the Cheesecake Factory. Tupac rest in paradise, again. Vape Thing, future truth teller. After psychedelic mushrooms are vaporized, scores of industrialists blow their brains out for raping the earth. Vape Thing, future truth teller. In the future, butts get so big, big butts completely eliminate the chair industry. Vape Thing, future truth teller. The butt replaces the pussy as the number 1 thing to fuck. Vape Thing, future truth teller. Kim Kardashian has first butt baby.
Wow. That was incredible. So much information. That was Vape Thing, future truth teller. My mind is blown at all. Whoa, look at that mustache. He really is a truth teller. Whoa, there it goes. Oh, he just ripped off his mustache. That must have hurt. Did that hurt?
You can't just get out of character so fast. What
He's not in a character. He's a Vape
You're the one to talk. Your walking fucking mustache.
Welcome to the show, Vape Thing, future truth teller. That was.
No, I'm Michael.
Oh my God! I didn't even notice.
Yeah.
Michael Lair, everyone.
I have a lot to talk about.
Let's talk about. Oh, he shuts off the lights to the Vape Thing, future truth teller mask. We're gonna about to talk some serious shit.
You know who's the Kill-Tony ombudsman?
The Kill-Tony ambassador?
Ombudsman. Just ain't me.
The ombudsman.
Ryan, explain what that means.
Ryan, what does he mean? Ryan J. about the resident genius here on Kill-Tony. He knows every single reference of everything ever. Here he goes. Tell us what he's saying, Ryan. Okay,
Anyway,
oh, he's the guy that runs the editorial page of the newspaper.
Tony, show and review, may I?
Yes, absolutely.
Ryan Joseph reminded me of my favorite Hole in Note song. Yeah, sex with X is best, the best thing in life.
There you go. That's definitely my ninth favorite Hall & Oates.
I don't even know that Hall & Oates fan. I love Hall & Oates.
There you go. Didn't make it to the greatest hits album, but it's Michael's favorite.
Well, luckily it was my first improv.
Hey.
But you're all wrong about lingerie. Like, how do you not like lingerie? It's like makeup for the pussy. And lingerie is dope. I like to fuck a girl with the lingerie on. I like the lingerie that got holes where the fucking goes.
No, that makes sense. A lot of guys are into it, and a lot of guys are into, that look where women are wearing a lot of makeup, and they look like the girls from that we grew up on in the Hawaiian Tropic catalogs, but I'm not really into that either. So the chick that's only hot with makeup is like, it scares me. It's actually the opposite.
No, lingerie and makeup. You don't see makeup in the dark, but you feel texture.
Well, I mean, so you would rather feel the fabric of lingerie than just a pure nipple?
It's the fabric of my life.
Oh, wow. My goodness. There are a lot of people in here after all.
Hey, Tony.
Yeah. Should we talk about what happened this week? The old, boom, boom, boom?
No, I have other things.
Okay, let's talk about it, whatever you want to.
Well, I'm from Chicago, and Kevin went first, and he kept saying, Chicago, Chicago. I'm like,
Chicago.
Right. But I wonder what he done. But ironically enough, there is no one in this room I hate more than that bitch Mary.
Whoa! Is that true? Do you know Merritt from Chicago?
Yeah, no. I know her from an early experience in LA, and I've been waiting for this moment, and it happened completely by accident.
Wow, well, here we go. Let us in on the
tell you?
Absolutely. Tell us about Merritt Langston.
So, well, I don't know that bitch, but, fuck her, okay?
Wow, geez.
But I'll get to why. So I moved to LA to be a comic, and this is weeks before I killed Tony, and I'm scouring the open mics. I finally get pulled in the improv, and I do my first set, and it was my first LA, like, hell yes. And I was chilling with my girl in the back, and Merritt goes up when the mediocre ass hack jokes, and with her bullshit about iPhones and shit. And she's like, didn't get the life she's, I guess, used to in Chicago. I don't know. But then that bitch goes, I guess I'm not as funny as the guy in the wheelchair.
Oh, shit. Oh, my God. Merritt, do you remember this? Oh, my God. Little did she know that she was criticizing.
She's fresh. I'm more.
Okay, go ahead.
So I'm at the Ice House at an open mic soon after. And she's doing more of my, mediocre jokes.
Yeah.
And she's talking about, every guy wants me to eat their ass, and I'm like, yeah. And then she's like talking about booking gigs, and I'm like thinking, well, if you ever booked a gig, you definitely ate someone's ass.
Wow, this is incredible.
You know what this reminds me of?
The butterfly effect? I mean, she made one little joke at an open mic
this reminds me
a year ago, and now all of a sudden it's coming back.
You guys remember, I'll never remember what Hannibal Lecter movie it was.
It was Hannibal.
And he got the revenge. This is like the revenge. You want to put a boar on her?
I knew this would come around.
I thought it was Silence of the Lambs was the one where he gets wheeled up and takes a mask off and eventually...
No, it was the one where...
No, I know, I was maybe... No, it's all good.
But no, she'll do good with iPhone jokes.
Oh my goodness.
You want a spot at the Ice House?
What are the absolute odds of this happening this way?
Very good. The guy who took my handicap spot was here last week.
Wow.
Remember that?
Yeah. Yeah. No one takes Michael's spot.
He couldn't wait to roll over there and tell her off.
My goodness, that's incredible. He must have been, literally.
I find it easier to she went out with her trash jokes.
Okay, we get it. Trash jokes, medium. You know what? We need to.
We got it.
You know what? We're gonna change the energy for a second. We're gonna check in with William in new shorts. Here we go. Here comes William in new shorts. Whoa! Look at these bad mamma jammas right there.
Yes.
My goodness gracious. For those of you that are fans of the new Tampa Bay Buccaneers, these are fresh out, size 38 waist with a built-in belt, so you can't even lose it this time. Multiple pockets for you to keep your $200 that you have left to your name.
Snacks.
Yes, many snacks, perhaps a bag of Doritos, and if you spill the nacho Doritos on yourself, it'll blend right in with the orange camouflage. Absolutely incredible. You can spill anything on yourself. Dirt, charcoal, cum stains, whiteout. Anything will work with these delectable camouflage pants. Some of the oddest camo ever. You cannot hide in the woods.
Now it seems as if your ass is eating these shorts.
Yes.
But your ass is so...
Your ass is trying to gain weight so badly that it is eating from the back side. These camo shorts. If you're trying to blend in with a forest fire, these are the perfect camo pants for you. Absolutely incredible. My goodness, for those of you ladies that are into a young grandfather, this is the look that you're going for. A young grandfather or a very old stepbrother. This is William Montgomery, shorts supermodel. What's your armpit hair look like? Let's see that. Oh, barely anything there, surprisingly. Wow, very, very stunning. He's got the sandals of Jesus Christ himself. There he goes, William Montgomery, shorts model. Thank you, William.
Thanks again to all the people that sent those shorts also. That's really cool of you guys.
Huge shout out. You guys totally went above and beyond, which is sort of exactly also what I was expecting you to do. But there you go. It finally happened all at once. You would have thought that the shorts would have come in like different weeks or something like that, not necessarily 30 pairs at once. But
let's get back to this hate fest.
Here we go. No. We're back to Michael, and we're changing the subject here. Let me.
What else did that bitch do?
No, Eric. Jeez, literally, like, let's change the energies in the room. Eric's like, let's go to chapter 2 of this toxicity. Michael, what else is going on in the world?
I got a cunt.
You got a cunt cousin?
Yeah.
A cunt cousin? I actually got a
cousin.
Oh,
no, I got a concussion.
You got a concussion.
A concussion?
Yes. Tell us why. I literally thought he said cunt cousin.
Yeah, that's the concussion.
I got a cousin. She won't let me my little boy. She won't let me sleep on her sofa.
Alright, you did get a concussion. You had a little fall this past week.
Not a little fall, a fucking concussion.
Right. Okay, so you had a big fall.
Yeah, I've been working so hard on my physical therapy that I went to open the door and I opened it like Superman and I flipped over my wheelchair headfirst in the concrete and it was 5 a.m. and I just had a beer.
5 a.m. Who would have guessed that?
Hey, Tony, we'll play golf with Sydney and see if you enjoy a tall boy once in a while.
Okay, I understand, Michael.
My question is,
people are taking shots at the throne tonight. My God.
His Majesty.
Jesus Christ.
You gotta love a bird.
God, I was just saying because it was 5 a.m. You had a beer and you fell out of your chair.
True.
Did you knock out? Like, how do you know you?
What?
How does anyone know? Like, if you got a concussion, you know.
Yeah, I was skateboarding the other day and I hit my head really hard.
Wait, what?
I was playing Tony Hawk.
Wait, hold on.
Oh, they make e-boards?
Wait.
No, I was playing.
By skateboard, you were in your Tesla?
Hold on.
I was playing Tony Hawk really hard, and I went like that, and I hit my head on the back of my bed.
Stop. So this Tony Hawk has an actual board?
No, I was playing the video game, and I hit my head.
The character on the video game?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right.
But I don't know if I can cut my hurts. I didn't knock out. Like, I don't know if I should go to the doctor.
Okay, there you go.
Well, 5 a.m. I knew if I woke up late, she would freak the fuck out. So I spent 20 minutes rolling around on my patio trying to get up, and no bueno.
Fuck.
And then I texted her.
Oh my goodness.
I
It's like the darkest cartoon ever. That's what this would be.
And I was like,
so what'd you do after the 20 minutes of rolling around trying to do something?
I eventually FaceTimed her enough, and she ran out screaming, freaking out, and what happened is temporarily I lost things on my right side. Cross your fingers. Welcome to my nightmare, Tony.
Oh my God. I thought your nightmare was following Merritt.
No, man, that was my daydream.
We bring it back.
Hey, I have a question. Somebody sent me, because of the water bucket challenge, that they raised enough money. They actually found a new thing that they've been trying out on people that have your condition that's actually been helping. Do you know anything about that?
There's like 6 things out there, and I have some of the best doctors around it. Really, like, we're at the precipice of stem cell treatment for most. And hoping bitches my merit
Michael Lair, ladies and gentlemen. You did it again, my friend. An absolute goddamn star. MichaelLairComedy.com for everything Michael Lair. Michael Lair Comedy on all social media.
That's my best laugh in all my times with Kill Tony.
I love it.
That right there.
That's what he does to people. He's the
That's
best.
great.
And she ran out screaming, freaking out, and what happened is temporarily I lost things on my right side. Cross your fingers. Welcome to my nightmare, Tony.
I thought your nightmare was following Merritt.
No, man, that was my daydream.
We bring it back.
Hey, I have a question. Somebody sent me, because of the water bucket challenge, that they raised enough money. They actually found a new thing that they've been trying out on people that have your condition that's actually been helping. Do you know anything about that?
There's like 6 things out there. I have some of the best doctors around it. Really, like, we're at the precipice of stem cell treatment for motor neuron disease. So it's just a waiting game and hoping I plateau and hoping bitches my merit don't.
Michael Lair, ladies and gentlemen. You did it again, my friend. An absolute goddamn star. MichaelLairComedy.com for everything Michael Lair. Michael Lair Comedy on all social media.
So it's just a waiting game and hoping I plateau And hope when bitches find marriage,
Michael Lair, ladies and gentlemen. You did it again, my friend. An absolute goddamn star. MichaelLairComedy.com for everything Michael Lair. Michael Lair Comedy on all social media.
That's my best laugh in all my time with Kill Tony.
I love it.
That right there.
That's what he does to people. He's the
Great,
best.
great.
Michael Lair is a comedian and a god. He is an absolute fucking star. Let's check out tonight's drawing from Ryan J. Ebel. There it is. Ooh, look at the detail on that bad mamma jamma. We got the great Eric Griffin. We got me. Oh, I'm a colonel in this of some kind, right? A general? Oh, forest ranger in the forest fires all around me. And you are also there, and there's a cat, and smoky things, and a little bear, and wow, look at that incredible detail. RyanJEbel.com, and all the prints of every single show, every tour poster. He's doing auctions over there. Everything's happening over at RyanJEbel.com. And how about a big hand for tonight's guest? I'm so happy he was with us. The great Eric Griffin, everybody. The return of Eric Griffin. We're getting back to look at some of our favorite guests on the show, and I'm so glad you're able to make it.
And I'm glad you're still doing this, by the way, through this crazy times. You found a way to do it. Kill Tony cannot be stopped, and here it is, still doing it. So I appreciate all you guys that came out. Everybody learned a lot tonight.
Indeed, Griffin is available everywhere. You also have playing video games for those of you that are into what? Twitch, right?
They go on Twitch, Eric Griffin Gaming.
And that's my
R.I.K. My 100th episode of
80 or 90%.
That's right. I actually knew that. Forgot to say it. That was my one big note that I wanted to say. Episode 100. I've been on an episode with you before.
It doesn't make you have
one of my favorites.
It just gives you
yeah. Hey, how about the leader of the band tonight, the great Jesse Johnson?
And being able to deliver
felt great in here tonight. How do you feel, Jesse?
Great. I want to lay the record for lingerie. I don't like it either. We've been naked the whole time on stage.
Wow. Butt fire naked up there. Jesse makes handmade ornaments. For those of you that are into Christmas, you can use them as Christmas ornaments, but we call them anytime ornaments. They are handmade by her. They come with a certificate of authenticity. They're flying off the shelf. She just started making them. It's her first ever merch.
Papa's Iron Man.
She ships them out to you. She puts a lot of effort and elbow grease into it. What else?
You can always do that.
That's all.
You
Thank
can
you so
always
much.
do that.
She is. The Jetski. Follow her at Jetski Johnson. This young man drank grand slams tonight. I'm going to begin for Chroma Chris, everyone.
As everyone has learned,
very funny.
Nuclear weapons now.
She reminds me of my sister Dumpster Fire.
This is a really
grand
bad
slam. What else, Chroma? What did you think about tonight's episode?
Tony, tonight's episode lit.
Yeah, I'm only on Instagram, Chroma Chris. At Chroma Chris on Instagram. And this young man back here, is that our Street Fighter? No, it's Joel Jimenez the entire time. He's got Mostly Sorry on iTunes and everywhere podcasts are available. He's also Mostly Sorry on social media. What else, Joel?
Nothing. I love you guys. This was fun.
There he
Thanks
is.
for coming out.
There he is, the great Joel Jimenez. A lot of fun stuff happening over at patreon.com/Hinchcliffe, where Roast University School is in session. A lot of my upcoming guests interviews are some of the longest. If you're 21 or older, go to indacloud.co. That's .co, not .com. Use code Tony for 40% off your first order. That's indacloud.co. Code Tony for 40% off all month long. Shipped straightly to your door plus free shipping on orders over $50 and $30 and free gifts on qualifying orders. And don't forget to fill out the quick survey when you order to support the show. Please enjoy responsibly. And big thanks to IndieCloud for supporting your 420 Food and Comedy Nights. Please enjoy responsibly. All right, another bucket pool. Put your hands together for Katie Carter, everybody. Katie Carter.
I got groomed when I was in high school. Groomed, not molested, because 20% pedophile. Yeah.
Because apparently weed's legal for now, so.
Some real moments of transformation.
I really noticed it.
I have never lived in a city.
A.M. Eastern Time. That's Wednesday, April 8th at 10 a.m. Use the promo code KILL26, KILL26, and you can get special 2-day passes, or you can get a 1-night pass, but you might as well come both nights. You're going to be in New York City. Make a trip. to the greatest arena in the world. Support your favorite show on planet Earth and see all your favorite talents of the future, the past, and the present in Kill Tony live at Madison Square Garden. Tickets go on sale Wednesday, 10 a.m. Don't mess it up.
Texas, for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Get it for Tony and who's ready for the best fucking night of their lives, huh?
How excited? How we fucking feeling tonight, huh? You're the #1 live podcast in the world, Kill Tony, brought to you by Shopify, Tacopas, and ZipRecruiter. Oh my god, it feels good in here. How about one more time for the best damn band in the land, everybody? Fernando Castillo, Raul Vallejo, Carlos Sosa, Michael Gonzalez, and Nachos Belgrande. The great Matt Mueling on the electric guitar, John Deese on the keys, and this, believe it or not, live in the flesh is Steve Madness, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my goodness, what an exciting episode we have for you tonight. Before we get started, here's a little bit more from the amazing sponsors that made it all possible. Look, I've worked with some big name CEOs, founders, Fortune 500 types, and you know what they all have in common? At some point, they Googled themselves and did not like what they found. Maybe it's a competitor narrative that's taken on a life of its own, or a bad quarter of your company that somehow became its whole identity, or a leadership story that the press decided to write for you without asking. That's where net reputation comes in. And no, this isn't about hiding anything. This is about making sure that when before your investors or your next big clients search your name, they see the full picture, not just the one paragraph from 2021 that will not die about that time in a comedy club. Net reputation works with executives, corporations, and business leaders to build, protect, and manage how you show up online, because your reputation is the most valuable asset to you. More valuable than your LinkedIn profile. Definitely more valuable than that company headshot you've been meaning to update since 2017. Think of them as your digital PR team without the $800 an hour retainer and the assistant who never responds. If your business is serious, your online presence should be too. Visit netreputation.com, America's largest online reputation management company, because the only thing that should define your brand is you. You guys ready to start tonight's fucking show? Wow! Every single week I book it. You've seen it before. Sometimes it's 3 guests, sometimes it's 2, and then every once in a while you're on a night where it's so magical that I have one guest that I love so much that our chemistry is so good. Where we roll with one. This is one of those nights. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you not only one of my favorite humans in the world, a man that I consider a brotherly, fatherly fucking super friend, but a genius who right now, his new special, Take a Banana for the Ride, is on Netflix, just came out, and you will see him on the roast of Kevin Hart on May 10th. Ladies and gentlemen, my mentor and one of my best friends, the great Roastmaster General, Shep ready to unleash the flame-throwing power of another roast. May 10th, the roast of Kevin Hart.
It's going to be the best. It's going to be the greatest roast ever.
It really is.
I don't know if Tony will ever be able to top his last set, but you are the Nikki Glazer of Austin. Thanks for having
That is the harshest roast joke I've ever had told to me, by the way. That's exciting. I'm just gonna take that one and absorb it.
Best jokes, the most unattractive front row I've ever seen. Fucking ice truckers over here. Welcome.
It is a wild-looking crowd. This guy looks like he plays the organ in a vape store. Yeah, this fucking guy. It's absolutely incredible.
This guy right here?
Yeah, look at him.
Dude. He looks like he sharpens his head. I got it.
It's incredible. The human dildo in the front row. Jesus. It's amazing.
Like your head should be part of a car wash. The bristles. I'm jealous. Look at me.
He asks this guy goes in and asks his barber for the felt tip. Can I have an old paintbrush, please?
That's nice. Your poor name is Used Paintbrush.
We're going to have fun tonight, Jeff. You've done the show so many times. You were with us in the belly room when barely anybody knew about the show. He used to let me leave the writers' rooms early on Monday. The rest of the writers used to make fun of me, going, what is this stupid pod? You think you get to leave at 7 p.m. to do some stupid fucking thing? They would bust my balls about it.
Great memory.
Oh, yeah, you remember it when...
Tony would have to leave to go just kill Tony.
Yeah. And they all thought I was just trying to flake out of work early on Mondays. And
back then in the belly room, there were like 80 people in the room and then another 80 watching on YouTube.
Yeah, exactly. So you know how it works. We've done it all the way from the belly room of the Comedy Store to Madison Square Garden. Over 200 human beings signed up. They are packed like sardines in a dilapidated bar next door. If I pull their name out of the bucket, they get 60 seconds uninterrupted. You know their time is up and you hear the sound of a kitten. That means they have to wrap it up then, or else they bring out the angry West Hollywood bear, which rudely interrupts them. And then I conduct an interview, and they get feedback and take questions from me and the Roastmaster General, Jeffrey Ross. Anything can happen. The whole thing is improvised. Are you guys ready to start tonight's fucking show or what? We're going to start with a bang, ladies and gentlemen. I have one of the best golden ticket winners of all time, maybe the GOAT golden ticket winner, here to get tonight's show started. The automatic machine. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the one and only Martin Phillips, everybody.
What's going on? I flew with my dog and he was freaking out. I was like, man, chill. I haven't even hijacked the plane yet. You're blowing my cover, you know? I'm gonna get a new dog, get a drug dog, and use it for good, you know? It's like, yeah, Sparky, let's find out where the party's at. Okay. I see these erectile dysfunction medicine commercials. It's always a guy working on his farm or fixing his truck. It's like, yeah, that's what I need a boner when I had shit to do, you know, when I'm around livestock. That's, you know, that's... Okay, go on.
Okay, the great Martin Phillips with exactly 59 seconds. Oh, yeah. Thunder and lightning, as always. Is that true you travel with the dog?
Yeah, I don't always, but great a story I wanted to tell. You know, perfect. I don't always travel with them, but every now and then I'll bring it. It's like a short trip. So anyway, usually I drug him the fuck out.
How do you do that?
Oh, well, he gets a cocktail of gabapentin and trazodone, and it works.
Wow. And you, like, break this up? You're just a special, you're just the old trusty pharmacist over here?
I mean, the vet told me, I had to do our research, have him...
He snorts it, right?
Yeah, I have to shove it in his fucking nose.
How long have you had this dog for? Most people with a condition of any kind, if they have a service dog, they're taking that thing around everywhere. They troll around with them. Honestly, I find it kind of annoying with my handicapped friends. I didn't even know you had a dog at all.
I remember the dog I said, you made jokes about it dying.
I mean,
a piece of shit you were.
I mean, that happens.
During my time,
that happens. Luckily, the dog was just tripping out on fucking pain pills or whatever.
Yeah, it was chill then. But yeah, usually, he's like, just, high as fuck,
What kind of dog is it?
He's like a Shih Tzu mix. He's like a small guy.
And its legs, everything's operational, or you guys like twins?
We don't have that. We don't have that much in common. We're pretty.
You guys don't crip walk together through the airport?
He's kind of blind, so the stories go
a little bit there. I love it. D Madness laughing at your blind dog. You gotta love it. You gotta love it. Does it wear wacky light up glasses like D does?
It does like
I love it. I love it.
But yeah, anyway, so usually he's sleeping and stuff. And then we were on the plane, and for some reason, he started to freak out or something. I don't know what was happening. He started to get out of the carrier, but I calmed him down. The truck said that 2 minutes later, I had a hoodie on. I looked up my sleeve. I was like, is this shit? Yeah, he took a shit.
In the carrier?
The carrier. During the flight.
During the fight with you?
The flight.
Okay. I thought you guys got into a fight, trying to keep him in the carrier.
Yeah, because he was shitty. That's why we were fighting. Yeah, he did.
Terrorist.
I know. And no one said anything, but I'm sure they're looking at me like, I think this guy shit himself.
You didn't smell it at all?
So if I leaned down, I could smell it. I definitely was like, but there's nothing we could do.
What airline was this?
Delta.
Oh, okay. Normally you can pick up a scent on Delta. Southwest, it always smells like dog shit.
Yeah, yeah. So
people would have thought it was a downgrade of the scent on Southwest, but Delta, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Were you in business class or normal?
I think I was just normal. We were in the back, so.
Oh, cool.
Shit goes down back there.
That's right. Literally.
Yeah. He lived up to the Shih Tzu name.
Yes, indeed.
Really,
So that's incredible. So you had it on your hoodie?
Yeah, I had
it. Were you a little bit insecure after that? Was anybody sitting next to you?
Luckily, there was nobody next to it.
Amazing.
That would
have been great if it was like an Indian guy or something, and you're like, God, it's this guy over here.
Did you turn it inside out?
What?
Good question. Shitmaster Brian Redman. Master of having poop on him, everybody. Our senior poop correspondent, Brian Redman, with the tough questions.
I just rolled up the sleeve. Rolled it up. So amazing.
Amazing. Jeff, is this your first time seeing Martin?
I've seen Martin before, never this close. Is your dog? Maybe your dog thinks you're wet all the time. So he's like shaking, like the way dogs shake when they're wet. Anyway, how much money have we raised so far? For such an important cause.
You look sicker than I do.
It's extra funny because I'm healthy. I just had my chemo port taken out a week ago. I got the scar right here. I love you for that joke.
Okay, sorry.
Everyone is the healthiest I've ever been.
Well,
I look like Bruce Willis if his trainer also had dementia. So how's my hair? Is my hair okay?
Martin Phillips, what a way to start the show. You are unbelievable. The automatic party starter. Martin Phillips has done it again, ladies and gentlemen. He is the man. Hell yeah. And now to the bucket we go. You guys know how this goes. It could be an insane person trying it for the first time. It could be the future of comedy that's been signing up for 2 years in a row and waiting to get pulled, and it hasn't happened. It could be anything in between. We're going to find out all together. Your first bucket full of the night goes by the name of Aaron Spalmer, everybody.
How you guys doing? Hell yeah. So, I've never lived in a city before. I've always been like a small town kind of guy. Just real simple, easy going, like normal shit. When I saw someone living on the side of the road, it'd just be a little animal, some cute fuzzy. And now here, I just got all these homeless people. When I first moved here, like, I felt bad for them. Give them $1, do what you can. But I saw this one guy that just ruined it all for everybody. He was holding his sign that said, "Cancer can't work." How are you going to use your zodiac sign as an excuse to being homeless? You're not out here because you were born in July, dude. That's insane. I'm working 3 jobs, struggling to feed myself, and you're just sitting, I was born in July. Can you help me? Like, no, fuck you, dude. But I try to look for the bright side in everything. I really do. And with having the homeless people here, I think I finally found it. It's like if you're out here on 6th Street and anybody starts like shooting and they start blasting, we got a lot of meat shields we can use. I'm grabbing the guy in the wheelchair. I'm charging straight at him. We're going to be the heroes of the day, man. But I'm just fucking with you.
All right, there it is. See, a lot of time of Aaron Staller. Welcome to the show, Aaron. How are you?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Is this your first time on the show?
No, third.
Okay. All right. Well, your look's always changing. Today you look like a full-grown Chucky doll, so it's very exciting.
I'll take it.
How long have you been doing stand-up?
May will be 3 years.
Okay, all of it here in Austin, Texas.
I did 9 months in Michigan to start, then moved here.
Okay, awesome. When exactly did you get the overalls?
Christmas.
Christmas? You got them for yourself?
No, my mom, man.
Your mom got those for you?
Yeah.
That's adorable. I didn't realize they made overalls for 6'4" crackheads or whatever you are.
It's easier to get overalls that fit me than goddamn jeans, man. And they're cheaper.
Overalls are cheaper than jeans?
Yeah.
Isn't that an incredible fun fact? All that extra fabric. But I guess when nobody wants them, it kind of makes sense. It's kind of supply and demand or something like that.
Cigarettes in hundreds when they cost the same. Yeah, dude, look
That's a really great point. Our senior cigarette correspondent, Brian Redband, full of cigarette analogies. Aaron, what do you do for work?
I do valet during the day.
You do valet?
Yeah, mostly tractors.
John Deere. Amazing. Aaron, how long have you been valeting for?
A year and 3 or 4 months, I think.
What's the craziest thing you've seen valeting? Craziest thing or anything? Come on, there's got to be something wacky. I know you're trying to keep your job, buddy. Got in the car, there's something sitting on the passenger seat.
There's a lot of
shitty dog in a carrier, perhaps, or something like that.
No, somebody has left their kid in the back seat, and I was like, oh shit, like baby. Like I started driving off, and how much did you get for it? Not enough. I'm still working there.
I noticed that you called it a baby. That means like it's like an extremely young child in a carrier.
Less than 6 months. Yeah, wow. Like it's not. Yeah.
Wow. How far did you make it until you realized there was a baby in the back?
Halfway around the block.
Oh my God. Was it a dad or a mom?
Both.
Oh my God.
It's a family, man.
Holy shit.
Yeah, it was weird.
Wow. And how did they react? Did you realize before leaving the car, or did someone call you?
Oh, yeah. So no, every now and then somebody leaves the car, something in the car, and there's the bike lane. So you gotta like watch that mirror real heavy. Look in the mirror for the bike lane. I just see the parents like, oh shit.
Oh,
I'm like, what's going on? And then you hear the, I'm like, oh yeah.
Extra crazy because they had to hand you the keys or something, right? And you look like the last guy anyone would want to leave their little baby with. Luckily, you guys were dressed the same, so it was perfect. Absolutely incredible. Probably wear the same brand diapers, too. Aaron, what do you do for fun?
What I do for fun? Mainly like hunting, golfing, working on cars, going fast.
What do you hunt for?
I've done deer pretty much my whole life. So I was born and raised in Michigan. That's pretty much all that's there. Deer, ducks, squirrels, simple shit.
Do you play music or anything? Why do you look like that?
I don't have an answer for that. It's just free will.
Yeah.
Don't like going to get haircuts. Haven't had it in like 6 years. I just go for as easy as possible. Like, I hate putting effort.
Tell us what else you do in life in which you're going for easy as possible.
Easy as possible?
One-ply toilet paper? Jeff, what were you going to ask?
Joke writing.
That's sure.
It was so quiet during your set, I could hear the guy painting.
What other shortcuts in life do you take? You don't get haircuts? Come on, there must be more. How often do you do your laundry?
Oh, shit. Once every other week?
Okay.
Yeah. I just have like all like those pack t-shirts. So they all look the exact same. You don't have to try it all.
Give us another example, though. I kind of gave you that one. Give us another example of a shortcut in life. You know what it is. See, some people, they get pulled out of the bucket during this interview part. They don't want to, they don't want to give us anything good to work with. They want to look cool so they can show perhaps future girlfriends their amazing appearance on Kill Tony. You might as well get that out of the way. So, like, what is it?
A shortcut? I don't wear boxers ever.
Wow. So there's just nothing going on underneath there. So those are true overalls.
Yeah, 6 years, yeah.
Oh, my God. What'd you say? 6 years?
Yeah, I haven't had boxers in 6 years.
Wow.
Or 7.
Haircut in how long?
6 years.
What happened 6 years ago? What happened?
You're cracking the case. Turns out this guy got raped by his barber 6 years ago. What happened 6 years ago?
Fuck, it was the pandemic. I just gave up.
Oh, okay.
I mean, nothing like serious. I didn't get diddled or... I was living with my mom. Life was easy. I don't know.
Living with your mom, just free balling.
Yeah.
Wow. And she's like, here's some overalls, dude. For the love of God, cover that shit up. Wow. That's incredible. What's your living situation like?
3 roommates.
3 roommates. How many bedrooms?
4.
How many bathrooms?
4.
Wow. Look at you. It's
Yeah.
absolutely shocking.
Yeah, we all got our own bathroom, own shower, own shitter. Yeah.
Y'all share the same pair of...
Aaron,
tonight was my turn. It's my night out.
Aaron Spaller, anything else absolutely crazy about your life we should know about before letting you go?
I mean, I crashed a tree going 90 miles an hour.
You crashed? You were driving a tree?
Yeah, dude. It's like in a car into a tree, yeah.
Wow. Okay, can I take a guess that this was 6 years ago?
No, that would make sense, but no, that was 2016 or 17.
Wow. And where this was in Michigan?
Oh, yeah.
And why were you going 90 miles an hour?
Because I had this job where I was an auto shop, and I was their parts bitch, so I'd have to run around and pick stuff up. And I got too high, and I missed all my turns, and they were on the phone just screaming at me, like, you got 7 minutes, if you don't pick this up, you're fired, yada, yada. I was on a dirt road and just floored it. And then there was, like, a cross, and this lady pulled out, stopped, and then just stayed there. So I was either kill her or the tree.
Right. You decided to kill the tree.
Yeah, man.
Amazing. Let me ask you this. Did you end up getting fired from that job immediately?
No.
Wow. So they were going to fire you for being late, but running into a tree saved you.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah.
It seems like the story of your life, Aaron Spaller.
It's something.
There you go. Well, here's a little joke, buddy. I almost made it into multiple pockets there. There goes Aaron Smaller. This is the bucket portion of the show. Very clearly. And here we go. We're going to keep it moving here.
He's like a nice guy.
Oh, shit. There she is. The lovely Heidi, everybody, has made it into the show. The one and only. Watch her show, Love on the Line. See it all.
L'chaim, to your health.
To Jeff Ross, ladies and gentlemen. Remember, watch Take a Banana for the Ride, out now on Netflix.
Thank you, Phil. Thank you for coming to opening night and everything.
It was awesome.
That was so cool.
So cool.
I found a cool picture of us backstage.
Yeah, that's the best. You guys have to watch it. It's a heartfelt and hilarious one-man show.
By the way, I tried it out in this room like 3 years ago.
Oh, yeah.
I did some run-throughs a couple years ago. Some people earlier told me they were here. So
yeah.
It's kind of a full circle moment. But
I love it. I love it. We're all doing it. Hello there. This podcast is sponsored by Prize Picks. Playoff push is heating up. The tournament hoops are here. Every bucket, every dime, and every win means more when you're playing on Prize Picks. With their brand new Team Picks markets, you can now pick game winners, spreads, and totals to cash in. If you're ready during all the clutch buckets, slam dunks, and Cinderellas this spring with Team Picks on Prize Picks.
Tony, I love Prize Picks. I always loved making player picks on Prize Picks. And now, with Team Picks, there's so many more opportunities to cash in if you make the right picks. I even won my first bet.
Ooh, wow. Pick the winner straight up on Prize Picks. Back your takes with real money. Prize Picks has Team Picks here. In my state, I downloaded the app and I've been picking winners, spreads, and totals ever since. Whether it's battles for playoff seeding or tournament hoops, make all your picks right in the same Prize Picks app. Team Picks are available now in 35 states, including California, Texas, Georgia, Washington, and more. It makes it super easy to pick game winners, spreads, and totals all on Prize Picks. Download the Prize Picks app today. Pick your first game winner, spread, or total as the playoff push rolls on. You can get $50 in daily fantasy lineups when you play your first $5 lineup. There's no doubt about it. When you use code TONY, that's the code. It's Tony to get $50 in daily fantasy lineups when you play your first $5 lineup. Howdy, Cal Folk. This podcast is sponsored by Talkspace. Talkspace is the #1 rated online therapy, bringing you professional support from licensed therapists and psychiatrists that you can access anytime, anywhere. It's easy to get started. You can easily sign up online and get paired with a licensed provider. Typically within 48 hours, you can take your appointments from the comfort and privacy of your own home. And you can even talk it up between sessions by sending text messages to your therapist. Unlike other telehealth companies, psychiatry is available through Talkspace, so you can get the medication you need to supplement your talk therapy if needed. Talkspace makes getting the help you need easy, accessible, and affordable. Plus, most insured members have a $0 copay. I'm going to let my man Red Band tell you why he loves Talkspace.
Tony, I fancy me some Talkspace. They're providing some of the best mental health treatment out there, and therapy has led, for me, to some real moments of transformation.
I've really noticed it ever since you started using them. It's been amazing. And as a listener of this podcast, you'll get $80 off your first month with Talkspace. You go to Talkspace.com/Tony and enter promo code SPACE80. That's SPACE80 to match with a licensed therapist. Today, go to Talkspace.com/Tony and enter promo code SPACE80 right now. Do it. Support the show. Ladies and gentlemen, your next bucket pool goes by the name of Vanessa Scadudo, everybody.
What is up, Austin? I'm an older broad. You know, it's kind of obvious a little bit, right? And every day, though, I'm reminded of it. The other day, I was driving down the road and I saw a car swerving. It's broad daylight. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on? All of a sudden, I see the passenger. I can't bend over too far, sorry. Pop up and do this number. And I was like, oh, fucking roadhead, dude. I used to do that, you know, before I went to therapy and realized my dad does love me. He just doesn't know how to show it. What else? Ladies, titty fucking. Are you in your 30s still doing that? It's like we're playing an accordion, right? A shake weight, right? We're opening a pickle jar. Maybe I'll use my mouth if you're lucky. What else? Getting cummed in the face. That's not a facial, guys. It's not. I know in your time, probably. But what else? Why does it always smell like bleach? I'm waiting. Nobody's been able to dispel that mystery. But the one thing I know that never changes as I get older, is the shame I feel after coming in the shower by myself. My name's Vanessa Scaduto. Thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Vanessa Scaduto. Welcome, Vanessa.
What's up?
How long have you been doing stand-up, Vanessa?
I honestly didn't think I'd be doing it this long, so like 7+ years. I don't have an anniversary. But...
Okay.
Yeah, I know, right? That's the story of my life, too.
Where have you been doing stand-up at? What hospice have you been doing?
Jacksonville, Florida, believe it or not.
Wow, okay.
That's right. Give it up for Florida comics. Fuck you guys, dude. We are we're the shit, dude. I don't know what you guys are talking
Winning over the crowd with a classic fuck you guys.
Yeah, I know.
Really turning around the momentum.
Sorry about that.
After that set. So you've been doing it 7+ years. Do you get on stage a lot?
I haven't in the last 4 weeks, actually. I just moved to Austin. So.
Oh, congrats. What made you move to Austin, Texas?
Actually, I came here for my spiritual group. I didn't come here for comedy, believe it or not.
Cult. Let's talk about it. Amazing. Tell us about this spiritual group. Yes, you were right. I knew you were going to, just like your parents and your siblings have told you. But
well,
yeah.
it's really just a community. It's not like we have a
It's not like they are weeks away from a mass suicide, ladies and gentlemen. It's just a community, everybody. It's just spiritual.
Don't worry.
We just all wear the same outfits.
At least there's a record of this, right? If something happens. No, I mean, it's literally, you guys may have even heard my mentor. Her name's Sarah Reed. She's been on the Night Owl podcast.
Okay, drop someone. Can you explain to us what it is?
It's basically just a community of different practitioners of different things. We just support each other and we develop our intuition.
What type of practitioning do you do? What's your specialty?
I can do a lot of things. I can do medium work. I can do.
This sounds exciting. What type of?
I can do healing.
Also do medium comedy.
You ain't wrong.
I love it. The great bumping mics.
Yes.
Awesome. What are you, the tennis coach for those?
You know what? I honestly didn't know I was going to be here tonight.
That happens. That's the risk we take signing up for a show.
Told to just sign up.
There you go. Who told you? Your master at the spiritual
No.
world?
My buddy.
You should have known you were getting pulled being a medium and all.
Yeah, well,
You
I
didn't
did.
feel it in your
I told them I was going to get called. I did.
Oh, amazing, amazing.
And
How amazing how you psychics always guess
I
it
know. We always
afterwards.
know, right? Don't we always know?
Amazing. I didn't know. I mean, I totally knew, but I didn't know. Oh, shit. Oh, cigarette. That's a first. That's a first. The cigarette was slipping out of my hand into a bucket of paper.
It's going to get called. I did.
Oh, amazing, amazing. Amazing how you psychics always guess
I
it
know. We always
afterwards.
know, right? Don't we always know?
Amazing. I didn't know. I mean, I totally knew, but I didn't know. Oh, shit. Oh, cigarette. That's a first. That's a first. The cigarette was slipping out of my hand into a bucket of paper. I'm done making fun of you. You are an angel. I'm joining the spiritual group.
Appreciate that. I appreciate that.
Holy shit.
This show is on fire.
I just want to tell you guys, every one of you guys have abilities. That's it. I'm going to put that up there. All of you guys do.
Okay, so what kind of let's flex this medium work right now. Because we never get to do anything
It's
like
not
that.
how it's done, but okay, I'll try. Well, it's true.
Real master improviser, you
No,
are.
I'm not. Actually, I can't stand improv, so that's my fault.
Okay.
I know. I'm sorry, but it's.
You're crushing it right.
Great.
Appreciate you.
Everything is okay. So why don't you do some medium work for us?
Oh.
What can you tell us about anything in this room? Do you feel any energies? Kino, give me a spotlight. John D's, give me a little medium music. Medium music, John. Here we go.
I will tell you, there is something in the alley, and I think some of your doormen have seen something movement in the back.
Okay.
Ask him.
Okay, hold on. No sound effects during this.
Ask him. I would
I
have
need to ask him if he's seen movement in the
the doormen have probably seen movement, like shadows and shit, in the back alley area.
You felt a presence in the alleyway.
Well, it's not necessarily a presence. It could just be residue, like energy.
Absolutely, there's a lot of energies in the alleyway. Let's talk about inside this room. Kino, just stay with me again. John D's, give me fucking medium music.
Okay.
What the fuck is going on here? D's, are you awake? Did you put my keyboard player to sleep with your powers? My super stoned fucking keyboard player? You made him fall asleep? That's incredible.
I'm sorry if I'm flashing my twat at any of you guys. I did not.
Apology accepted. All right, here we go. Medium work with Vanessa Skaduda.
Oh, God.
Tell us something. Do you feel anything from the energies out here in the audience? I know they look very unhappy right now. It looks like...
No, I don't really sense anything.
Okay, great. Well, amazing. Can you explain to us something that you've done before medium-wise, in which it was a breakthrough, in which everyone was like, wow, you're so powerful?
I mean, I have a daughter.
Oh, my God.
Pushing a child out of your coochie is pretty powerful.
How about the medium stuff?
I saw her before she was born. I knew what she was going to look like. I don't know what else to tell you.
Does she have brown hair and brown teeth?
No.
No. You saw a blonde child.
No, she is not
It
blonde.
came out looking like Jeffrey Ross.
Right, exactly. A little more smushed, but yes, her nose was a little more smushed when she came out. But...
Okay. Why was her nose smushed? From your vagina?
Oh, yeah, well, I guess I had a tight womb. So you're trying to push...
See, now that is something I wouldn't have guessed. I wouldn't have guessed that medium is an extra large.
Well, I had her at a very young age.
Okay.
So my daughter's in her 20s now.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Other than mediuming for the spiritual group, is there anything else before I let you go, Vanessa?
For the spiritual
Do
group?
you have any special powers or anything?
Well, yeah, a lot of them we can do healings and stuff. You guys. Thank you, Rabbi.
What have you healed before exactly?
Oh, like if somebody had. I know this is. Dude, I knew I shouldn't have brought this shit up.
No, good. Vanessa, this is so entertaining. The last guy's a ballet guy. The one who gave us nothing to work with. You're killing the interview part.
Yeah, I'm sorry. You can heal almost anything, so it depends. Sometimes you can see, well, I would have to go into a lesson. Like we have auras and shit. You can see when people's auras are broken. You can clear them for them, and you can remove certain energies. I mean, yeah. I don't know. I mean,
okay.
Yeah.
But have you ever, is there anything you can cite, something that you've done? Like, have you ever, was there ever, a person?
Yeah, my friend Scarlett, I helped heal her. She's an artist too in Austin. If you guys want to check her out.
Her spirit was broken. You're just getting
she had a pain. She had a pain on her back, and I removed the pain from her back.
Oh my God!
So you can do that. I mean, but you guys can do it for yourselves too.
Wow, I love that. You all are mediums that have the power to heal.
You do. You're divine beings. Remember that. Don't let this shit fucking tell you different.
I love it. Absolutely. Vanessa.
Love you, Tony.
I love you. You're nutty as hell. I love it. There she goes. Vanessa Skaduda. Very cool.
Vanessa, you're a divine being.
Yes,
you're divine. Thank you.
Thank you, Vanessa. We love all different shapes and sizes. And
she was vulnerable.
Yeah.
If she was, yeah.
Like I said, I love it. That's why I say it, so the people watching the show that want to sign up at some point are doing the interview part. All right, your next bucket bowl goes by the name of Michael Hines. Everybody, put your hands together for Michael.
I got cheated on by a Native American girl. She was a Navajo. I've been getting a lot of Andrew Tate alpha male content in my feed lately, so the algorithm hasn't figured me out. Just because I hate...
And today in 2016, Colorado Today, Sports History on ViralRabbi.
Where it's not just about connecting with deceased loved ones, it's about learning from them and their new perspective. Listen to the Post Therapy Podcast on the iHeartRadio app.
The free iHeartRadio app is number one for music, radio, and podcasts. All in one. Discover new podcasts from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
Sure, there's a couple. If you make you got this is right there.
I hate liberal. Doesn't mean I like conservative ones. And it's because they'll make one video making fun of some dork's pronouns, but then the next one they call themselves an Omega Sigma Alpha Male. And those are just pronouns for frat dudes, which is fucking gay. AI scammers and Indian scammers have both been evolving at a breakneck pace to compete. It's a real space race to see who can act human first. And it's impressive the Indians are keeping up with the digital war because they're fighting a physical war with Pakistan, World War II. Are you familiar? Let's hope it doesn't go pucular. You know, every trans woman I've ever met has been mentally ill, so maybe they are women.
Michael Hines with strong big mouth.
Yes, sir.
I love it. You've been on this show before. I remember you, Michael. Always funny.
Yes, sir.
What have you talked about in your other interviews?
Last time we talked about me sleeping with a torta at the Nar Bar.
Ooh, that's right. Yeah, torta. You don't know about this.
Sandwich.
In one way it is. It's also a very thick Latina girl.
Oh, torta.
Very thick.
Got it.
Heck yeah. Has that happened again since the last time?
No, things have been bad. I need to find a new apartment. They won't let me sign my lease again.
Oh, tell us about that.
Well, my downstairs neighbor called the cops on me over 200 times in the last year for smoking weed.
Wow.
The cops came 200 times for you.
To the leasing office. Apparently weed's legal for now, so.
Very interesting.
But they won't let me stay.
Wow. Do you ever run into this neighbor? Do you ever see them physically?
Oh yeah, all the time.
Yeah, what are they mean to you?
She used to yell at me a lot, but now I think the apartment told us we're not allowed to talk to each other.
Oh, great. Awesome. You love it.
Oh yeah, it's nice and quiet now.
You smoke indoors. You don't have a patio or anything like that.
No, I blow it outside.
So you smoke indoors and you blow it outside.
Yeah, they're not letting me sign my lease anyway, so might as well, yeah.
You blow it out of a window.
Mostly.
So when is your lease up?
69 days from today, I'm counting.
Wow, okay. What are you going to do? Have you been looking?
I've been looking, but I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm like $18,000 in credit card debt, so maybe I'll come back to New Jersey for a little while.
Wow, and how would you save up money in New Jersey exactly? What would the plan be there?
I live near a vacation spot, so in the summertime I'd work there for a little bit, grind it out, and then probably get a worse job.
In New Jersey?
Well, nothing. I live in Texas.
So the spot in New Jersey where is next to a vacation spot, that's here? Or in New Jersey?
It's in New Jersey.
So what, you just said you would go there, work, and grind it out?
A bar or something.
Oh, you have no idea.
Yeah, no idea. No
You're trying to make me look like an asshole. I was dialed in the interview.
I have no idea what I'm going to do.
You have no idea. How did you get exactly $18,000 in debt? You're a guy that knows that you have 69 days left on your lease. I'm guessing you're spot on. $18,000 and some change.
Yeah, I had a DUI.
Oh, wow. Tell us about that.
It was when I first came out of the Marine Corps, 3 years ago. but since the pandemic, they didn't do my trial for like 2 years. And then while I was living here doing comedy, I got hit with like $12,000 in bills, and now there's interest in bullshit. So it's been like another 2 years.
$12,000. Where was the DUI at? In Jersey?
Yeah, in New Jersey.
What part of New Jersey exactly? Jeffrey Ross is our senior New Jersey correspondent here.
Long Beach Island.
Oh man, you're going to jail. Jersey. That's Jersey Shore, Jersey.
Oh yeah. I knew the cops had arrested me, so I thought I was going to get away with it.
How'd you know?
I used to be an MMA instructor, and they were students in the class.
I did a couple things in this boggling my mind is the fact that you were both a Marine and an MMA instructor.
I used to be in good shape. I gained 35 pounds since I started doing comedy. Shout out.
Wow. Amazing. Tell us how you gained the weight exactly.
Mostly eating at night, and this is a sad thing to do, man. When you're not on the other side of the microphone, this is a sad place to be a lot of the time.
I don't know if you see, but Red Band's also on the other side of the microphone. He's also put on 35 pounds in the last 3 months.
It seems like all your problems actually stem from smoking weed, by the way.
It was an alcohol DUI.
No, I mean from the weight in your neighbors, your apartment.
Yeah, that's probably true.
How much did you drink the night of your DUI? Did you hit something or just...
No, they just pulled me over because it was 11 o'clock on a Saturday in the summertime in Long Beach Island, and it's a beach town.
Remind me again, how did the cop know you again?
I was an MMA instructor in the class.
And you taught him?
Well, I mostly taught the kids, but I helped out during the adult classes. And I used to joke you could never arrest me if you wanted to because I could beat him up, and turns out he could arrest me.
Wow.
He got me.
Did you say anything to him when it was going down?
Yeah, I tried to do my best. They put their knee on my neck, but you didn't see me complaining. But they were scumbags because once they were trying to book me as fast as they can because they said we got to get out there and get more people. They were fucking pieces of shit.
Well, no, you could have killed somebody.
Well, it was just below the legal limit, or just above rather. It was right there. So we kind of should be allowed.
Right.
It's an arbitrary number. It was close to it.
But you were smoking weed that night as well.
No, I waited till I got home. I didn't want to get in more trouble.
Right. You waited till you got home so you could blow it in the neighbor's vent.
That is true, yeah.
All right, Michael Hines. Anything else crazy we should know about before I get you out of here?
No, not really.
All right, perfect.
Hell yeah.
This come on shows what people dedicate on their lives to be comedians. The fucking guy with an in shape MMA instructor probably got tons of chicks and had a great life, but you're like, I have to express myself on stage.
Yeah, I know. Come on, at least give me a big joke book. I did well.
Did you get one last time?
Yeah, but I wrote in it. I write all the time.
You filled it up?
Yeah, dude, you know how much I write?
All right, jeez. Please, here you go. This guy's going to sell it. Find that joke book on eBay in a couple weeks. This guy's 18 grand in debt. Handmade joke books by the Great Boneside, available at killmerch.com. Hello! Oh! This podcast is sponsored by IndaCloud. You know when some comedians bomb so hard the whole room goes silent, getting a little buzz might be the only thing that makes that experience funny. And I'm not talking about beer or wine. If you're settling in to watch the best live podcast on the planet, IndaCloud makes it even better. IndaCloud is a fully legal online cannabis dispensary for gummies, exotic flower, premium pre-rolls, and zero-sugar THC sodas. Rip bam.
Tony, I love IndaCloud. It's the best online dispensary I've used. Everything is federally legal hemp, THC, lab tested, and shipped discreetly to your door. And with 420 around the corner, new customers can get 40% off all month long with IndaCloud's biggest sale of the year.
I think he's using IndaCloud right now. If you're 21 or older, go to indacloud.co. That's .co, not .com. And use code Tony for 40% off your first order. That's .co. Code Tony for 40% off all month long. Shipped discreetly to your door plus free shipping on orders over $50 and $30 and free gifts on qualifying orders. And don't forget to fill out the quick survey if you order to support the show. Please enjoy responsibly. And big thanks to IndaCloud for supporting your 420 Code Comedy Nights. Please enjoy responsibly. All right, another bucket pull. Put your hands together for Katie Carter, everybody. Katie Carter.
I got groomed when I was in high school. Groomed, not molested, because I've never been much of a closer. So I I told a comic this recently. He was like, "Oh, was the guy like a real pedophile, or did you just like develop early?" Yeah, that's like saying, "Was the guy a real pedophile, or were you like a really sexy kid?" And I was, so you guys get it. I read a statistic that 20% of pedophiles have erectile dysfunction, which is crazy to imagine being a pedophile and working so hard all day to get a kid to come into your van, and then you finally do, and you have to be like, "Oh my God, I'm so sorry, this never happens to me." Please don't tell your parents about this part specifically. This shit's humiliating. And the kid has to console you. He's like, "No, this is probably just too much in the Eucharist or whatever." So.
Fuck yeah, right on the money. Exactly a minute before. Welcome to the show, Katie.
Yo, Jake the Snake, why are you acting like a little bitch when I name you Jake the Snake, like Jake the Snake Roberts, and you were fine with that, but then you didn't want that name? What's going on? Okay, well then the proper thing that you should have done was say, "I don't want that nickname, Rabbi," and I'd be like, "Oh, I don't want to give you a nickname that you don't want." No, absolutely not. No. Yeah, but I want people to feel welcome. Let's change your name right now. Okay. All right, but quit changing your fucking name in here. Okay, well, that doesn't necessarily mean that you have to change it in here, does it? Yo, big dog. Are you going to speak or no? It's fine if you don't.
Live there?
Nope, just moved here.
Sweet. How long ago?
Like 3 months.
Awesome. Absolutely incredible. Do you have like a day job or something?
Just like dumb chick shit.
Nice.
Not only fans, I have like a marketing job, but it's boring. Comedy is the real goal.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very cool. And you get on stage a lot around Austin? There's a lot.
Yeah, try to get like 6 and 7 nights a week.
Cool.
Yeah.
Amazing. What do you do like for housework and stuff?
You know, more dumb chick shit, I guess. It's just, yeah, like running and fucking jerking off, all that stuff. Yeah.
Love that. Incredible.
Man, I thought you'd like that.
Yeah.
Give you some material for later.
You're definitely doing the secret show on Thursday, so congratulations. Let me be the first to tell you. I'll still let him do it at the end and everything. It'll be great. You'll be real surprised.
That's why I did the show.
I mean, it's just incredible. Jeff Ross, are you gonna?
I like that all your jokes were like connected, like you weren't doing random shit. You came up here with an act.
Thanks. Hey.
Yeah.
Bars low.
No doubt.
Appreciate it.
Stayed on topic, stayed in the pocket. Incredible. Katie, what else is going on in life?
Just moved here. It's cool. You guys have you have a pretty crazy homeless situation here. It's a lot different than Denver. It's cool.
Yeah, it is a little, again, it's very concentrated here.
Yeah. Well, it's different. Like in Denver, if someone like asks you like to give them something for a gas station, you're like legally required by Joe Biden to do it, you know? But here you can just say no and fucking shoot them, so it's awesome.
It is very awesome. We take full advantage of that.
Oh, he's like, there's only homeless people right here in this neighborhood, not in my 18th floor. Yeah, it's like it's only in certain places.
I do.
Not in my hot tub. Although there probably has been homeless people in your house.
Hey, we have some wild nights here in Austin, no doubt about it. Maggie has to wash off every once in a while. The lovely Maggie, available at 5th and the alleyway between Oasis and Rio Grande. No, it kind of is though. I mean that. Like there's like a 4 or 5 block street. Yeah, and they know, it's like the tourists. It's kind of like Hollywood and Highland in LA or all of New York City. You know what I mean?
This is the worst plug for the mothership.
Well, it is true. There was a psychotic liberal mayor, I guess, like 6 years ago, that built a homeless shelter right here on 6th Street, 7th Street, and wherever the creek and the cave is. So, like, kind of in the middle of all the comedy clubs, there's just homeless people. And then there's homeless comedians. And there's comedians that have 4 bedrooms and whatever. What's your living situation? You live by yourself?
Just under an underpass on Ivanelting. No, yeah, I live alone. It's super cool. I think I'm not doing H here soon, so we'll see.
Doing what?
Heroin?
Oh, nice. Very good. So you have like a normal girl setup. You have like fluffy white plain and like.
Yeah.
Yep.
Redman's gonna think about it later.
Oh yeah, he's thinking about it right now. Oh, he's got something to say. Look at this.
What kind of posters or movies do you have on your wall?
Posters. Yeah, they have posters. You can tell this guy fantasizes about a lot of 12-year-olds over here. Yeah, My Little Pony.
Yeah.
Do you have any art?
Do I have any art?
Yeah. Do you have art hanging on your walls?
Right now, no. It's kind of sociopathic, but sorry. I can put up some Hello Kitty posters if you want. That would help me finish or whatever.
You just have like one of those like stand-up mirrors that you got off Amazon.
Yeah. It's one from Target that makes you have body smart. Yeah, keeps me going.
Absolutely incredible. Jeffrey Ross.
Tony has like Tom Brady quotes hanging up in his house.
I love that you think that Theodore Roosevelt quote is a Tom Brady quote. Because
I get it, the man in the arena, but I wanted to make it funny. It's inspiring.
It's very inspiring.
Every few months, Tony sends me the great Theodore Roosevelt poem, "The Man in the Arena."
It is true. It is true.
It's inspiring.
It really is.
You ever had Tachi?
Oh my God. Redman, you're not allowed to, every time there's a pretty girl on, you're not allowed to ask them disgusting questions like that. It's wrong and it doesn't represent what the show is. Do you have Tachi?
Wait, what is that?
No, it's not that. It's a television brand. Anyway, Katie Carter.
Wait, tell me on the secret show later.
What kind of car do you have?
What kind of car do I drive? What kind of car do you think I drive?
Kia.
Okay, you think I'm a pussy? That's fair. No, I drive a Honda Elantra.
That was the next guess. It's basically slightly better than a Kia.
Think I'm poor, Tony?
I mean, probably. Yeah. Very likely.
Timmy No Brakes jacket.
They actually call me Timmy No Tits is my nickname around here.
Hell yeah. Oh, that's unfortunate. Katie, you are a true comedian. I see nothing but wild success in your future. Redman? Pretend like you're thinking about it. Here's
I'm going on the secret show next day.
You did it. You're a dirty boy, Brian Redman. You're a naughty, naughty, dirty boy. We have another golden ticket winner, ladies and gentlemen. It is that time to bring him out. He is incredible. You're going to love him. He's blind. Put your hands together for Chris Celio, everybody. Here we go.
Shit, is she even hot? I fucking can't wait for Robot Eyes, god damn it. I miss tits so much. Elon Musk keeps telling me he's gonna put a computer chip in my brain that'll let me see again. It's fucking crazy. He calls it Neuralink, but he says the first version of it is gonna look like old school Atari video game graphics. That's not an upgrade. I finally get to see tits in their squares. I get to go to a strip club and it looks like Super Mario World in there, man. I don't want Pong pussy, you know? I'll wait for Tomb Raider titties at least. Dude, people are so mad at Elon that they were breaking and vandalizing Teslas. That's so fucked up. Because the coolest part about a Tesla is that one day I'll be able to buy one and drive it home. It'll be the happiest day of my life. Somebody will immediately spray paint Nazi piece of shit on it. That's fucked up. I'm not even gonna know. I'm just gonna drive around for 2 weeks like the happiest Nazi in the world. Like, this smiling skinhead piece of shit. Blaring Kanye West out my speakers like I didn't even know there was a problem, dude.
Fuck yeah. True golden ticket winner, Chris Celio, has done it again. Another brand new minute. Amazing stuff, Chris. I notice an amazing quality of yours is you always have a great opening line that feels organic, and then you ride your own wave of momentum that you build. Is she even hot with Heidi? I hope this is real, is what you said, your first appearance on the show, and immediately I fell in love with you, because obviously you could be anywhere, and it could be a bunch of people pranking you. But it's just so darn funny. For a guy that's blind, you hit it right on the nose every time. It is incredible, Chris. How's life going?
It's going fucking good, man. Just did fucking mushrooms at South by Southwest, listen to bands.
Wow, what were the visuals like?
God, I wish, dude. Give me one color. I would love anything right now, dude. It's as black as D.
Yeah. Incredible. Amazing. So what was the band? When you took mushrooms and you saw or heard what?
I do say I saw a thing all the time. We just popped around random spots. Like, I didn't even know. I was just like, this is the best band I've ever seen, dude.
Yeah.
Don't know their name at all.
Amazing. That was at a festival, would you say?
South by Southwest, just like random bars around town. It was cool.
Very cool. Very cool.
A lady just was dancing with me and just was like, here, I'll put you in a better spot. And then just put me right next to a speaker. And almost killed me. I was like, holy shit, you're gonna ruin my life.
Amazing.
I can't handle that.
Amazing, Chris. Tell us more about what it's like being blind in this crazy world that we're living in. or anything at all. I mean, it doesn't have to be about being blind.
No. It's good. It's like it's a lot of fun. I was dancing with this girl at this last festival that I didn't even know was there. And then she started trying to take off my sunglasses.
Oh shit.
And I was like, no.
Right.
You don't want to see those on the drugs you're on. These are bad vibe eyes, you know?
Amazing. Chris, how do you know when you're done wiping?
God damn it, dude. God damn it, man.
Our senior wiping correspondent, Brian Redman, asking the tough questions here today.
Give me a bidet sponsorship, all right?
It is a tough question, but...
Are me and D Madness going to do a ladders match at WrestleMania?
That would be absolutely incredible. That would be incredible. Chris, do you ever go on dates or anything like that?
No, I don't like, it's hard. It's hard meeting girls. Like, the apps are just like, picture. It'll like read me their bios. Girls' bios suck. It's like Puerto Rican flag, Mexican flag. It's like they're listing their dog breed. Only when I like bump into girls in the world, I'm like, oh, what's up?
Amazing. And remind us, how long have you been blind?
It's been like 10 years now.
Yeah. And you had like easily detachable retinas.
Super easily detachable retinas.
And it kind of happened before, and then it went all the way off.
Yeah. I had like one eye that like they had to remove because I just had like 4 retinal detachments and like a ton of like super painful surgeries.
But you did see for a while.
18, so I was 18.
Wow. So even when you take drugs now, like you did at the festival, say, you really don't see any?
Yeah, I don't get any visuals. I think my imagination is shit.
Now gone. What?
What the fuck was that, dude?
I don't know what that was.
That was not ripping.
That wasn't right. That was a John D's teeth. It's over there. So, okay, so there's no visuals, but you do have you only have your memory before 18.
Yeah, like, I can still see in my dreams, you know?
That's interesting.
Yeah, but it's all shit I saw before I went blind.
Right.
So it's like every night my dreams are the world's shittiest 90s sitcom. Like Blind Meets World. Or like Fresh Prince of Blindness. That was weird. I'm black.
Can you take us through... Can you, for example, just like take us through like the most recent dream? Doesn't have to necessarily be funny, but it's a 90s sitcom. What is like the most recent dream that you remember?
I'll have like stand-up dreams about like, you know, doing comedy, and every time it'll just be like me doing comedy, and then I think back when I wake up and I'm like, that was my lunchroom.
Whoa, you hear that? It really is a 90s sitcom. It didn't work as good as I thought it would.
Yeah, I'll just be like running away from like monsters, and it's just like a hallway that I knew from fucking 10 years ago.
Damn, that's incredible, Chris. All right, well, anything else crazy we should know about before we let you go, Chris?
No, thank you guys so much. You guys rule, dude. Thank you so much.
Hold on, Chris Celio, you are the fucking man. Yeah,
hold on. Yeah, fucking Jeff Ross is here. Hold on, dude. I didn't even get to talk to Jeff Ross.
Yeah, let's talk with Jeff Ross.
What's he hiding from me? Why is he hiding from me? Jeff Ross, you look like
the one guy who can't roast me. I love this.
No, dude, you sound like a Sesame Street Semite.
I think I get it. Chris, what's your last name?
Cilio.
I'm gonna remember you. How long have you been doing stand-up?
Like 10 years.
So about the time that this happened to you, you decided I need to channel it into something artistic.
Yeah. I was like figuring out what I want to do. Like I was like first semester of college, and when I went blind, so obviously I dropped out of that. And then I was like, what can I do? And I was just listening to all you guys on podcasts, and I was like, I had always wanted to be a stand-up, and I was like, this seems like something I could do with minimal effort. You know, like just being a microphone seems like a perfect amount of work for me. You know?
Yeah. But you came out, your minute was like killer. That wasn't the first time you did that minute. It was the first time you did it here. You've been working.
Yeah, I work.
I can feel that, and I think you're a really good joke writer.
Thank you so much.
And I was wondering what color your shirt is.
God damn it, dude. A test I will always fail.
You're awesome. Give it up for Chris.
Chris Celia, ladies and gentlemen. Golden ticket winner has done it again. Absolutely incredible. You guys having fun out there? If anybody wants to dry paintbrush his autograph, he's going to the restroom right now. The lucky hallway has a chance. All right, your next fucking hole goes by the name of Michael Scott, everybody. We're going to keep it moving with the stylings of Michael Scott. Here he is.
I got a Roomba recently. He's black. He cleans my house. It's a sweet deal. What is the black base model for every object that's supposed to improve our lives? Why is it always black? I gave mine a pair of white gloves and a bow tie. I push clean on him, and he goes up and down the halls. And that's to keep my batteries charged. The other day, I hit clean on Toby. Oh, his name is Toby. I couldn't name him Kunta. My mom comes over. I'm like, watch your feet. Kunta's trying to get by. So the other day, I hit clean on Toby. He goes towards the end of the hall, and he's cleaning, and he starts beeping and goes back to recharge his batteries. And I nearly spilled my sweet tea. I get up and I go, the hell you will! Nobody said you could take a break. So I got up and I watched him clean my house until he died. And when he died, I bought a new one at an auction for 3/5 the price of one of those black ones.
Wow, Michael Scott pushing it to the limit of time with an incredibly racist set that only Maybe. Amazing. You can get away with it. Yeah. Incredible. Remind us all, Michael, how long you been on stand-up?
9 years, 4 months.
9 years and 4 months. Amazing. And most of that here in Austin.
No, Bakersfield, California, a little bit in Fresno. I moved here December 30th of 23.
Okay, awesome. What do you do for a day job?
I got fired from one, but I still have a valet job.
You're working valet too. This is the official show of valet drivers.
I've gotten a lot of comics hired, by quite a few.
Okay.
You called Aaron McPherson earlier. He didn't get up here in time. I got him a job there. But I noticed you called a different Aaron right after, and I thought that was funny. You called a white Aaron.
Yeah, I pulled names out of them.
Yeah, no, it was like, I know it wasn't you.
And I don't know what happened to them. I didn't actually call them. I hand off the piece of paper, and if they're not like where they're supposed to be, then I have to pull another name. It's not like rocket science or anything crazy. I know there's a lot of conspiracies about this bucket, but it's fair. Pieces of paper. Oh, there's D Madness, everybody. Your Roomba just came back. So Michael Scott, tell us more about your life. What else is going on? Your Roomba plays a hell of a bass. I gotta tell you, it's absolutely incredible.
Did somebody tell him I was black backstage, and then he came? Oh, I couldn't get back for this one. Yeah, I don't know.
What's going on in life?
In life,
You have a girlfriend?
No.
When's the last time you went on a date?
Let's say 3 months, maybe.
What happened there?
Great. Just, I mean, it was all right.
You met her online or something like that on a
No,
dating
she
site?
had a show. She met her, hung out, got messed up.
You got drinks?
Yeah.
And then what? You went back to your place?
Yeah.
And then what happened?
Fucked her.
Oh wow! What a romantic man! Straight to insertion.
Yes. I was already unbuckling as we were driving out.
Amazing. And then you never talked to her again after that?
No.
Why is that exactly?
I don't know. It just wasn't.
It's a white girl. Okay.
What gave it away?
It could have been anything. I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised about anything. I think you would fuck whoever would want to fuck you. Am I correct?
I think he's right. Yeah.
Amazing stuff. And you met her at just a regular open mic. She came up to you afterwards and was like, "What's up?"
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I've been kind of, I don't know. I've been doing comedy, and then people come up to me and talk to me afterwards. So just lately, I usually talk to nobody. I just do my thing and leave. Now I'm trying to hang out and make friends.
You got drunk with this girl at Shakespeare's.
I was drunk before. Okay. At Shakespeare's and other places I walked around.
Okay. All right, Michael. What kind of car do you drive?
2019 Chevy Equinox.
Nice. What's the weirdest thing you have in your refrigerator?
A salmon.
Girl he fucked 3 months.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Wow.
Yeah, she's thawing out right now.
Michael, let me ask you a question that I asked another valet driver earlier. What's the weirdest thing that you've seen inside of a car that you were valeting at the time?
Guns, condoms.
Not in the same car, that's for sure.
That's different.
Nobody with guns is using condoms. No way, Jose. That would be absolutely contradictory to life itself.
One person parked their car overnight, and they had a German Shepherd that they left in the car, in a crate, in the bed, strapped down. He'd come out maybe every 4 hours and check on it, but it stayed. Yeah, and it was the winter, too. I was very upset about that.
Was it like a Tesla that had dog mode on or anything like that?
No, it was like a Dodge Ram truck.
It was a German Shepherd. Perhaps it was a Jew trying to get revenge for the Holocaust. Because it was a German Shepherd being kept in a crate inside of a car in a torturous situation. Perhaps it was revenge. for the Holocaust. Still not getting the laugh I think it deserves. Can't really plan to do a joke like that. It has to just be served up in the air. You only have one chance at it. I guess that was my chance, and it's yet still not really connecting the way that I was hoping it was, because the Jews were held captive by the Germans in very tight quarters, very tough situation. You said it was during the winter time?
Yeah.
Really doesn't get much more spot on than that. Thank you. There it is. There it is, everybody. Thank you. Thank you. We only get to laugh at good Holocaust jokes while Jeff's going pee, so that was our one chance. I'm kidding. Michael Scott, fun times. Tremendously racist set. That's why you're leaving here with a big joke.
Michael, I'd love to have you on the Secret Show, brother.
Thank you, Rick.
Sorry.
There he goes, Michael Scott. We're having a good old time here today. There he is. I knew it. We're right on time. I didn't want you to miss this guy. Ladies and gentlemen, your next set, your next bucket pool, goes by the name of Eric Biggs, everybody. We're going to watch them all together.
What's going on, Austin? I think too many people in this town, especially men, go to counseling. I don't like it. I'm Midwestern. I'm very Midwestern. I'm so Midwestern, I don't believe in counseling. I believe in binge drinking. All right? You shouldn't be talking to strangers. You should be having a problem in a garage with your friends. So, because I love scamming white people, I'm always down for that. I do think I'm going to start the Midwestern Counseling Service. That's how I'm going to go and reinvent counseling. What it's going to be is you're going to come over to my garage, hang out with me, drink my beer, work on my car. It's a Pontiac. You can't be sad working on a Pontiac. That's illegal, all right, guys? That's what freedom is all about. And then we're just going to talk and get drunk all night long, have a good time. And maybe as the night goes, you'll start to open up and tell me about the woes of your life. Then you'll look me in the eyes and be like, yeah, it got hard when Dad died. I'll look you dead in the eyes. I'll turn up the radio and say, shut up, pussy. We'll move on. All right. I've been Eric Biggs.
Okay.
Is it okay if I go to the bathroom?
That's fair. It's fair.
Eric Biggs. I see why Jay didn't let you talk in all those movies.
Yeah. What's the problem? I kept trying. He said no.
Wow, Eric, how long have you been attempting stand-up comedy?
6 years of attempting, Tony.
God damn, 6 years. What happened here? That's just a new minute, a tough minute?
Yeah, I don't know. It's been kind of working. I've been trying it around, but it did not work. All right, it did not work.
6 years where at?
Mostly Missouri. I started off in Columbia, Missouri.
And then where else have you been?
Been here ever since then. Been down here about 3 years.
3 years. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. Because, Eric, I'm telling you, I see it. Dude, look at you. You're built like a snowman.
I am.
You have a beautiful round head. You have a round body.
It's built like a snow globe.
Except for I never have a carrot in my mouth, all right?
I think they don't have it in it. That's their nose. That's their nose there.
I love your super confidence with no talent at all. It's like amazing.
That's what the Midwest is all about.
I love it.
Yeah.
What do you do for a living, Eric?
I'm an insurance salesman. It's the only thing that can be worse than sucking at comedy, you know?
Yeah.
You do this, you do that all day, and you go, you know what? I can eat shit on stage in front of people. That can't be anywhere.
I just think that Pontiac thing, for some reason, did you write that in Missouri?
No, I wrote that down here.
All right. I'm really
sorry. He gave me an out. He said to take it.
I still, and I might be wrong, but fuck, Eric, there's something behind those eyes. I think you can do better than that. I'm going to give you one more minute, do a totally different minute. You got it, right? You've been doing this 6 years. Yeah. You must have a second minute. Whatever you think your best minute is, because I'm positive this is the only time that you've been in front of millions of viewers right now. No, it's better than where this was going.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah, what are some
of your bits, and we'll tell you.
What are your...
I got some stuff about marriage. I don't know about...
Have you been married?
Yes, sir. I'm married right now.
You know what? Just get right into it. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, we're going to start the clock. 1 minute from Eric Biggs, everybody.
Yeah, I just celebrated my 1-year wedding anniversary. Yes, it's very nice. It's nice knowing you can still trick white women into making bad decisions. Like, my wife looked me dead in the eyes and said, our lower credit score sounds great. Who doesn't want to live in a house that has wheels on it? That sounds fun, you know? The worst part about it is I got married young, so you get a lot of bad advice whenever you get married young. Like, have you ever just been about to black out at a bar? You just have some old guy sit next to you and he goes, don't do it. Don't get fucking married. She'll fucking take everything. You just gotta look at him and go, I live in a trailer. I have nothing. Nothing can be taken. You can't split shit in half.
Okay. Perfect. It was better. That was better than your first minute. Makes me wonder if I gave you another minute, if that would be better than that minute. So you live in a trailer?
No, sir.
Did you in Missouri?
No. My parents were way too successful for my life to have turned out this way.
Wow. Incredible. What do your parents do for work?
IT and a school teacher. Middle school.
Amazing. And what do they think about you attempting stand-up comedy?
Oh, they wish I made different decisions.
Do they like that you're an insurance salesman?
Yeah. My mom every time goes, it's okay, you can back out. None of them know you do this. It's okay.
Hell yeah. All right. And so, what else about you, Eric? What would we find interesting about your entire life? Because you're not really white trash, but you're from Missouri. You're kind of like a you have an American Pie kind of family.
Yeah.
But yet you kind of dress like Jelly Roll.
Well, yeah. Yeah, this is what happens whenever you go to a Bass Pro and go, yeah, that looks classy, you know?
Yeah.
A $35 t-shirt will look cool on stage, you know?
Yeah, you know you could buy a pair of overalls at the same price.
Well,
I didn't know that until tonight.
What was it, Giant Silent Blob?
I did. Yeah. So what else about your life? You ever have anything crazy happen? You have any other special skills or talents? You seem like the kind of guy that wins at like a vape competition or something.
No. I smoke cigarettes like an adult. I'd never vape. What am I, a coward pussy? No, I don't know. I think I got into comedy like it's usually everyone comes from like a broken home or your dad beat the shit out of you or whatever. I didn't have that. I had a very normal family. I even had like my brother, very cool, very supportive. I think that he saw I wanted to be a comedian, so he decided, I'm going to give this kid some trauma. So he died in a drunk driving accident to just really get me going.
Party time. We all love a dead brother drunk driving story. A lot of tales of drunken driving here tonight. A reminder, we do not endorse that in the Kill Tony universe. Do not drink and drive.
Absolutely.
All right.
You eat and drive?
Yeah,
Seems that would be equally as dangerous.
It's a problem. I got blacked out a couple times.
Hell yeah.
See the pizzeria lights and you're like, I gotta go.
All right.
I'm on my way out.
All right, Eric, we're going to keep it moving. Fun times. Sign up again. Keep writing. Prove your parents wrong. And maybe take your time a little bit more. Don't try to squeeze it all in. Take your time so that people understand you and stuff. You speak perfect English, but you talk a little fast. Words get together, and then you know what I mean? Like, take it a little bit. Yeah.
You're right. You're absolutely right. That's good advice. And also, I like that he reset and did a whole another minute.
Yeah. You did it.
Good.
Yep.
That's good.
Eric Biggs. All right. Oh my goodness. This is one of those special moments where someone very talented signed up for the show. Ladies and gentlemen, this guy, I grew up in comedy with him. We were door guys together at the Comedy Store. He's been a paid regular at the Comedy Store longer than I have. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a very cerebral palsy episode of Kill Tony. We already had Martin Phillips, but this is the OG from the Comedy Store, now lives in Austin. One of the funniest people out there. Make some noise for Davey Wester, everybody. Davey Wester, make some noise for my colleague. Yeah!
You guys have had rednecks and cerebral palsy people. You've never had it blended together, you fucking cocksuckers. Some of you assholes are gonna ask me how to spell it, but I don't know shit about cerebral palsy, so I'll just make up shit. They'll be like, what is cerebral palsy? I'll tell you, superpowers a large tallywhacker, cocksucker. That's people, you know, like, when people ask me how to spell it, because everybody's inquisitive as fuck, does it look like I ever want a fucking spelling bee ever in my lifetime? I went to alternative high school. We had law mowing as a course. Fucking dickhead, because they knew I was gonna fucking go to court sometime in my life. I don't know, man. Like, some of you have jobs that you dream about hitting a telephone pole. As you go to work, you're like, man, I got 6 days of PTO, and I could just take this fucking light pole right now. If I have to talk to Al one more time about his mental health, fuck him.
Keep going, Davey. Just keep going for a bit. Keep going.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep going.
Just keep going.
You know how you know it's a shitty job? When they tell you it's like your family. I avoid my family. My uncle is King Tweaker that steals kid bikes on Tuesday. All right? If you ever talk to my uncle with a Batman RV and he'd be like, hey, Dave, why don't you get your life together? He'll tell you he's fighting capitalism. And I think Batman lost it because he's fucking homeless. So that's... You want me to do some more time? Or, yeah. I don't know, man. Like, where I grew up, people didn't really know I had cerebral palsy because I'm from a town where people watch parallel parking. And, yeah. I mean, one of my best friends didn't know I had cerebral palsy till she came to a comedy show. She goes, Davey, I didn't know you had cerebral palsy. I was like, Shannon, what do you think I had? She goes, I thought you just didn't tie your shoes tight enough. That's...
Dude, you're killed tonight, man.
Oh my God. What's up, boy?
I love it.
See you, my man. Good to see you.
This is what I love about this show, is that sometimes you pull out someone that's
a real white trash, not like the fucking asshole that fucking with the bathrobe. I heard that little fucker. I wanted to fight him, Tony. Don't take my 77 Fleetwood away from me, you son of a bitch. Like...
I feel like cerebral palsy is like number 8 on the list of shit that's fucked up about you. Like, not even a piece of it, right?
Yeah, there's a lot of fucked up shit about me right now. That's why I'm on probation right now.
You are?
Yeah, well, so, I decided to I was up in Minnesota, and I went to go sit in my car because I was a little drunk, and then I had 9 cops arrest me, and like, when you're getting arrested, you don't have the fucking button in your head, because I had a pocket full of mushrooms in my pocket, and I decided I was going to eat them right in front of the fucking cop. If I'm going to detox, I'm going in there high. That's...
Might as well enjoy it.
Yeah.
It's a master class, wow. Davey West.
I love Davey. You have your buttons mismatched. You have your...
Oh, yeah. That is... Why don't you go fuck your AI robot?
She's Korean, you racist.
Can you give me 2 golden tickets? Because Ari Matty, if I get that, he'll take me to the wellness clinic and fucking help me out. Like, I won't have cerebral palsy anymore. I'd just be a downsy son of a bitch.
I don't think there's enough stem cells in the world to balance you out, baby.
No, I get you. I like seeing blind people. I don't trust you, but...
Davey, you are on fire. What I love Davey Wester. I mean, this guy was one of the door guys at the Comedy Store when I got there.
Was they had crippled people doing it.
Yeah, exactly. It's a testament to the times. This Comedy Store in 2007 was a dark, dark place with a lot of very pessimistic, negative people, and you were roommates with a lot of them, and you fucking...
Oh, please don't. You want to talk about cokehead? Okay.
I mean, the crew was absolutely insane that you lived with, and meanwhile, you were always funny. Somehow, you were almost always positive and optimistic in a very, very dark time, and it meant the world to me and the guys that I started with that were in our extremely early 20s, starting out there. We always looked up to, believe it or not, we looked up to Davey.
That's a sad state of affairs. Well, I'm a fucking hero.
But here in Austin, you're absolutely thriving. You got out of LA, and you've kind of become a rock star here in Austin. People are able to find you and see you, and you're selling tickets and stuff. Tell us more about your life here in Texas.
Well, me and Holtzman went to a rodeo.
Oh my God. Can you imagine? Even if there weren't bulls there, I would go to the rodeo just to see what you and Holtzman were doing together.
Well, it started
What could go wrong? That's like OJ and Cosby sharing a cell together.
Yeah, well, he went to the wrong place. He thought my apartment was this abortion clinic. That's it. And then he, I don't know, it was just crazy. Holtzman bought a bunch of shit, yelled at me a bunch. He told me, he yelled at me for not having a handicap placard that I carry around.
He thought he was going to get good parking.
Yeah.
That's why he brought you. Oh my God.
Everywhere we went, he goes, I have a handicap. I have a handicap.
Oh my God, I almost fainted just then. Oh God, you're not, tell these people, it's just so that you know why I'm laughing so hard. Tell them you're not kidding. I know you're not kidding.
No, all these stories are true. So you can look it up. Go to a friend of Washington and you'll be like, oh, this is what they look like. Just so you understand, Drew Mickens is from my area too.
Yes, that is true. Anytime I see somebody, then I've blown a few people's minds like this. I'll be like, where are you from? They're like, the state of Washington. And if I notice if their eyes are ever not aligned, like if they have one eye here and one eye there, I'll be like, you from near Euphrates? And they're like, how do you know that? It always blows their minds. They just have to keep an eye on offset eyes from Washington.
Yeah, you just have to, you have to understand there's a nuclear plant, okay?
Yeah. I love it, Davey. I mean, you are just one of my favorite types of stories because, you know, you're not an actor, you're not a writer, you're not a this, you're not a sketch, you're not trying all these things. You're a fucking pure stand-up comedian, the kind of guy that I just love to drink with and hang out with and whatever, you know what I mean?
Eat mushrooms?
Well, maybe. I don't think I could eat mushrooms with you, Davey. I'm highly sensitive already. The buttons thing alone would fuck me up the entire time.
You know what? I'm trying.
First thing I would do is I'd be like, Davey, get over here. Let me fix this for you.
Take off his clothes.
I got a pair of overalls. It was very cheap.
No, I tried the overall thing. That didn't really work out for me.
What happened? Well, yeah, when you don't button those correctly, everything comes out.
Yeah, and I'm fine with that.
Davey, if you're in town, I would love to have you on the Secret Show Thursday.
You are the fucking man, Davey Wester, and now the world knows about it. So cool that you signed up for this show. Amazing. What an honor that you signed up for my crazy show. One more time for Davey Wester, everybody. He's been doing comedy like at least 20 years.
One of the first people I ever met in LA.
He's the man. He's the man. The original the original fucking cerebral palsy, fucking super powerful comedian.
Cleanser Heidi.
Yeah, the sage of the room. To get your penises out from inside of you after staring at Davey Western for 10 minutes. Here's the lovely Heidi here to reset your testosterone levels, everybody. Go to HeidiRegina.com. It's all good. Oh, you got it. Okay. There's a 50-50 shot at it. How about one more time for the lovely Heidi, everybody? All right, back to the bucket we go. Ladies and gentlemen, your next bucket poll goes by the name of Victoria Lang. Victoria Lang, our third female of the night.
So I'm a pole dancer, and when I say that, a lot of people think that means stripper, and I'm not. But if I was, I would have a really cool name, like Miss Honey Bun. It's because I'm sweet, I'm dense, and after a couple bites, I really taste like nickels. It's like a cup holder of loose change. Yeah. I have a boyfriend, and he's a little bit of a freak, so he likes it. He's into this thing, it's called sounding. It's when you shove something in your dick. Yeah, at first I was like, ooh, too. I was like, ooh. But he makes this really cool noise. He goes like this. It's like a little kid in the fan in the summertime. You know how they go, the fucking fan? It's so beautiful. I've been calling him Urethra Franklin, and our relationship's been great. Our relationship's been great ever since. Thank you.
All right, 55 seconds from Victoria Lang. Welcome to the show, Victoria.
Thank you.
It's your first time on, correct?
It is.
How long have you been on stand-up?
3 years.
3 years. All of it here in Austin, Texas.
No, I'm from Connecticut/New York. I do a lot of comedy over there.
Okay, what part of Connecticut exactly?
Like Hartford County.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a fun fact about Connecticut. Well, it is literally a freeway. The state is a freeway. There's a very, very, very extremely fancy part, Greenwich, and around there, where, of course, like, you know, the McMahons live and the WWE started. And then there's where you're from.
Right, yeah, not over there.
Tell us what it's like growing up in the hood of Connecticut.
It's the shit. It's got a lot of stuff going on over there. I mean, I would say we have the best comedy, I think, in that part of Connecticut. You know, there are a lot more.
Connecticut, you have the best part. Oh, you have the best comedy in Connecticut.
In that part, you know, because they're all kind of pieces of shit like me. Yeah, so they get me more.
Right. When you call yourself a piece of shit, what do you mean? What are some shitty things about Victoria Lang? Give us the dirt.
Some shitty things about me?
Other than your nickel pussy.
I would say that one's pretty standout. I'm kind of like I'm a little bit of a hater, self-admittedly, and I say a lot of things and I regret it immediately. I regret that.
When you, are you talking about like online or just like?
No, in person. I'll be like, that person's a fucking asshole. And then I go, why did I say that? Type of thing.
Wow.
Yeah.
Has that ever backfired on you? Is it?
Yeah, everybody hates me. I'm like Connecticut's most hated, so that's what happens.
Wow, incredible.
Yeah.
But your boyfriend likes you.
He loves me.
How long have you been with him?
I've been with him for 2 years, and he's a comedian as well, so he gets it.
You guys live here now?
No, we're just visiting.
Okay. Did he sign up as well?
Yes.
Okay, we'll talk about that in a second. You're a pole dancer. How long have you been pole dancing?
I've been pole dancing. You know, I'm about as good as pole dancing as I am at comedy, to put it that way.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So you fall a lot.
Yeah, falling. Yeah.
But you make it to the top of the pole and the bottom of the pole.
Yeah.
Because you're bipolar.
Do you ever straddle the microphone stand?
I have. Usually I'm a lot more active. I do kind of something like that, but I think Tony made me nervous.
No, it's okay. It's all right. Don't be nervous around me. What could I possibly say about you that you haven't already thought about yourself?
That's correct.
Victoria, you have any special skills or talents or anything like that?
Yes, I make comedy music. That's, I would say, my forte.
Okay, that's your specialty.
Yeah.
Do you have like a song in your head that you've written that's original to you?
Yeah, I do.
What's it about?
So I have a couple. I have one about storming the Capitol.
Just do one.
Okay. Right.
Okay.
Can't take it slow.
Yeah, storming the Capitol?
Yeah, and I have another one that I really love about dating while living at your parents' house.
Which one do you think's the funniest?
The one about dating and living at your parents' house.
Do you know what chord progression that is? Is that a D, G, A, C?
It goes like this. Something like that.
Okay.
I feel like if you play me kind of like a beat, like I can like follow it. Type.
Yeah, they got you.
Yeah.
What's the beat that you like? Boom.
It was like this.
Boom. Here she is, ladies and gentlemen, Victoria Lang, everybody.
Here we go.
First spotlight,
Perfect, thank you. All right, here we go. I woke up today in the pink room that I grew up in. My mom takes out the trash like she always does. I check my phone. I got a text. The text is from my mom. Even though she just left, it says at least one of us is getting some. Oh my God, my mom saw the condom in the trash, but that's what happens when you're living at your mom's house. Pick up. There is a feeling you can't hide when your mom's seen your boyfriend's right inside. But there's really nothing I can do when our economy is in the tubes. And maybe one day we'll live in a studio apartment, but till then it'll be us. And also my mom, cause this is her house. Oh, you want me to keep going? I woke up today in the blue room that I grew up in. My mom wakes me up for work like she always does. I usually text when I have a girl over, but last night was different, I guess. My mom walks in to see my dick getting sucked. Like me and my mom, we're close but not that much, and now she's caught me with my balls out. Chorus! There is a feeling you can't hide when your mom's seen the dicks runs eating their mind. But there's really nothing I can do unless I shoot a CEO or something real.
Terrible.
Maybe one day we'll live in a trailer park or something great, but until that day, it'll be us, and also our moms. And let's not forget about my stepdad. Sometimes when we're getting him some man, not him, I said that I can hear him fighting through the walls, cause I share it with my bedroom. Same wall. Please don't look at the stain. My 20-year-old cat died my senior year of high school. It's not that noticeable unless you look at it. Gotta walk by really fast. Ugh. There are some sounds you cannot hide, even when the TV volume's real high. My whole family hears young Sheldon and you. That's how they all know I'm getting screwed. And if I said young Sheldon, I know that might be inappropriate, but it gets me on. So fight me outside, but sing a bitch. That's the end of the song.
Wow, Victoria Lang. I gotta tell you,
If he gives her a
I
fucking
did
thing,
not
I
see
mean,
that
first.
comic. That was actually like a good song, not a comedy song. That was just a good song. Yeah, it was an actually good song.
Thank you, I wrote it.
That's amazing. And I love how you directed the band. I mean, this is that type of band that if you give them a thing, they are right there. They feel the energies and just roll with it. And I've never actually seen anyone conduct them so perfectly.
I have that lighter.
They followed every single one of your leads. It was incredible.
Thank
You're
you
so
so
ADD.
much.
You're talking about a lighter that's on the table right now.
Piece of shit.
It's incredible. Absolutely amazing, Victoria. Comedy music is definitely your thing.
Thank you.
Yeah. Great. you have more stuff available online or something? Where can people find you at?
At Victoria Does Comedy.
There you go.
OnlyFans also?
I used to have a Playboy account, but they took me offline because I wasn't making enough money.
That happens. That happens, Victoria. When all you can do is sing, that happens. But you are very talented. You really got lost in it when you were sitting down. I was so impressed when you're commanding the band. It's like a real treat to see somebody come in and start kind of shy. And exactly, Jeff just said showmanship. I mean, you really came out. You know what I mean? And that was incredible. Congratulations, Victoria Lang. The set was okay, but after that amazing performance, you're leaving here with a big joke book. Here you go.
Thank you so much.
All right, there you go. Sure.
Should I leave now?
What?
Or should I stay?
You're gone.
Oh.
What the fuck?
Thank you.
Anything can happen here, ladies and gentlemen. This is a show filled with magic sometimes. Ladies and gentlemen, let's make it your final bucket pull of the night. Goes by the name of Eric McLaughlin, everybody.
I was at the airport yesterday. I was thinking, you could just point at anybody in here and yell, that guy has a bomb in his ass. And they kind of have to check that guy's ass, right? They got to put a finger in that guy. But then they're probably going to put a finger in you after because you said that.
Oh, everybody stop what you're doing. Whatever you're doing, you need to stop it. My man is here interrupting Kill Tony. How you living, big man? Yo, are you ready? What's tonight's theatrical performance? What are we watching tonight, big man? Okay, excellent. I'm ready when you are. Hey, I was on a podcast today. I mean, give me some serious expectations. That's impossible. How am I supposed to compete? I did what I could. I was more like the Elvis Presley of futurology. Can I tell you how it went first, really quickly? All right. So this is okay. The way that I met this person was on Twitter. They just went online and they were like, "Hey, if you want to be on my podcast, send me an email." So I sent him an email. He got back to me right away. And like 2 weeks ago or so, like, okay, we'll do this thing. And so I initially met with him, and he recorded it. But then he's like, okay, so we'll do the podcast next week. And I was like, okay. So then this is last week. I'm ready to do the podcast. I send him like a breakdown. And he's like, I enjoyed speaking with you, and I want to have you on my show for like not just one episode, but like 5 episodes. Okay, that sounds great. So then I thought we were going to record last week, and we didn't. He just wanted to get to know me a little bit better and what I do for his audience so that he can explain. So then this was the big week, and I was like, okay. I had sent him all this stuff on life extension technology. Not that I'm an expert on it, but just like some bullet points or whatever. And the first question that he asks me is something I've never heard anything about. And it's like this like, so he asks, so we talk about like things like, well, I say like, okay, So there's like mitochondrial regeneration, and there's organ growth, and there's like mind uploading, all those things. And he's okay. A lot of that sounds like my med bed. And I'm like, Medbed? And he's like, yeah, Medbed. And I'm like, oh, okay. Medbed. He's like, yeah. So I'm like, am I with one hand like doing the podcast and the other hand like looking up what this means? And it's some alternative theory that basically is like perhaps very wealthy individuals are already having this type of technology being done, and it's just not available to the average person. So I did everything I could to kind of stay away from like the alternative theory route and just kept it to science, which I was able to do. And then we talked for like 20 minutes or so, which is all we had planned. And then it went well. Aside from that, like getting caught off guard, but it's not like at any point I was like, I don't know what you're talking about or anything like that. I was able to recover. And we talked about life extension, how like he's 78 years old. He's from Australia, and he's in good shape, and he's certainly mentally there. And he wants to continue to live as long as possible, and I don't want to stop him. And so we talked about that. We talked about diets, and like he's on the carnivore diet. We talked about the ketogenic diet, basically high protein, low fat, or high protein, high fat, low carbohydrates. And we talked about mind uploading, which is a passion of mine. And so I thought it was a good first session. And then afterward, I emailed him thanking him, and he said it would be out tomorrow on video. And he's got like 8,000 followers on YouTube. I don't know. He's like he's like an established media personality in Australia. He goes on Australian radio still on Melbourne, which is like a big city, obviously. So we'll see how it goes. And I'm happy that we got one in the books. The next one we're going to talk about is Earth improvements, then mega projects, then we're going to talk about um, uh, space exploration, and then finally intelligent life. Dude, did you see Bob Lazar was on Joe Rogan today? Or recently? Thank you. Oh yeah, no doubt. Yeah, so we talked about that. Basically being able to live to be like 120, but then the potential of being able to live forever. And it's great to hear someone else say, I want to live forever. And especially being 78 years old, I'm glad that, he hasn't given up, and he's in great shape. And so he may have another few decades ahead of him, and then that type of technology really kicks in. One caveat that I stated, and that I always state when I talk about life extension technology, moving into transhumanism and perhaps mind uploading and digital immortality, there's the idea that you want to live forever, for those of us who do, within reason, because living forever could be a punishment if you're bored or you're being punished. So the idea is you do everything that you want to do as a robot, a cyborg. You go to every planet that you want to, but once you get bored, you should have the opportunity to stop your life as much as you want. And he agreed, and I agreed. So, yeah, those two ideas of the life extension technology and like living forever, they're most certainly related. very well. I mean, what did I, what did I say after it? Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. So he was on right on Amazon. I'm very excited about it. It's about S4. I talk about it all the time. It's fascinating to me. It it's one of my favorite subjects in the entire world. Like if we were sitting around a campfire, that would be a story that I would just keep telling because I think it's so important to humanity. Doesn't have to be excellent.
Something about having even though we make things don't always necessarily make the sense, the mix.
No one is getting. Now let's all combine and give whatever it is up there a nice big Andy's room
Last year, called me to and the only thing that solved it what a neat idea. No idea visually what this would look like visually. He let me stretch it a little bit. Make it this really kind of a closed-head entrance. Darker man, come in. In a great way.
I'm lost. Andy is gone, and we're going to move in the house in 2 days. That's all. Your fault.
I think it was really hard to know from those stories that you pretty scary stuff. I remember eating halfway through the movie and close to the first and fairly completed. I was still thinking, I don't get how this is going to work in the end because he was chasing the streets of the truck. That all, it was like they did that all in one day. Suddenly it was all of it.
Some of them share and run 24/7, 3 months straight. Any hiccup in there would have been some. And it knew that was the we were blown away with us, and we really felt strong success, but even we didn't have how much of a success it was.
Toy Story opened nationwide on Thanksgiving weekend in 1995. From a shoestring budget, it went on to earn more than $350 million worldwide. It paved the path for entirely human animation industry. Kids loved it, critics loved it, and people in the animation field were knocked out. I remember when reviews started coming out. First of all, the fact that this paper has even heard of this movie and they care about it is stunning. And then they gave it a good review. They were just glowing. Most amazing thing people did. That's a great story, great start. That was the part where I was like,
You began to realize that this was a big in fact, hit our stride. This was what we were destined to do.
The Academy of Motion Pictures honored John with a special achievement project, creating the first computer animated feature film. Despite Toy Story's success, the original contract between Pixar and Disney meant the majority of the profits and merchandising belonged to the master of Pixar.
Financially, if one can only not do well, we realized then that we had to
really hadn't accomplished creativity, technology, business. And it was a small company with those capabilities going up against giants. 1 week after Toy Story was released, Pixar became the highest IPO of the year. Of a $10 million investment, Steve raised $132 million. It was the wildest success. He got the money in the bank, and then shortly thereafter, Disney came to us and wanted to Steve said, okay, we will have an interview with the department. So he actually nailed this right on the head. I was
Right last year's past empty offices and turned your office supplies to New York. So it's really
place called Richmond, which was 6 miles away from the wineries. A few times a year we have evacuation days. Pixar's facilities grew with the company, which meant that they were a hodgepodge. They were basically open. It was really double everything wrong. It was great. It was rough. It was sharing a common door. It was a place where you could go and draw the wall. There was a hole in the wall. There was this infectious enthusiasm. Like I imagine it must be like, say, for the guys at Monty Python sitting around the table playing, expect there to be great creative team. That's what we did.
so innocent, so sweet, and it was really, really great time.
Congratulations. But it was great for the relationship. There's a classic thing, which is the second product. And that is companies that have a really successful first product, but they don't quite understand why that product is so successful. They have vision to grow, much more grandiose, and their second product. Believe it or not, Apple II, Apple's first zero trust incredibly successful. The Apple III, that's why we do that, and I've seen a lot of companies not make it. My feeling was the actual second cell. The bigger thing is just when you find that lightning in a bottle, make yourself as in love the second time around, and you realize you have to actually work now at making yourself as naive as you were first round without any effort. There's nothing worse than any artist facing their second performance, right? Because it's the point at which you find out whether everything that's been written about you is just yesterday's things, or you really are the real thing. One of the things I learned is the tricks that work on the last one don't necessarily work on this one. You think, oh, this is stupid. We know how we're doing now. And then you start on a movie like Bugs Life, and you're back in kindergarten. Researchers now to ordered this tiny little video camera called the Thumb and put it on the screen with some little wheels from Lego at the bottom. And literally look at things how captivates for the brand. One thing we noticed was how translucent everything was. For their second film with Disney, Pixar set out to put themselves together. They were starring scope, organic characters. Here I go! Woman colony and the first computer animated wireless.
haven't invented yet. So as producer, you're expecting a lot of R&D to come through at the right time, and you're pushing a lot of things, you're gambling, you're looking at people's eyes, and can you do this for me? John, technologically, not proud jobs, but more than 50 years. So can you design a movie around this limitation? And he said, I'm willing to accept that if that's all you can do. I think you guys can do better. So he helps formulate this crowd with me. He believes in them, he pushes them, and at the end of the day, never hears nothing.
United States,
For a new technological advancement, Pixar artists transformed 15 original crowd shots into 430 on a 70-millimeter proportion. Pixar broke through the second film syndrome. Bug Life became the highest grossing after directing some seconds, John returned home from his role. Disney decided to create
I just want people to see follow this podcast for free on the ViralRabbi app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
This place
Now that I've made a Pixar film, a lot of people have asked, what is the secret formula? As if there's some magical calculation. Like I said, it's really pretty simple. Everyone here loves film, and they just want to make something that they themselves want to see. I do not. Success.